Hey guys, it is time to do the tier list for my video diary clips, of which there are quite a few. If we take a look at these, I'm going to be going through them and systematically ranking them to the best of my ability, and we'll be going through the clips as it's been a very long time since I've looked through these. So join me as I go through and look at my past self and see what was what. So this first clip's a good one. I already know straight away I want to give this one like high praise just because it was a lot of fun to make. But why, right? So about 2 or 3 months before this was filmed in 8th of October, which was around the time I started third year of uni in late September. I don't want to say 23rd of September because I might be conflating a couple dates, but just before, I was so interested in like dreams and myself and my response to certain stimuli that would come to me in dreams. And initially I wanted the diary to be all filled with like sort of cool dreamy stuff to carry on that feeling from the summer and make it some kind of surreal thing. I was also very much inspired by 5.5 minute hallway, I think what it's called in House of Leaves. Just the idea of that. Because I remember reading that over the summer. There's these all sorts of shoegaze and stuff. So yeah, I'm just looking around. I always thought it was funny that I didn't provocate it properly, so my eye, like the whites of my eyes and some of my face is white enough, or the colour of my wall, which was like a sort of cream colour. And the clouds just a nice song in the background. Bad Sneakers in it, Steely Dan. Can't remember why I slowed it down and reverbed it. I think I was just, that just felt right. Yeah, so that was fun. I don't exactly know what I was doing there, but I have very fond memories of making that and thinking, oh, that's cool. So, interestingly enough, this was like, so the reason I'm doing this whole thing was because, Bill Wirt's Diaries, I was constantly watching that over the summer, as well as just all the way throughout third year actually, but specifically in winter, I remember every morning I would wake up, I would go downstairs early, go in the shower or get breakfast, and I would be playing that video, and the moment that the heavy sort of background hiss comes in the book stacking video, I sort of slid into gear in that respect. And so that's why I was doing this, just filming myself. Also because I very much thought that I hated my face or the way I looked or the sound of my voice and all of that stuff. I wanted to kind of dispel that. And this video, I don't know why I did this. I think it was like I was just fucking around, really. That's, yeah, me just putting my headphones over my Yeti mic. Oh, those headphones. Jeez. I got those when I came back from a French exchange. They were a gift from my mum gave them to me after I came back from my French exchange because my old headset had broken. And I just used those as my headphones for, well, since 2014. Yeah, 2014. And they lasted me up until somewhere in that academic year. I can't remember exactly when they broke. But one thing I loved about them is they had a volume control slider on the side. You could do that and you change the volume, and that was really handy. I miss those headphones. But I'm just putting those over my Yeti mic, so the sound is just going back and forth. So interestingly enough, I specifically remember here looking at myself after I filmed that and thought, wow, I look good. I thought I looked much better than I ever had done. I was always very, very insecure about my hair and my like pudgy face. But over that summer I've been doing a lot of running and eating a lot less. And I remember looking at that and thinking that for the first time I had some sort of prominence in my cheekbones. And I don't know, in that sort of narcissistic way, that sort of spurred me on to do more things, I think. And my hair, yeah, I remember liking that hair. So I don't know why, I think I just clipped back there because it's a cool thing. So yeah, this.
Got this random 7-inch, it's white, got it for £1.
It's got, so I went to a record shop. There was a completely second-hand operation thing in Bristol. Because around that time I really wanted to discover more of Bristol, go into more charity shops and stuff like that. I remember there was a place called Recession that was really interesting. I went there once. The lady there was lovely. And I saw these gold-rimmed shot glasses that I just thought was just fantastic. But they only took cash. And I was like, I'm sorry, I've only got a card, but I'll be sure to come back later because these are magnificent. And she was like, I look forward to seeing you again here, and I never came back because that was a whoopsie. Also, I need to put this on the board. Yeah, I like it. I should probably be quite sort of stingy with these because I don't want everything sort of populate this, but I do like that clip definitely quite strongly. So this had like some negative land connotation on it. Plus, it said to learn more about Snuggles, which is, can you see my cursor in OBS? I think you can. Yeah. This dog. Send the phrase info Snuggles without quotes in an email, so that just looks cool. This has a sped up version of Boards of Canada's 69er on it, which is, well, I got it because it's Boards of Canada on vinyl. I need to make sure I remember to keep doing this. That's just my work laptop. I need it not to time out. Plus, that what I said, Negative Land was on there somewhere, and I remember seeing on Discogs that it was really expensive.
No, ignore that medium price. Also got this. Got John Hassel.
Got John Hassel. Yeah, I liked the sort of cryptic, kind of nonsense stuff that I was doing in these early videos. I was happy that I was being very abstract with it because I didn't really have anything to say at that point.
Been sitting here for a long time trying to.
I don't remember having that planned. Jeez.
Think of things that I need to say. Gonna do 100 sit-ups.
Yeah, I need to remember that. Okay, so that's got John Hassel. 100 sit-ups. Yeah, I like those. Yeah, I was since a very young age. I've been very interested in. So all the way throughout school, I was a year younger than everyone else, and I was quite sort of slow into puberty and stuff like that. So I was always enamored with the idea of being some sort of dark horse, where I'm like, my body's like fucking chiseled or something, but I'm still some like nerdy library kid who's very awkward. And so the idea of getting a six-pack and running everywhere and like being so sporty was something I never committed to, but because the reason for that I remember specifically is because I was about 11 years old. I would look at like 6-pack how-to videos on YouTube. I saw one comment that said, almost verbatim, "My abs will always be jello, but this was helpful." And I remember thinking in that moment in my kid brain, like, oh, some people can't get it. Just full stop. Maybe I can't. Oh well, guess I never will. And then, so that idea was like, oh, that's a shame. But then, in second year of uni or in the summer, when I did more running, I was like, oh wait, I can do this. And then I became like, oh, this is actually something I can do. And so the whole idea of doing like sit-ups and push-ups in my room and like over time becoming strong for some reason still sticks with me a bit, even though it's nonsense. It's not going to happen.
You see me looking up there because I'm balancing it up. Need to get the desk changed.
Yeah, terrible desk. D doesn't mean I don't like it. It's just, it's not a whole lot. I had an even worse chair. Like the chair was really bad.
Landlord refuses to read my email without me getting a new desk.
I don't even know why I did these with such high granularity. But it is what it is. I remember thinking walking around in these clips was important to give the idea of motion, something happening.
I just want a new Petscop though. So
yeah, Petscop, of course. Again, E. Actually, no. E is when I start to not like it. F is I really don't like it. I don't even know if I'm ever going to use a U. For those of you who don't know, in A levels, I don't know if in GCSEs in the UK, there's a U grade, which is even worse than fail. I put that there just as like contingency. I doubt I'm going to have any clips there that are that bad. Petscop, yeah, that was a fucking thing and a half. It ruled me for that whole year. Just Bill Wirtz and Petscop. Like, I miss having that passion towards anything, and I had two of that at the same time. Plus all the other. Anyway.
I'm really interested in attics. Ever since that attics dream, I can't stop thinking about attics. There's one, I don't know if you can see.
So that book I got like years ago in a Santa present, because it's like an autographs book, but I filled it with all drawings and stuff. I have no idea what that is now. But yeah, the attic dream. I've done a big write-up about it somewhere. Basically, long story short, I had a dream involving an attic in which I went lucid, and Petscop was playing in the background in real life. I'd fallen asleep whilst Petscop was playing. This was like 10 in the morning as well, because I got up early to buy Death Grips tickets. My friends and I all sort of refreshing the page, and I managed to get them, thankfully. That was in Brixton Academy, I think. And after that, I was like, I don't need to do anything. I'm just going to go back to sleep, because I was doing a proper dream diary at the time. And I had this lucid dream involving the attic in my house turning into. It doesn't matter. So that's my old housemate. I won't bring any like person. Oh, look at that! Look at these, right? That's these. One of those is this, David's tea glass mug. I don't know what the hell this was, but basically this guy, housemate, that was his blanket, and that was also his chair, and for like 5 minutes he was just in this pose. And it was like, what the hell is that? I don't know. I keep forgetting that I need to. I like that one a lot, just because. What's he doing? It's funny. And you've got that noise in the background. So, one thing that I used to do all the time is if I really liked a song, I wouldn't put it in a playlist like a normal person would. I would add reverb to it. I would pitch it down or up to my favourite pitches, whatever sounded best to me. Render that out in FL Studio. Give it the artist extra, is what I called the artist, and then just the track name, and then put that on my phone. So I had an artist called Extra and an album called Extra, which was all just a bunch of reverbed and slowed down / sped up tracks. Peg would have been one of them at one point. But I liked doing these whole intermission type things. Yeah, and then when I started using Last.fm, it was tagging everything as extra, so I was like, I can't do that, and I just don't reverb anything anymore. Plus, you don't need to render it out with lower pitch. There are apps that will change it for you on the fly. So there's one called Music Speed Changer. I played this song to one of my other housemates, and he said it was fucking garbage and that my music taste had deteriorated. To which I played Forget Me Nots by Patrice Rushen afterwards, and it went to the sax solo, and he was like, dude, your taste has gone to shit, but my other housemate had my back. He loved that track. And then the guy in the brown blanket, he came along. He was like, oh, it's the Men in Black song, and then he did the. That was lots of fun. I like that one a lot. That's a B.
The board of Canada Day today.
I went to.
What made breakthroughs with coffee? I can have cold water and drink it 5 times faster. I tried to have it in the morning. I had to wait 10 minutes for it to cool down. Thought, why don't I just put water in it? And I can down it.
I miss that about myself. Just small goals being achievements, and just like any means of bettering myself, even if it only impacted me, was like important. I was important to myself. I've completely lost that over time. I hate myself now, but I didn't then. Like, the things that I would do were, they meant something to me.
Like a minute, that's good. Number 2. Went to the cafe, took measurements, people there were really...
I wanted to do more of those, like, edit things, but it was just too it was too time consuming. Plus, you have to realise I was editing these right after filming all of them, and then I was actually uploading them to Radio Music. I had a list where I put all my clips on a push link. They're all dead now, but that doesn't matter because they're on YouTube. So
I sat down, had a mint tea, put a picture on my Snapchat story.
Snapchat, fuck. At this point, I was still using Snapchat because I was in at that point, like a 400-day long snap streak with some girl that I had a crush on, and I was like, I have to keep this up, because all the way sort of throughout my life, my whole perspective on impressing anyone or like any sort of relationships has been pretty warped, which is why I sort of sorely miss what I had in 3rd year, which we'll get to later.
The tape measure and the tea. Someone said, hey, that's this kind of teapot, so now I know what that is. 25 quid as well. Something else happened today, but I don't know what happened.
Something else happened today, but I don't know what happened. I don't know if I said that on purpose. But I was listening to old tunes too that day, I remember. walking around listening to old tunes too. Felt good.
This is good. This is actually really good.
I was fixated on things just being good, and if something clicked in my head, it was like it had the weight to it. It was important.
One is just that have a conversation.
I missed that room. That was the study room that we would use through third year of uni all the time. Us being like my core friend group, and then people in group projects, we'd all just meet in there.
I wish I could throw them in the chat, but I can't. There's not enough room.
Yeah, definitely very. I just liked just doing sort of not exactly random shit, but like that whole not enough room. I know I needed to inject some sort of pizzazz into it, as if me spinning in my chair was like the fact that I can't do that is like a proper issue.
Literally where the fuck all my breakfast was.
Yeah, that kitchen. It got messy all the time.
So I added sriracha to soup and it's really good.
So that soup is like, my mum would come up and visit me, and she'd give me a freezer box filled with different like meals, lasagna, soup, pasta, sausage casserole, like in sort of frozen bags. And I would always just like get this fucking brick of solid food, put it in a bowl, whack it in the microwave for like 5 minutes, stab it about, and then mix it in, and then microwave it for another 5 minutes, and then I would have my soup. And it was always such a good fucking tomato soup. Always so tasty, especially with the sriracha and the toast. That was such a big thing. The soup and the toast. Yeah. Another music clip with a track from Neverhood. I remember thinking it was always funny that I would like, my hands just suddenly stopped there on my head. I don't exactly know why I did this. I think I wanted just to people to see like, oh, look how lonely I am. Look how important this all is. This up here is a like a bunch of scented sort of balls. You shake it and it turns the room, it like smells of cinnamon. It's lovely. Yeah, big breath in. Fucking. Yeah, it's all right. It's addictive.
Spending way too much time thinking about people I don't even know. They're like, sound like anything else. Just laying over the counter.
That's talking about my girlfriend.
I learned how to make a pot today.
That's me talking about who would eventually become to be my girlfriend. I don't like how I'm so nothingy in that clip, and very vague and pitiful of nothing in particular. But that there is me talking about, because at that point I'd already like had a few big conversations with her, and that was playing tricks on my head because I was thinking, oh, is this going somewhere that I've never been before? That's what that was about.
I'm thinking, like, do I want to put the coffee in the Weetabix to have it faster? No, I'm not going to.
So I was also very much into efficiency and doing things in a reasonable manner entirely for myself. So I thought it would be quicker if I put the coffee in with the milk. I did do that once before I filmed that. I think me filming that, I was like, oh, I need to cement the moment that I'm not going to do that. But I did do that before. And it was fine. That black coffee and that Weetabix, yeah. Living cheap as well, like living really frugally was important to me as well. It meant something.
Yeah. Okay, so good. You just managed to get up at 9:30, which
I was always getting up at like 10:30, 11. I simply cannot do that anymore because I have a fear of missing out on the day, which is odd because I spend most of it worried. But that's good that I can't. I have to get out of bed like at 9 the latest nowadays. It has been that way for a long time actually. It's pretty cool. Not anymore. That was the Snapchat girl I was talking about. I had a crush on. Can't remember what the dream was about, but yeah, probably us being like romantic partner and me waking up being really sad that wasn't the case. I always loved that shitty graphic that I did. Yeah, God, that was a thing. In third year, I was really sad that Hell Gamers, which was a like gaming community that did like CS:GO, Gmod, CSS, TF2, stuff like that, that was disintegrated at that point. I pretty much exiled myself from it. I was really sad that I kept checking it to see if anyone was talking about me, because I have an addiction to knowing that people are talking about me without me telling them to. It's a narcissist. It's not a very good trait that I have. But whenever I see anyone talking about me, just anywhere, if they like don't know who I am or I haven't spoken to them before, that does a lot for me. But yeah, I kept going on there just to see if people were talking about me and see what my old friends were doing, and I just had to stop. So I was definitely annoyed at myself then, but it wasn't this sort of constant thing. It was very much a dramatic kind of cinematic movie protagonist way. I do like that clip though. I do like it. I like it so much because of the TeamSpeak 3 thing going into the bin. It's genius.
I wanted to download this file from my Google Drive or something, but I can't remember.
What he's doing on Google Drive, right? Because I filmed those on my phone because I'm in the kitchen. That was before I discovered what AirMore was, which is the tool that I use for getting files on and off my phone, because for some reason the USB-C port here only works for charging. I've tried everything to try and get it to connect to the computer so I can browse the files, but can't do that. So I would always, if I wanted to put music onto my phone or take anything off it, had to be through the intermediary of Google Drive. It's fucking grim.
Viruses.
Oh, me trying to be funny, yeah. Oh, did I put viruses with it? I don't know, I still find that funny. That's still good.
Music sounds really good today. I mean, it always has done, but it's nice to know that it still does.
I wonder what it was that I was listening to then. What sounded so good? Yeah, I was always addicted to those no, I like my smile there. It's a very genuine smile. It was always... I had to do these short clips of like meaningful stuff.
It took me 3 hours yesterday to build a broken cup. Today it took me 15 minutes.
Oh, I haven't got that clip there. Whoops, that would be CE2 as well, because I like the idea. I liked it when I cut myself short. It took me 15 minutes and it just stops. Yeah, I remember doing that. Sat in the building, the work building with my friends, and suddenly I was like able to make the cup in Maya. It was like one of those glasses that you always see in school, in canteen, and I was able to do it. Not very well, but the fact that I could do it was cool.
I feel like the ability for me to make any music on FL Studio now
has been completely removed from things I.
Look at these fucking boobs, mate. This shirt, mate. This shirt does not work on me. For some reason, it makes my fucking boobs very pronounced. So, what's the deal with that, right? I would always make music in FL Studio. First and second year of uni and in college. But I hadn't used it for a while at that point, and I was like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. And that was when I had zero audience for my music at all. But practically zero. D tier for the horrible shirt.
I want to make new things. I want to do things that I wouldn't be able to usually do.
Fuck off. No, that's funny. Just about a D. I don't know what I was talking about there. I just thought it's exciting to talk about new stuff.
I mean, who really wants another slowcore?
I've always really wanted to eat it because it's like kind of nothingy. But I've always wanted to make slowcore, like always. Even some of my best friends who like make techno, they also want to do slowcore. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the textural basis that it lies on, and the breathing room that it makes that offers itself to people who also make techno. But I would so often listen to like Red House Painters and fucking what other slowcore bands was I hearing at the time. I'd bring up Bedhead later. But I always just thought like I could do that, but I never had the equipment. I did try to do a couple slowcore songs. I think one of them is even on YouTube, not even on my account.
But there are these moments in some songs where the people who make the music aren't doing anything inherently special, but it just clicks really well. Like the coda of the song Powder by Bedhead. I don't know how they do it. There's nothing really special about it. It just works.
Yeah, I was irritated that I couldn't harness. I don't like this set of clips in particular that much. Yeah, I was annoyed that I wasn't able to harness that, even though I thought I should be able to.
And it really inspires me to,
make music.
Make music.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy a 12-string guitar tomorrow.
I forgot to do that as a separate clip, but it's nothing, isn't it?
I feel like the stuff that's out there.
I got the 12 string because I wanted to, I was desperate to make music with it, but I didn't really end up doing that.
At the moment, it's alright. But I have so much stuff just sitting on my computer that's been around since 2012, 2013, 2014. I've heard them all so much, I just don't know if they're any good.
They're not. They're really not.
I've desensitized myself to them completely. Probably fucking shit.
Yeah. Well fucking said, mate. That's a D tier, but yeah. No, those tracks aren't good, mate. Fuck me.
I really need to learn.
That was just a fun little thing, the media offline. I just thought it'd be funny to put it there.
How to get
Look at this Morrissey fucking...
out of bed and up and starting the day at reasonable times.
Fucking Morrissey.
Days where I'm not forced to go to a 9 a.m. lecture or something. Because I'm wasting 3 hours a day just lying in bed doing nothing but letting my head wander. But it's the thing, like, the only thing my head can do in those situations is remind me of things and consequently piss me off.
That's very true. That held up very well. You stay in bed doing nothing, you think of things, and it makes you feel worse. And as much as I detest the fact that I'm getting up early in the morning nowadays only to constantly feel like I'm behind, it's much better than doing nothing, that's for sure.
The moment I got into the house, I need a fucking goo pot.
That's a lovely clip. That's so good. Bailey's goo pots, fucking custard creams, sponge pudding. The fucking essentials from that Tesco and Clifton, dude. Flipping out, that one goes on for a while, doesn't it? But yeah, it's not as good as the bag one. Even though the song I prefer it. That's It's Not the Twilight Zone by Van Morrison. Big fucking story there. With why that song is so special to me. Do I want to get into that here? No. It'll be on a list somewhere.
I feel like it would be a good plan to start documenting all the bullshit that I possibly can, like milk marker.
That's the guy under the blanket marking his milk. I can't remember what he was putting it on. C tier because of fucking milk marker. Yeah, just documenting was really important to me. Understanding myself in that respect, in that kind of abstract, loose, sort of airy way.
JPEG.
That is something that, like, I've had so many melodies for like 12 string or whatever that I've always really wanted to use. That's a D tier because it's kind of, it's not embarrassing. I don't know why I thought that, but I just never got around to using them properly. Didn't have the confidence, I think.
Yesterday was good. Went to
That's Bailey's.
table and went some friends, sort of went around, did our own thing. Found a nice room where they were projecting a wall onto another wall on this sort of small screen. The floor was black, walls were black, ceiling had some like windows in it, but it was sunny night time, so it was very much black and white. I just sort of sat in the room in the centre of the back wall, so I just saw the projected wall ahead of me. The wall sort of changed, it had subtleties that were added and removed very, very, very slowly. But over time you would notice it. So I just sat there listening to some Tuki drones.
Which ones? BGM6, N3FER, I want to say. It's the one that's what is it called? It's like Circus Ladders or Snakes and Lanterns. Snakes and Lanterns. Is that what it's called? That one, a very anxious one. And the Brown Marsh. Dum 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 dum. That one. Not a drone, but.
What was really cool was after a while my eyesight started to blur, as you do, because the room was completely dark apart from the illumination coming from the projector. The bottom half of my vision was entirely black, whereas the top half was entirely white. Then the two parts, the edge started to drift apart and opened up this kind of void thing to the point where the only thing I could see were those like things that float behind your eyes. When you close your eyes, you see these bright colours and shit. That was cool. Just sat in that room for an hour and a half. People would say it's a squandered opportunity to go around table and go, so it was pretty good. Also, Discord's quite cool.
That's because I would have been talking to my girlfriend on Discord. That clip hurts a bit because that really just shows a level of passion in me that has died, unfortunately, or it's been dormant for a while. A purely personal experience that was really lovely to live through. I simply wouldn't be able to appreciate that or do something like that nowadays because I just don't have I just don't care enough about myself to love myself enough to cherish those kind of things. But I'm glad that I documented it at the time. I remember putting this one in because I wanted to be like, yes, I do go out of the house. And that's my housemate saying terrible people. Squirrel just entered the fucking room. And actually, it came multiple times, I think. and we called it Yuki. Yuki-san in the Japanese class. Squirrel just fucking entered the room, dude. So, what is this, right? I have a YouTube channel which is called Water Slug 2 from years ago, where I was like, I'm going to upload a video every day. And it was going to be stuff like that. And I really wanted it to be like this, YouTube channel mystery rabbit hole thing. And I did it for like a week and I gave up. That's one of the things from there. What the video is, I'm not sure of. Might be some wireframe thing? No. Because I made it in 2017 or early 2018. Some wireframe, probably a YouTube video. And I was already experimenting with low bit at this point. I was proud of this one as well because I thought it was. This is my old Fusion Tower room, by the way. 15th floor. I was proud of this one. I liked it. I only put it in there to be like cool, though, so that the people watching it would be like, "Whoa, he's cool," or he's like some weird, abstract, mysterious guy. And then a couple of seconds of jellyfish, just because I like that when you put a random thing in for seemingly no reason. Like, why did you do that?
I think the best plan of action is just to follow the path.
Yeah, that's from my vent thing that's removed.
That I've laid out for myself and that I will continue laying out, and just hope that direction.
Yeah, it was nice to edit that. And I need to, scroll C, definitely. That is, I like follow the, didn't need to do that. Follow the path. I later discredited it. I like the edit on it. I like the cute little arrow. What's this?
Got some records from a show yesterday.
I went to see Low. Yes. I went to see Low in the church in Bristol. Or the Trinity Centre, not the church. It's similar kind of thing. They did Do You Know How to Waltz, and they went into Lazy, which was fucking amazing. So cool. Yeah. One thing that was weird, no, not weird at all, but like I would never go to shows like solo. There'd always be friends with me, which I relished not enough. Because now that I'm here in Cambridge and there's fuck all, and I know no one, I feel incredibly self-conscious if I do anything by myself. Which is, I think, part of the problem. And I used to love doing things by myself so much. I used to love my own time, but I had that emotional backdrop of knowing that there were friends around me always. And so I don't like my alone time at all now, but that's the only time that I really have. Anyway.
Even though...
Yeah, records or whatever.
Things on paper have been going pretty great at the moment. Work's getting done. Other stuff. Day by day, I feel more like smashing my head into a fucking wheel.
Brilliant gif. I used to browse Imgur every single day. I used to be that kind of guy, and I probably got it from there. Yeah, love that GIF still to this day. I haven't seen that in a long time.
At a point in Japanese today where I felt like I was going to just lose it. And
what are you talking about, dude? You like what? I feel so disconnected from that version of Anton. What was wrong? I think it probably was just like general anxiety stuff. but it wasn't as deeply ingrained. It was like still the new thing. I don't know. But I hope to get back to that feeling somehow. To remember exactly what it was that made me anxious.
Well, so what do? Dip off to Tesco on the way back, get some Baileys, or good at the moment, goo pots, sponge puddings, got back home, listened to some nice warm classic Midwest emos,
Yeah, that's good.
stick on some James Benning. I feel good.
Yeah, you see that? That's all I have to do, just buy shit, and it makes me feel good. Fuck. Twit. Okay, C tier. Because I like the smile at the end.
Potentially made another breakthrough. Woke up this morning, I already decided yesterday that I was not going to do any work today.
So this is the lamp shade that I had, but I took it off because I liked the room being like really minimal, and the fact that there was just a big ball in the corner of the room for me was like, it's quite funny.
Absolutely nothing. I've the entire day off, even though I have lectures and seminars today. I'm not going to them. I've done all the work I need to do today. This week, should I say. Got up, sat at my desk, watched recommended YouTube call for like 5 hours straight, just the most meaningless bullshit that I could imagine. Just to completely wipe my brain clean and remind myself of what I was doing back in last year, just wasting days away looking at YouTube. Around the 4th hour of that, it suddenly occurred to me I didn't really enjoy what I was doing because I've been much more productive doing things.
What things? What things was I doing? Music? No. The only thing that I was making around there, I made what would become the Comatose live mix. What things? No, but that's so important here because I was clearly very much engaged in something and it was important to me. Even though I can't remember what it was now, it was important to me then. And yeah.
Or just doing things. Doesn't matter what they are. Just as long as I'm engaged in something, it's much better than just sitting down and watching YouTube all day. So that hopefully will encourage me.
Always hated this piece of hair that sticks out.
Not to do that again in the future. Keep moving.
Which is why, yeah.
Keep doing things.
I move it out of the way.
Keep on listening to the On It theme because it's so.
Really, there's the video thumbnail, isn't it? I played Earthbound over that summer, and that was fantastic. I would listen to Longmont Potion Castle playing Earthbound on SNES emulator. And I played other games as well during that holiday. Video games were very fulfilling. But it's not only just because I've got a big problem, which I think comes with the internet age and it getting hold of me, is that I only really care about doing anything if other people can see it. So I played those video games and then I rated them on Glitchwave. I'll be like, yeah, I've played this game now, check me out. I've played Neverhood. I've played fucking Kentucky Route Zero. I've played Earthbound, Chrono Trigger. What else was I playing around that time? Chrono Trigger was much later, actually, but same premise. Just games, and that's the same with music and film. I just cared about people seeing what I was doing, and that drove me forward to do more stuff. And now that I'm sort of away from that, it's made me realise that I suck at just doing things for myself, and I need people to see what I'm doing to validate it because I can't do it myself. Yeah, lovely smile at the end there. That's always welcome. Keep looking at the wrong window. Whoops.
I'm so tired. It's insane.
That's Bill Watts. I'm so lonely. It's insane. Just different.
This was yesterday.
I don't even know what Rival Consoles is. Rival Consoles. I have no idea. Rolling Blackouts was shit. Hell and a Half was fantastic. And I didn't stay long enough to see Optimo. But that was a day where that was like not a festival, but it was just in Bristol. There were all these things happening. And for Igloo Ghost, and I guess Rival Consoles, I don't remember seeing them. I have no idea what the hell that is. But for Igloo Ghost, I was there by myself, and I enjoyed seeing it by myself. So it just goes to show how important that emotional backdrop is to have when it comes to self-confidence.
Schedule, just another week will start.
Whoa, did you see that? That was awesome.
I've got to keep doing things. It's like, what is
I mean, that's nothing really.
this? What is this?
What is it? That's KSI, isn't it? Finally got past the third stage. Second. That's like all the melodies that I made. They all sounded exactly the same. I remember. Yeah.
Eating breadcrumbs from the floor.
So that. I remember. What's his name? He did the 1 minute jazz lessons. Jacob? Jack? He did 1 minute jazz lessons and a Tinder song about swiping. And I like that animation style a lot. I was always really, really embarrassed of my singing in that though. I don't like looking at that clip. Shower clip.
For all of you.
Yeah, I like that. Because there was a appealing. I thought I was in a Simon Liang film or something.
You have just tuned in. I am fucking.
That's Bill Works. If I have to do another history video, I will be the freaking same thing.
Officially moved to a new camera angle.
Yeah, dude, that's the camera angle, dude. Yeah. Little did I know how important that would be.
Feel crazy going through this book.
Because I got a new desk. I got this desk. You know that sound. Is this desk and this chair reoriented, and that became the camera angle.
Makes me kind of sad learning all the things that are.
So why did I have that Yu-Gi-Oh manual, right? Why did I have that at university? Because I wanted to send pictures to my girlfriend and be like, because she was like into Yu-Gi-Oh, sort of, not really. But I was like, check out these cards as a conversation starter.
Let's see what we've got. Got Dark Magician Girl.
Yeah, Dark Magician Girl, because
Trying to think of things that I enjoy. I like those things you get from the Happy.
Yeah, Happy Meal. That's an E tier. That's disingenuous. I mean, Happy Meal. I was talking to my fucking. Yeah, this all just comes from like me talking with. She wasn't my girlfriend at that point, far from it, but talking about stuff, and that would like set my head aflame and like make me do stuff like that.
Yeah. Ran into a friend of mine on the way back from
My dad gave me that shirt from a charity
university. In casual conversation, it was brought up that they needed to install Arch Linux on their laptop, and it just so happened that in my bag I had a USB with Arch on it. So,
I always thought I looked different in this clip. Like my face, what's going on with my face?
that's good.
Arch Linux though, that's cool.
I've been thinking, I want to start like a popular DIY YouTube channel. Hey guys, today we're going to learn how to make bread.
Why did I do that? Because I stole that from somewhere. I stole that from somewhere very blatantly. Because I thought it was funny, like, how to make, instead of a physical like craft, you're making, you know, a relationship. I didn't include that here for some reason. That would be a low F, I think. I don't like that clip.
Let it be known that at this very moment, I feel great right now. I don't know why. I had to say that. I had to get it down. No bullshit today. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. That was interesting. I was so happy at that time. Just, I couldn't stop being happy like, in that moment. I'd just been to a friend's place. And they were like, not in a good mood. Not in the way that they were taking out on me at all. But they were a bit sort of depressed. And we talked about stuff. And we went for a walk along the river by the what's it called? I can't remember what the fucking place is called. Park Street, at the bottom of Park Street. I just remember walking home feeling like just on top of the world, like so happy. So that's a win. Lots of very early clips here are the ones that I like the most. And this one is B tier actually. Yeah. Hi, the best B. We don't have any A's yet, I think. Yeah. So, what's... It still comes... That is like a cake container, and that would have had banana cake on it. Or lemon drizzle cake.
Turn around in my chair. This is not good. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, chair swiveling is pretty important. I need to look at OBS and make sure I'm not like cutting off a bit of the screen. Yeah, I'll give that a C.
Got to the point where I now have a finite set of things that I can actually do at any time during the day. And whenever I think of something outside of that set, I have to immediately discount it. I've got to figure out a way how to get around that.
You're chatting shit. That's bullshit. I had so much free time. But I liked locking myself into this sort of busy headspace. Sorry. Like, whoa, life's hard, dude. And I'm getting through it. I'm being a warrior through all these times, and I'm working things out. It wasn't that bad. It really wasn't.
I definitely don't know what I'm doing, but I think that's okay for the time being.
That was back when I would never... I didn't care about comparing myself to anyone else. So not doing anything was inconsequential. It was fine. Yeah.
There are some things you do that just aren't important, and you only realise that after you finish doing it.
Probably me talking about fucking learning to play keyboard or make pop songs or something like that.
So as it turns out, I might actually have loads of free time. I just don't know how to use it.
I forgot I said that. Yeah, very relevant.
Surely I'm able to do things.
Just fucking... Yeah, things. Vagueness. Yeah.
What if there was a way
That's also in the video.
for me to be the same person as I am throughout the day as I am when I'm in bed in the morning?
Ooh, that holds up. That holds up incredibly well. That's a B tier. Still, I can't figure that out. It's never been something I was able to figure out.
I don't know if I have enough time to make decisions about time. What if I just stopped worrying about time?
Are those two separate clips?
And you?
No, they're not. Okay. Making decisions about time. Because what was I even thinking about then? Like, what was I concerned about? Probably like YouTube. Because that was like that. I didn't use Instagram. I didn't use Facebook. I used Messenger. But, I didn't use Twitter. I didn't use TikTok. I didn't use anything. Like, YouTube was like the only thing I was aware of. As like a thing that I could do. I think it was that.
Month. It's a new month. What do I do with the new month? Don't know what.
Got FL Studio open here. I wonder what I was doing.
I'm going to do with this new month. I keep asking myself the same questions, hoping that there's going to be an answer for it eventually. Well, I know it's the answer when I see it.
Yeah, you will.
After I lock a door, I shouldn't have to check 3 times that I actually locked it.
Yeah, sure. That just goes to say with anything in life, really. You know, you shouldn't have to double, triple, quadruple check everything you do just because you're really uncertain about things. And there's a clip of me putting a pen down. Yeah, those are all D tier. I like the fact that I put me putting the pen down as a separate clip. That's funny. I like that.
So easy to slide down at the wall.
Alright, so for this clip, I was listening to a lot of Jandek and going around Connecticut on Google Maps because someone on the Petscop Reddit had just posted a windmill in Connecticut, and it was Connecticut because the area code shown in the phone number in Petscop 16, I want to say. It's a Connecticut area code. So I would look around sort of suburban Connecticut on Google Maps listening to Jandek. And that was very enjoyable, actually. I hope my voice doesn't give in, that'd be really annoying. But I also remember around this time, on that day, my housemate's girlfriend from America had arrived to come and stay for a few weeks. And given my current situation, I was feeling a bit jealous of him. And what was I doing here? Was I just going downstairs? It's just making a toast or tea or something like that. Yeah, clouds come in. Nice breathing room. Contrast changes. You can hear me come up the stairs. I think, maybe. Oh, this goes on longer than I remember. I do love that view though. Out of my old window. Okay, clouds are fading. Come on, nearly there. Yeah, I'm coming up the stairs now. Oh, so what would have happened is that's recorded with this webcam's mic. For some reason.
Here I am.
That's Petscop. Here I am. That's Petscop 14, isn't it?
I'm gonna model the chair tomorrow. Come on, focus. I hate everything about this fucking chair. Everything right down to the fucking...
Yeah, I got that. So basically, in that cafe, in Wainwright's cafe in Bristol, on Regent Street in Clifton, which I did my modelling assignment for, the guys there were so friendly. Free pastries at the end of the day, free coffees, depending on the server. And the nicest guy was just like, if you need that chair for modelling, just take it home and you can do it there. So that was cool.
Fuck off.
Dude, you need to rate these. Okay, so that, I like the clouds and the chair. The fact that they go, like, I'm going to model the chair tomorrow, like that. I like the way it sort of cuts off there.
Swinging around like crazy, just swinging back in left and right, up and down everywhere. Like, but at the moment, feel good, so just gotta keep on, you can do it.
You can do it. That's from the Eat Bread Bill Wirtz clip. Mood's been swinging around like crazy, huh? Yeah. I doubt that. My friend always loved this video just because the guitar was like, he liked that progression a lot. Is that Nigahiga? I think it is. That would have been because my girlfriend would have sent it to me. I'm telling you, like, I don't like my singing voice. I'm telling you that, like, so much of this stuff was like me doing it because my head was in a different headspace and I sort of didn't know how to deal with it, and so I just sort of did it in the way that my 11-year-old self would have. So my headphones were probably near the mic, which is why it's doing that.
It's actually raining at the moment, but the camera's so fucking bad that you can't really tell. I suppose you can.
It was raining. I wasn't lying.
Peggy 18.
Ah, that's good. I like my smile at the end there. No, I always like that. That's a detail. I always like that shit. That's I think in the technical difficulties GR Smash video, D1 says Peggy 17 just out of nowhere, and I thought that was hilarious, so I did Peggy 18.
I've done it. I've fucking done it. I actually figured it out. I've done it. What have I done? Well, let's find out. Need to.
Dude, I was so happy about fucking nothing, dude.
Need to make some. Need to put this on some surfaces.
Yeah. Aren't you not? Custard creams.
Custard creams. Okay, perfect. So we have this face here for the chair. Show you the chair later. So what do? We want to battle the shape, right? Nope. You'll see here the fraction says 0.5. Let's boost it to fucking 100.
I remember liking the idea that people probably don't know what I'm talking about and that I'm using 3D software. And people were like, whoa, look at him. He's using 3D software. He's so cool. Ah.
But what's this? These parts overlap. I don't know what the hell's going on here because mine's fucking stupid, isn't it? Look at that. Overlap.
It is still stupid. It's a silly mistake. But mine is stupid.
Look at this shit, okay? Look at this. Go vertex.
Dude, just press the vertex and press F. Oh my god.
Oh, lost it.
You don't need to scroll into the here.
See that? There's two vertices there. I don't know if you can see that, but there's two. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go mesh.
Edit mesh.
Merge. Boom. One vertex. Face. Amazing.
That's when Bill Wirtz makes his book binder thingy.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at that shit. Yeah, exactly. No, I always like that clip. I remember when I made it, I watched it like 10 times in a row because I was really proud of myself. Ah, you can look at that. You can see me looking at the video on the push. Me rewatching it on the link.
So it occurs to me that it's been been over a month since I made that entry about the Hell's Games forums. I haven't really thought about it that much since that point. Do visit, but I haven't visited the website in like 33 days, so I'm doing pretty good on at least something else. I just got to keep this momentum going at the moment.
Ah, what momentum? What were you doing? Apart from like uni work. And I guess the fucking excited over the relationship, whatever that was, in November. Yeah, I've completely disconnected from this guy. That's a shame.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things. There's a lot of good.
I was fucking there was a day out. My mum and my brother, we went to Shoe Magna to get just a lunch out, just to treat me, get me away from studying. And I was in love with that album at the time. And I listened to it on the way there and the way back. It was a 20-minute drive, so not all of it. But that firmly cemented my undying love for this album. There's a lot of good things, yeah. Yeah, so too.
I like this view. I don't know why. This specific view that I'm looking at right now on the screen.
Yeah, it's because of the plants.
There's something that I like about it.
Yeah, I still like that view. I still think that looks lovely. It's because of the plants. Yeah, I would just listen to On It theme just constantly. And I was modelling the chair. I think I was using the webcam mic just because I liked the way the On It theme sounded very muddy and aliased. I'm telling you, I was into low bit even back then. I think I wanted to make it clear that I was looping it with FL Edison. But we don't need to see all of that, because that's just me doing the chair in a terrible way, by the way. Really not a good way. But nonetheless, I still do like that. Still a good video.
Coming up tomorrow is huge. Making me motivated enough to do the chair.
Pat's Cop, like, the fact that it existed gave me the force to do things.
Know how to do the chair. Developments have been made in the area of doing the curve under the top.
My hair looks completely... I just look very different in this video.
Let's demonstrate, shall we?
Clip fast editing, I like that.
Top bit, easy. No problem with this bit. Bottom bit, fucking ball ache, I tell you. How do you do this? So many problems have been encountered by me and numerous other people doing this chair. One other person.
Yeah, my housemate, who's also doing the housemate.
These chair legs correct. They're fucking impossible with curves. There's like 50 different curves that are involved. Do the chair as one object.
What do you mean as one object? You didn't know what I was talking about.
Then slope it outwards, convert to a curve this line, create a curve, loft it to this point, attach it to the chair. Sounds so easy. I don't know why I didn't think about it before.
Yeah, I wonder how many things I haven't thought of. Yeah, I still like that clip though. Just the whole like... Well, thoughts, dude, they're so cool. Yeah, shower clip, like instant seat here. Yeah, I missed that. Miss it all, dude. Miss it all. What is this? That's a pint glass that I stole from a pub. Bananas, apples, oranges. What's that though? I don't know. That's a tissue box. Oh, I'm about to... No, we're not going to find out. That's an O. Henry, like, snack can. Did I move out of the way?
I think the chair is finished. I think I've finished the chair.
Dude, look at that. That is good.
Oh, man. The brand new is a bit
Yeah, it's funny.
I think a new Pets.
I've got Pets Cord open here, I think.
It's going to come out. I don't know why I'm so heavily relying on a new video to come out.
Definitely just had that shower. You can see that previous clip would have been taken just before this. Look at my hair.
Keep me going. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you know what it means. Pets Cop, it's really important. Case in point, it's Pets Cord. November 12th. Tool time.
Tool time.
That's not
You know what this is equivalent to? What I'm doing right.
what I'm doing right here. I don't know why I did that. Oh look, down there you can see the Sono head.
Just go to the workstation and you just mess around with the EQ, or
Gotta
just
go,
really
yeah.
hit stuff in 3D renderer, so you just globally extrude a horrible shape and just rotate it like crazy, because you know what's going to happen. It's going to look like shit, but I don't know. It's just fun to do.
That holds up. Just getting an EQ and going on the sounds is always fun.
I've worked so hard for this. It's either really good or it's
One of the only times I think that I directly look at the camera in this series. I wasn't very comfortable doing that before, but there I am.
really shit.
Either really good or it's really shit. Yeah, well, that hasn't left. That's held up.
I just want to be certain about something. I want to know. I want to know what the outcome is. I want to know. I just need to be certain about something. Yeah, I can't deal with all this uncertainty.
I could, but I just wanted to sort of play it up for the camera. But that holds up nonetheless.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit through all of this. It's very hypnotising, isn't it? Firefox, isn't it? Yeah, I used to use Firefox. Not sure why I stopped. There was a very specific reason why, but I can't remember what that is.
What is this? What is this? Come on. What is this?
What is this? That's KSI.
Oh, it actually worked. Alright.
That's also KSI. Ah, alright. That's also impossible. That's impossible quiz, isn't it? Click the smallest. Alright.
Let's do this one.
Yeah, alright. I play the bass there. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. I do remember filming this, and it felt important.
What are you doing? Why are you taking so long? Come on.
What are you doing? I can't remember that's from. I can't remember where I took that from.
What are you doing? Press footage. It's going to take up too much space in the hard drive.
Uncompressed. Yeah, I still use the same. Well, this is OBS, so this is different. What are you doing? I can't remember where that's from.
This down.
Whoops.
Got nothing. Keep this. There we go. That's done.
Yeah, that's. Oof. That feeling of that's done. That carries some weight.
Come the regime of having crazy realistic dreams again. This time they're about people.
Would I have been talking about my girlfriend? I don't think so.
Got nothing to do. What a good feeling that is.
That's crazy. That's completely disconnected from who I am now. Relishing the nothing time. Fuck, what I wouldn't do to get back to that.
Nothing's happening lately, but it feels really good. It feels pretty good. I'm going to turn this down. I don't know if you can hear that. There we go. Had a dream about Kevin Drum.
I still remember that dream to an extent. There was a big queue waiting to go into some place, but you had to get in there with like an axe, and that would have been the axe from his album Shut In. And then I remember sort of seeing him and Shut In for some reason. It was in my head.
Need to find some paper.
Did I put that on there? Had a dream about Kevin Drum. That's like quite important, I think. How long have I been recording? 80 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna have a good test real quick. Yeah, I've also I'm back, and I've also changed shirt because it was getting hot. I am going to open my window a bit. Actually, I'm going to open this window. Hopefully there won't be like a massive sound. Okay. So, where are we up to? Oh, we've got a long way to go.
Excellent. So, let's tear out a page.
Yep, it's on the page.
Oh my god.
So, I remember with this one. Oh, I'll get to it actually.
Let's keep going. Okay. Pen. There's a pen. There's a pen in my bag. Oh, there's one in my pocket actually. What do you say?
Always like the way that the my blinds in the sun did that. I thought that was cool.
Stole this from the house agency.
Yeah, so what happened on that day was just before I filmed that, me and my friends went to the housing agency to sign a contract for what would be our 4th year house. And I remember after that we were supposed to go to Japanese lesson. And I was like, I can't do this. I really can't do this. It's just not in me. And I was listening to Roy Beckhurst, Hot in the Airport, I remember. Whole album. And I went home and just recorded this instead.
So, let's go. Time wasted in bed. We're off to a good start with big day.
Yeah, God, those things used to just be important. Like, are you fucking joking? Seriously? I don't know if you heard that, but there's a fucking baby every time I open my window that just starts crying, like screaming as if it's being fucking murdered. But anyway, so what was I talking about? Yeah, just the feeling of self-achievement doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
19th November. It's 19th November at 11:47. So, start with a big fat 0. There we go. Perfect. We're off to a good start. Let's just keep this ball rolling. You know, I don't care how long I need to roll it for. I don't care. Reset.
I like the audio desync there. When I throw the pen on the pad, there's like a very clear gap between when it hits it in the video and when you hear it.
Come on. Where's the stop button? Right, there is no...
I'm trying to remember why I was getting up earlier. I think it's to do uni work because I used to really care about my grades. That's right. That must be something actually.
Fucking room or messing about anymore. It is time to go into full overdrive, at least for 5 days. 5 days of full overdrive. Ah, fuck. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do it. Simple as that, really.
That was a coursework assignment for image processing, computer vision. Yeah, I talk about that more, I think, in a bit. Needing a pen, making a sheet. I like that, making a sheet. Going full overdrive as well. I was definitely stressed at that point. I can't, be under the impression that none of my emotions were legitimate at that point just because I was filming it and sort of making it into an experience along the way. It was hard.
See if actually I can get a way to.
Oh jeez.
Best angle
This clip lasts fucking forever, doesn't it?
is for this.
Trying to find a camera angle. Yeah, I had to do IPCV,
I don't know.
image processing, computer vision. I was trying to do it in C to start with. It wasn't working out.
No, that's not gonna work. I don't know what to do because I need to get I want to get the laptop in.
Is that Vegas?
So,
Yeah.
I don't know what the best way to do this is. I think. Whatever.
That's cool how the mouse is somehow not shining on all of it. Oh, it's because the wire's in the way. I only just realised that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to fall off. There's enough friction.
My password was L.
I can't see that. I should not be worrying about this. I should just be getting on with what I need to do.
I wanted myself to be in the shot here.
Oh.
I wanted it to look like. Check out this.
I don't know what that was.
Check out this coding guy. I think
No, it does.
not all of this was for show. Trust me. In fact, about 99% of it was genuine. It just so happens that
Right, I'll post this down.
I definitely, because I edited these right after I made them. It was like
I have 23 minutes. Let's see if I can do this.
I had an idea for what I wanted a diary entry to look like, and then I would sort of act that out.
Current image viewer shows.
It just so happened that
Columns.
the clip would be very much in line with how I was feeling.
I need to turn this down so I can pick up. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to save this first.
Not going to watch all this. There's way too much. It's just struggling through.
What was the result that I was getting before? Looked like.
I was so mad. Yeah, eat it. It goes on way too fucking long. And the only reason I put it in there was to. Wait, can you see my tabs things? What am I looking at the moment? Windows XP, Daily Health Check, Last.fm Scrubbler, SoulSeek, using AI to make projects better, Discord. Yeah.
Like it could be correct. Just start this.
I needed to film myself to make myself feel better and to rubber duck technique it in a way. Yeah, big pause there to make it seem important.
This is just so bittersweet. This is really. I don't know what I think because this might be
Coke bottles.
This might be it. Maybe this
That wasn't
I
it.
don't know.
That wasn't the
It's
answer.
very similar to what I was shown yesterday as what I thought to be the right answer, but this could be correct as well.
I wonder if I tried to do that today, I'd still be able to do it. Because I reckon it was really simple. I mean, it was just one line of code in Python, but in C it was difficult, I remember.
If I continue using this image, I don't know what I'm going to meet along the way that's going to fuck up. If there is anything.
If you can't tell what that is, that's whoops. I need to do this. It's there's a trophy in the middle there, and there's two people leaning forward and two dartboards.
I've been working for 3 hours on this.
That line cracks me up. I've been working for 3 hours. 3 hours is fuck all, dude. I think it was because it was something that I was supposed to only take 5 minutes on, but it was 3 hours. And okay, yeah, no, that does get in your head. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Detail.
I've been working non-stop all day now.
I remember when I made this clip, I was worried that people seeing it would be like, oh, well, clearly you haven't been working all day because you've been working for 3 hours, you said. But no, this was definitely, like, that was on top of stuff that I'd already done.
Nothing showed for it. Nothing showed for it. Well, like one thing maybe I don't think it works. That's the first day.
Can you even read that? CSD from 8 till 12, so that would have been texturing. That's character and set design. IPCV 1:30 till 4:30. And then 18:30 until 19:30. So I did 17:30 till 19:30. Huh. So I worked for 3 hours on that, and then 2 hours of other stuff. Don't remember that.
I don't know. I'm really hoping that in the future, in like 2 weeks, I can look back on this recording and like laugh. Just laugh at the situation.
2 weeks. Oh, I'm far away from that now.
I think I'll just watch them. I'll watch Viva the War.
2.5 years. 2.5 years away from that.
I'll watch Viva the War.
I was able to just watch films and feel happy that way.
That's it. Progress is still slow, but this is a good idea. I know.
Yeah, that carries some pretty strong emotions.
Oh, this sheet is a good idea. One side, I'm doing well. The other side, even though I'm not making progress, this is good.
I can't fucking. Oh, who cares?
It's like when you spend physical money, it's much sort of easier to feel something when you see the money leave your hand as opposed to just tap your card on the thingy. I need to get some tea.
Yeah, it makes sense to me still. Like, if you write down, then it's it just has more weight to it. Yeah, green tea, man. Green tea and toast. It used to be such a lovely, lovely thing. It was a treat. And my housemates would be in the kitchen doing stuff. Make my toast. I'll get back to that at some point. Certainly.
So here's the thing, though. I was walking up these stairs with the hot tea in my hand.
Wait. Yeah. I like that, with the hot tea in my hand. I don't know why I said it in that way. Like that sort of vague, abstract. Whoa, I was doing it with my hands. I don't know, I just wanted to be funny, I guess. Ah, you see? The little smile there from that sound.
There is something else that I wanted to say.
Look how messy my bed is. What have we got? The Oh, well, look at that. That's the same bed covering. Leather jacket, rucksack, brown pants, trousers, sorry, and my old Audio-Technica headphones.
It was, I will think of it. Just give me a sec. I'm going to reset the threshold to
let me start again. So, how exactly is this calculated? Well, that's 8 o'clock. So, any time spent after 8 o'clock is considered wasted. I'm going to push that back to 7:30 because it takes half an hour to.
I did take a sip there. It does look like I didn't have any of it, but I did. It was just a minuscule amount because it was so hot.
Get ready in the morning. So 8 till 12, not 12:30, because things normally happen at 1, and I need to walk there and have lunch. There being the university building. So 7:30. So much easier said than done. We'll have to see. Tomorrow I will do that.
Just, yeah, that routine was paramount. No doubt about that. So what have we got in the C tier? In the B tiers, we haven't got any true A tier moments yet. I doubt we'll have any S tier moments. But these are all pretty early ones. Goopot, yeah. What have we still got left? We still have so many stuff. Fuck me. That's me turning my mic on, obviously.
I moved from using C++ to Python and...
C++? Oh no, it was C++. It wasn't just C, it was C++.
I managed to do the entire thing in 1 hour.
It's fucking there, dude. He's fucking...
In Python, like, it's unbelievable how much better it is in every single way. Fuck you, C. Fuck you for being so... Just...
I always hated my face here, the way I scrunched it up.
Unbelievably...
Definitely.
Consistently incompetent. Just unbelievably incompetent at anything. And that thing I was working on for such a long time not yesterday.
So, what was that? It was it was to compute the directional phase of individual pixels once fed through an edge detector like Canny or Sobel.
I need this amount of time for it. I just did it straight away. I didn't even have to think in Python. It's just so easy. I'll give a shout out to the ThinkPad as well. I think that's a great battery with it.
I've had that ThinkPad since fucking 2017. I've had it for over 4 years.
Hopefully I can get some dreams to that.
That nodding there, that's a reference to something. Maybe. I think there was like a video of a chicken like kicking something and then nodding furiously afterwards.
Nice mouse, all smiles.
Yeah, that's my fucking girlfriend again.
It just occurred to me that the problems I was facing with...
She was like, this is so fucking good, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed and listen to it and have dreams.
The F transform was in fact yesterday. It was yesterday. It doesn't feel like...
That's what emotional turbulence will do. It will make days feel full and, in retrospect, exciting.
That's good. It's good that it feels like there's been so much that's happened between now and then, because originally there has been. I'd say that's thanks to the list.
Yeah, it's the list. Fuck you, C. That's a C. C. And then that holds up.
I have to make this work. I have to make this work. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make it work. I knocked the number down from 35 to 28.
So what is this number? It's they said at the university that per credit point you spend about 10 hours of work. So if it was a 10-point unit, you'd spend 100 hours on it, and that was me whittling down those numbers.
That's 4 7-hour days, and I have a week and a half. However, I feel like that time might be doubled
because my work partner was fucking useless.
By the way, I meant for the time...
That's funny. Why did I edit that out? Like, why did I care in that time that, if I said that might bite me in the arse? No, it's because my work partner was fucking useless and did nothing. That's why.
All
told that it was the time taken to do the assignment is double, not the time that I have left. Needed to clarify that, I think. Who knows what good things...
I'm wearing the fucking fingerless gloves there. It's cold.
That's that for today. Today is
There's another face scrunching moment.
I mean... Yeah, whatever.
Dude! Why is my computer rattling so much? Whatever. Alright. That packs a fair amount of weight to it. Fucking... Yeah, just anything where I'm like struggling is it's nice to watch.
The progress I've made has been astounding, to be honest. It's been really good. I'm surprised at how good it's been.
Dude, this holds up. This fucking holds up. Because you look at the previous days and I'm just worried, doing stuff. And then that moment when you can look back on it, you think, oh, in 3 days, I actually done a fucking lot of work. That's... Yeah, that is something I need to learn now. Again.
I say thank you to the list.
The list? Can I use the list today? But I don't like myself enough to do that. Like, I don't care enough about my own personal gain. And in order to do that, I have to do something else. Which may or may not... Oh, it's so fucking annoying, the situation. Whatever.
The list is really good. I mean, I don't have my nice sort of clean sweep of hours anymore.
3 hours. You suck.
Bound to happen. I tested the 7:30 time and it's 2 hours.
I like how you can tell in my I've had my headphones on all day.
Ends up happening is I go back to sleep and I end up waking up at like 10 o'clock. So 8 o'clock is the sweet spot. Half circle transform is completely done. It took me like 5 minutes to fix that bug. So I don't know.
What bug? Oh, I think throughout the day, yesterday when I was saying, oh, nothing happened, that was me trying to do the circle transform, and then that day, I managed to just fix it real quick. I remember texting my workmate saying, I fucking done it, yes! And then I went into the shower, and I sang halfway to a 3-way to myself.
For real, I'm gonna roll today, and I'm about to see Todd Turyi, or however you pronounce it.
Todd Turge.
It's my favourite club, so I've just got to keep my cool, keep things.
Motion in Bristol, that was a good night. That was a really fun night. Was that the night that... That would have been an important night with regards to talking with my girlfriend, I think. So even more important.
Yeah, this is good. This is good right now. Just got to enjoy myself, you know. Just have to live my life.
Fuck off, cunt. Piece of shit, C-tier. Is this hot soup? Hot coffee? Hot soup?
So for those of you who have just tuned in, I was walking
Bill White says that, for those of you just joining us.
up the stairs with the hot soup in my hand.
You hear that? In my hand. I had something... that really annoyed me when I watched it back. I was tempted to actually film that again. With the hot soup in my hand. Oh, this is a different clip. That's C2 as well. Yeah, hot soup. I like that.
Taking the day off, which is really good, because when I say taking the day off,
That was a comfy time.
I mean, I've been
That
very
was so
rested.
comfy.
So I have done 2 hours of work today, which is good. But yeah, the topic at hand at the moment is comfy.
There was no pressure from just random things. like the pressure was from uni work. So when that was done for the day, that was it. And I was so looking forward to getting out of uni because the feeling within uni was that it was always, you could work all the time, which was how it felt in fourth year, definitely. But, like, I was so looking forward to getting into a job because then when the work day is over, then yes, you completely switch off in the evening, and you can do, because you don't work, after hours. And now here I am wanting that again. I want that feeling of being able to turn off. And being proud of myself. Because if you're unable to be proud of yourself, how do you know when you're able to switch off? Because you'll never be happy with who you are.
I have my apt green tea in my tea mug. I have my wild jam on toast. Sorry, take a bite out of it, but I need more. I might get some mince pies, cream, crumpets, ice cream perhaps, because I really want to just go all out with comfy tonight. Let's get the chair.
Let's get the chair, yeah.
Let's take this out.
That's Bill Watts.
The blue blanket on top, and I'll go from there with I don't want to sleep alone, I think.
During that time I was just rewatching Tsai Ming Liang films. Pretty consistently. I hadn't seen that one yet. That is, God. I'll get there. I'll get there.
So this is good. I have the camera on the bowl on the crunching up.
It's good.
which I need to
Yes.
take downstairs. So I don't know why I just did that. I need to move it anyway. I don't know if this is right.
It wasn't. That was a shitty off line
It
transform.
occurred to me that a couple of days ago I was saying progress was really slow, and then like a day later after that I said my progress was astoundingly good. So I don't know what's going on. I think the answer lies within the fact that the task that I'm on at the moment, unfortunately there's no easy way of determining where you are. It could be either here or it could be here. It's like a binary. There's only one difference between them. Whereas sort of modelling is very clear to see the progress that you're making. So it just makes me think, what if that's just the way things are? You're either not there or you're there. What a stupid question.
I was always worried that people would take that out of context and make me saying like, what a stupid question, was me saying obviously it's one or the other. It's not. It's it can be anything. Don't get that mixed up. Yeah. Whatever, that's not really much of a video. I don't like the fact that it's not a binary is what I'm saying. Pigeon. Yeah. One of my housemates just left a fucking Christmas tree to rot in that back place, which was kind of funny. Ooh. Main room / kitchen. With the recycling that would never get taken out. Fuck me, dude. No, dude, that's just torture if I just stop and think about it. What was the package? I can't remember what the package was. Might have been my suit for the ball, the computer science ball. I wasn't the only one in the house. During the whole time I was recording this, that girlfriend from America that I was talking about that came to visit my house, it was sat on the stairs the whole time.
This is going well.
Yeah. Jupiter. This is one of my friends calls it. Jupiter notebook. Yeah, I was just copying off a friend there, basically.
I don't know why my...
Because I did my half circle transform, and then I told my friend I'd done it, and he was like, "Whoa, that's so awesome!" And then he was like, "Hey, can you help us with our half transform? We've done like all the rest of the stuff. You can just copy that if you want." I was like, "Yeah, all right." So that's why there's two things here. And then there's just this is not on purpose. This is an error. There's not supposed to be nothing there. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's good for archival sake, just seeing the fucking kitchen like that. It's hard watching these. It's really hard. Yeah, so I've got a couple of monitors, just doing color cycle. Feeling mysterious in my room. I don't know if you can tell, but I put myself under a blanket. I get up onto my bed and I sort of curl into a ball. Put myself under a blanket. Yeah, alright.
I'm younger than I just was.
No idea what I meant by that. No fucking idea. Playing with my hair there because I thought I looked good. Simple as that. Yes, that was a nothing clip, wasn't it? E-tier. Yeah, literally at the end there, I was just playing with my hair because I looked in the viewport and I was like, oh wow, that looks cool. So, I'm in the Merchant Ventures building in Bristol, and my phone, this phone, is face down on the table, so the camera here is filming the ceiling, and it was raining really hard. And I was sat around the table with 3 friends, and we were all sort of working on the same project. Well, our own separate. We were all working on the IPCV, but we were all in different groups. Then yeah, superimposed the clouds because I just thought the sky's really grey. I'll be able to put some stuff over that and it will look interesting. And it does. It's quite nice. It's nice looking at that. Then some other clouds come in, which is just like difference mask. I don't know. I still don't know how any of that stuff works. It's weird hearing their voices. There was a ping pong table downstairs, though. Normally people playing ping pong. You'd have the booths alongside the stairs. And downstairs there was ping pong, and then upstairs, which is here, you'd have the glass ceiling on the second floor. And then the third floor, you can just see it peeking out from like that little bit there is the third floor, which is like teachers' offices and other group study rooms.
Oh my gosh, I've just realised that this lady has a dartboard on her shirt. Should we detect that?
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was a funny image. I was really proud of that.
Because I'm just walking up the stairs with the hot coffee in my hand.
Yeah, I like that one. Beta. Also, just because I missed my... Ooh, how do I even... That's a... Where'd it go? Oh, I don't want it there. It belongs up here. Yeah. Just a nice clip. Plus, I like how, the aspect ratio is just way off. Like, yeah, you can see that I'm recording in 4:3, but the project file is in 16:9, so...
Just going to pause the
That's quite
recording for
funny.
a second because I'm just walking up the stairs with the hot coffee in my hand.
Yeah, definitely would have just got a text from her if I'm smiling like that after checking my phone. That fucking White Beckhurst album was so important. That song is every time except it's like with loads of reverb and pitch differently, because like I said, that's what I did back then. And what was I connected to there? I was so happy just being up there by myself. What have I lost? Like, where did that feeling go? That feeling of self-fulfillment. That's a lovely clip though. It's a really lovely clip. That's a beat here. Ben and Jerry's. I don't know why I liked doing silly clips like that.
Okay, there we go. So, if you don't need a break, don't take one.
You fucking idiot. You take breaks. Taking breaks are important, okay? You can't be the entire judge for yourself when you need to take breaks. If you're so relentlessly negative and always thinking that you're the worst. So you need to catch up. Breaks are important. Take them. Hey, I loved my hair there. I remember filming this thinking, wow, my hair looks so cool.
I can't live like this. I can't live like this.
Live like what? What was the problem? I think it was just I hated texturing and the uncertainty with that girl was ramping up.
I know I can't live like this. Why can't the guy pick Bastion? The girl.
I was
It says,
so into PewDiePie.
It doesn't say like I'm sorry, you can't. I've really.
Yeah, I used to watch all his old videos.
He doesn't have to play most of it. I don't know why.
Around this time, I was watching all his videos.
I don't know why the song isn't in this. This motherfucker, right, look at this.
So that's a C tier. Yeah, I used to religiously watch PewDiePie. When did I stop though? February, March 2019, I think.
Look at this shit. Let me move this so I can actually see what I'm doing. This guy has been downloading LSEC and a bunch of other whatever projects for 2 months now.
34 hours ETA, that's cool.
Because
Like, I love how these are aborted after, like, 10 hours of downloading.
the fucking transfer rate is so bad and they all keep aborting, but it's been going for like 2 months. So, I don't know. I think that's funny. There is something that's funny.
That's fake, dude. Come on. You were finding your enjoyment in things.
Right, so basically...
Well, look how clean my fucking room is all of a sudden. I really liked sort of minimalism to the point where, like, I only need in my room, like, the only things in my room on display are the things that I need. And then the things that I do put on display are, like, amplified. So I remember I had a flask that sat on display all the time. And I was like, whoa, the flask.
Yesterday, everything kind of suddenly snapped for me, and I thought it would be a good idea to reformat the LYM profile. Remove the lists apart from...
That fucking Rate Your Music profile. A lot of people who are RYMers are very jaded and think the community is fucking dreadful and that rating music itself is a flawed concept and it's dumb. And I agree with quite a lot of that, but at the same time, it used to be an incredibly important tool to me, and I miss it, and I think it's fantastic. It does promote a very irritating means for music consumption, to the point where you're just churning through shit so people can see that you've rated the Great Learning or Triadic Memories or fucking Aus den Sieben Tagen, and people will be like, whoa, that's so cool, they gave Aus den Sieben Tagen a 5, they must be really clever. No, okay, like, just that used to be my fucking thing. My Rate Your Music profile was very, very important to me. And every time I listened to something, there was that edge that people saw what I was doing, that I cared about. I think I've talked about this already in this video, but every time I rated anything, I would feel like, yes, that's an achievement. And I could talk about things with people later and meet all sorts of interesting people and see all these lists. And yeah, I feel like I've completely exiled myself from that because I'm incredibly good at, in my head, working myself into a situation where I think if I've stayed away from anything for a little bit, if I came back, everyone would be like, you need to fuck off. What are you doing back here? You're supposed to be gone. I did that with a lot of things in the past, and all my old school friends, I think they hate me. Like, I think all my old friends hate me, apart from one or two. It's very easy for me to just think that I'm not wanted on this planet at all. There are a couple people who make it very clear that they care about me a lot, which is very nice. And it's hard to do that because I'm a fucking insecure piece of shit. But I digress. Radio music used to be very, very important to me, and I'm not afraid to admit that.
Remove the favourite counts and just,
Yeah, I used to really care about getting the favourite counts up. That was like the thing that I was like, right, I'm going to improve at that. So people can see I've got 4,000 or whatever favourites and be like, wow, check out this guy. He's really cool. He's got 4,000 favourites. That was my mindset.
Oh, I understand.
I would wake up in the morning and check the numbers. That's a lesson I'm only learning in the last 3 months.
This figure I have on my channel, 800.
And I haven't learnt it.
subscribers on YouTube. I do not want to squander the opportunity of
800
potentially being able
subs.
to do something like that. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities that I could do with my channel. I just don't have any time to do any of it because I'm so set on a different path. I don't know if that's the right choice. It's a
Yeah, the computer science path. Yeah, that was the wrong choice.
far away to getting me somewhere, but not maybe not where I want to be. I don't know if I can live with that. I made it one at Drake's Point. I was sleeping, so it was instantly.
Oh, you're facing the fucking repercussions of that right now, dude. Yeah. Computer science path was not the path to go down.
Due to copyright. So I don't know if I want to have to go through all the time to make another one, but just
Yeah, it was only the first track that was difficult. That's a C tier. And then I will go to the again. Okay. So, where are we now?
So here's the thing, right? It's 32 minutes past midnight, something like that. Something really bad just happened, but I'm fine. I don't know what's going on.
So, what is that? So, I just finished watching some Game of Thrones with the housemates because that was a thing that we were doing. Everyone in the house had already seen all of it, but they were like, hey, Anton hasn't seen it. Let's watch through all of it again because it's fun. And the final series hadn't come out yet. That came out in Easter of 2019. And so, what happened there? So essentially, that girl went on a massive suicide bender and was like, I am the worst piece of shit in the world, I'm going to kill myself, I'm so old, I'm like, all my friends leave me, I hate myself, all this stuff. You're not able to like get through to them at all, try as you might. And they were like saying they're a monster and, we should stop talking because you'll only grow to hate me. And then she blocked me and I was like, well, that's not good because this was the first time this had happened. I was completely sort of new to it. The whole get spammed with saying I'm going to kill myself and then we should stop talking and then get blocked. That was the first time that happened to me. Loads of times it's happened since then, but this was the first time. And interestingly enough, that's how I reacted.
When the time comes for me to like give a shit, what the fuck's going on?
This makes me look like a cock. I'm trying to rationalise why I'm not a cock.
This is so stupid. Maybe that's what these endless hours of omnipotent paranoia has led to. Whenever it's time for me to actually start giving a shit, it's just lost of it at this point. I have yet to figure out if that is a detriment or not.
And you will not figure that out because that's never happened. That's never happened since. Never reacted in the same way. That sort of thing. This still frame, I wanted to use that as an album cover at one point, but that didn't happen.
I underestimated how good of a feeling it
Oh, this is quite a potent one. See, poignant. I mean,
would be to remove the favourites number.
hey, my old profile, dude. 2 requests. My Snapchat, YouTube, and Steam. My old profile picture, which is, I think, the current one. I had 346 friends. 2,490? I don't know what that says. What was I listening to? Oh, look at this, yeah. I remember listening to these just to, so I knew about emo. Because me and that girl would go watch together and she'd always play emo stuff and I knew fuck all about it. And I would never play anything because I was certain that it was awful. Because my taste at that time was like, this was before techno in house. I had no confidence in my taste. What's upcoming? Weezer, Can't Knock the Hustle, had just been released. A new Ricardo Villalobos. Soldier Boy.
Can't see it anymore. It's so much better without it, because before I was so driven to like keep on making just things, stupid things, whatever, just for people to enjoy. I need
What I meant by that was I wanted my favourite count to go up.
to now I can read notebooks and whatever. I don't know why, it's just nice to have it there. I don't know.
It wasn't nice. Every day I was like, no, I still want to see that. I want to be popular. I want to be better than people. That's how I thought. And I succumbed to putting it back after a while.
Let's describe that. To be honest, the second part of the
I think I wanted to show people the impression that I didn't care when I really did.
project is underway.
So that's D.
Well, first part was done quite a while ago, so let's get on with the second part. I skipped on the list recently.
Hey, list. That used to feel so good looking at that list and looking at all that progress.
Huge jump in date now. Time to get back on. It occurred to me that it's been 2 weeks since I made that video on the home. In 2 weeks, I would look back at the situation and laugh and well, yeah, I did it. Also,
That's a good smile.
If I can do that, then I can definitely do this.
Scrunch face again. Horrible.
Next is the bench. You can forget about it.
Yeah, I was doing the texturing at that point. I like that one. I talk about the list in there. The list's good.
White label list stays up. You need to evaluate the other ones in some way. I'm not sure how to do that, but I'll figure it out.
There's a lot of lists. Yeah, dude used to love making lists. Seeing people comment on them and favourite them. Especially from other users that were like big users. I used to love that. I used to think that used to be like my source of like, oh yes, sort of thing. Yeah. D.
I had a long think about the situation that I'm facing with my music or the lack of it, so to speak, and how I made a big.
The lack of it. That implies that I, at that point, should have had more music than I did. Surely. What did I have at that point? I had Sands in Your Eye, and I had the Past Lives compilation, and Own Quality, and that's it.
Mistake at the beginning of this year that I've definitely learned.
The real problem was one person to adjust that. No, that's not the one. The problem was that I just put everything all in one package. Like, you gotta pace yourself. You can't rush into things like that. I imagine.
That's when I was still investing emotional stock into the Past Lives compilation. So that goes to show how long ago that was.
Let's get other people off having a collection of tracks all packed together as well. I should have released it in parts. My strategy was to release it at the very, very beginning of this year so that it would enter the charts and maybe some people would see it. But people didn't. But I can imagine that about 80% of them saw it and didn't go into it. So definitely gotta space things out a lot more when it comes to digging through archives. But that's the thing. That's all the good stuff. I don't know if any of the other stuff is good.
What are you talking about, dude? That was all your stuff. That was... Oh wait, no it wasn't, because there was still the first 4 albums of the EP that no one's ever going to hear. Wow, that was at a point in time way before even Boring Fantasy. So just no techno alignment at all. And no proper exposure.
I've said before, I don't know if it's good. I don't think it's good. That makes me think, do I want to take this album and just release all the music videos?
Yeah, it was all about
songs,
YouTube.
People might like to see videos with it on single video. I just don't know how to present myself with this. Because that's unfortunately a big part of the whole music.
That's so interesting because at that point, like I said, I only cared about YouTube. I didn't know how to present myself on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, fucking any of that social media shit, SoundCloud, because like I didn't care. I didn't know of it. It wasn't in my wheelhouse.
Presentation. I don't know if I can.
And now that is all there, it makes me feel more insignificant because I'm aware of all the stuff that's happening.
That is. Okay, so I'm gonna mark.
So yeah, that's interesting. I guess.
Off today, so that's 3 hours, 28, I think. Yeah, 28. 28 is 25. 5 hour days with a lot of off time. So that is the number now, 25. I have to figure out what to do here. I have to find out the answer. I refuse to wait any longer. I'm going to work on one of the songs from the album. I don't know which. I have to bear in mind that I've used some of them already.
My idea there was just if you put out stuff, you'll grow. And that honestly hasn't left me, to be honest. There was no idea of a business model, no idea of how to promote it, just put out stuff. I never learned how to do it properly.
All songs into the album. So, okay, let's just get started. Let's go.
Not much to say there.
First video's done. It took 20 minutes to do it. Only 20 minutes. It only took 20 minutes to do.
Inspection 2, yeah.
First one will be up on YouTube shortly. If I could keep this pace, that I don't know what would happen. This could be the beginning of something quite big. It could be.
I wonder what I was thinking of. What was I wanting? Just some sort of attention in some regard. I don't know, that makes me uncomfortable for some reason.
Part 2 of the big project is really taking it out of me. I don't know why. This is nowhere near as rewarding as the first part. I'm spending a lot of time. I don't know what the cameras did. I wasn't.
Oh, this is the...
These all suck, man. Like, none of these are good. These are all fucking worthless. Every single one of them.
They all suck, that's true.
Some fucking toast. Screw this.
Why is it that Clockface textures, they're all so bad? That's what this one is actually, that's C2 again. Another shower clip. Oh, you could see me moving in the background there. I would have been naked. So that's the C2. Pigeons fighting. Strict aspect ratio. There's one pigeon before, now there's 2. That's a C2. Yeah, that's what I wish I could get back to. That feeling of being the star of my world. And no matter what I did, it was shut the fuck up, dude. My fucking computer keeps rattling. Don't know how to fix that. Well, what are you gonna do? So, yeah, just like, oh yeah, I made it downstairs, I'm getting toast. What was it? Why was that exciting? Why was me getting toast exciting? It's a fucking beta though. Captures that whole spirit of what I want to get back to in so little.
I keep flicking on and off between deciding whether
My hair looks
I
really
want
weird
to
here.
worth it, because I don't know if I have time.
Started
Time is
to
a
live.
stupid issue. I wish I just didn't think about it. I just woke up, did the thing, went to sleep, and was like, okay, that's that.
That holds up. Okay. I remember not liking this clip, but that really holds up. Wake up, do the thing, go to sleep. That's that. That holds up.
Not much of a life phase though. I don't know if that's a concern though. Should I even worry about that? Can I make this work if I try? You see, it's different. It's not I can either do that or I can do this and that. That will work out. Give it
My hair, dude.
There's no point of
Yeah, move it.
completely alone. I ate a lot of food, isn't it?
Yeah, I never liked that. I never liked that I qualified that, I ate a lot of food. There's something very uncomfortable about that. I was going to put F tier, but the fact that I say wake up, do the thing, go to bed is pushes it up a tier. I like that.
Decided upon one vid every 2 days. I can do that.
Yeah, it's fucking worthless, isn't it? That's funny, D tier. I like that.
In cases that when you know something good happens, I can stop thinking about it and leave the space for someone else to
So that would have been something that my girlfriend would have done. So it's worth noting when I say that she wasn't my girlfriend yet, and she certainly isn't my girlfriend now. But I'll tell you the time frame. Because we're only an hour through, an hour and 7 minutes. We've got a fuck ton more of this to go. Yes, you can do that. You can. Come on, dude. Yes. You can do it.
But, in other news, I think
That reminds me of in Petscop. When he goes, I think that was based. I'm so surprised that I never saw any memes that was Paul saying that was based. In other news, I think. Yeah, I did think back in the day.
I'll be able to do the thing, get the thing done.
Yeah, the
Get
fucking
stuff out.
the
Because I
thing,
think
sure.
you just sort of put every thought onto paper and see
Fucking
what
clown.
happens. It'd be good to just, maximise my face.
That's the thick of it. That's fucking Hugh Abbott from the thick of it. I like to maximise my face. Used to watch the thick of it a lot with housemates. That was our catharsis. Hell's Kitchen, Game of Thrones, thick of it, Stuart Lee, The Trip. But not The Trip. I wouldn't watch The Trip. Because that's a Christmas family thing.
What am I doing?
Well, I forgot to put that clip in here. This is a C tier though, just for comedic value. Do the thing, get it done, maximise face.
I just left the lunch downstairs. I just left it
That would have been ravioli.
downstairs for 20 minutes. Came upstairs. It just completely went from
Yeah, I remember looking at my cheekbones thinking I look good.
my mind. So my lunch is cold. And what else have I forgotten? I wonder how many times it slipped my mind. How many? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, the pen landed on the mic, I think, which is why it was so loud.
So what are you doing? Shut up.
Yeah, that's also C tier, so I'll just leave that there.
I'm desperate to slow down.
Slow down from what, dude? There's no pressure. There was... Ugh. I can't keep doing this to myself. Because yes, it would have been hard then. I was 19, but still very much a fucking 5-year-old floundering around not knowing anything. I still am. For the worse.
Take things
Was slow down even out at that point? I don't know. No, I want to slow down, shut up.
So much bread. So much bread. A lot of bread. Too much bread? No. I think that's a good amount of bread. Relatively speaking.
Genius. That is a B tier. Relatively speaking, of course. What the fuck are you talking about? Relative to what, mate? So much bread. Ah, that's good.
The apprehension.
So this is a thing that I used to do a lot. I don't do it as often now, but for some reason this would be like a comforting thing to do. Just put my hand here and let it rest there. I don't know why, but it's just comforting to me somehow.
Stage is long gone, and I'm in the stage of actually doing the things.
Is that talking about my girlfriend?
Kind of just floating.
I think it was. But too vague, don't like that.
So, I know what the answer is. The aim of the game is not to care about who sees what I'm doing.
Oh god, you. Fucking hell, dude.
Well, how many people say it's all about just doing it, getting in there, and just, forcing yourself to do these things.
That's water.
Because who knows what could happen at any time. Good just to have things. Just to have the things that have them in place, and time will sort out what.
What I was talking about here is that when I die, my legacy will be left behind. And that is that set in stone. So people in 50 years could discover what I'm doing, and then I'll pop up in 50 years. So it doesn't matter what happens now. And by the time I do pop up 50 years after I'm dead, it won't matter to me anymore. So I can just live in delusion that I will be famous when I'm dead, posthumously.
So who knows what happens after going anyway.
Oh, that's what I'm saying there. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a C tier.
Discovering a lot of interesting things.
That's a Petscop quote. Yeah. Discovering a lot of interesting things. It's a good feeling to be in. To discover new things.
Here's the plan. The plan is to make toast, come back upstairs, relax. I'm going to relax. It's going to be crazy. Who knows what that?
Got this for a Denzel Curry show that I saw in Thekla, which is the boat club in Bristol.
One of the big projects is nearly finished.
Texturing?
Tomorrow, things are going to change.
Ah, why though? Why did things change tomorrow? Tomorrow things are going to change. Why? What things? I generally can't remember that. Fuck. I don't remember that. So, that was, in my memory, December 18th or 13th. No. 13th, I think. And then skip to January 6th. So, what's going on here?
I can't do anything.
So, what was that, right? What happened was, because I didn't document any of it, because I was at home, and I didn't want people in my house to hear me talk to myself, was I so, within about a week, from like December 23rd up until New Year's Day, all of a sudden things ramped up with my girlfriend. And then I woke up one day and I saw a text from her saying, I don't know how to ask this, but can I consider you my boyfriend now? And I was like, holy shit, it's fucking happening, sort of thing. And so, I was like, yes, of course, that's wonderful. I love you, stuff like that. We were saying I love you and stuff, like, even before, like, she asked that. I specifically remember one day before I went in to go to work, because I booked a few days at the care home I worked at on a 0-hour contract just to get some money. And one day I woke up early and I talked with her, and for some reason it was just extremely affectionate. I love you, I care about you so much, Angel, stuff like that. I went into work that day just beaming. Couldn't believe what was happening. New Year's Day, same thing. And then on January 2nd, there was this huge moment where we were like in a watch together room and we just talked for hours and hours and hours about just opening up about all sorts of different feelings. And then after that, that must have clicked something in her head because she was like, "Can I consider you my boyfriend now?" And then that made me feel incredibly uncertain, and I was so worried because I didn't know what to do. It was exciting, but I just thought, I'm going to fuck this up somehow. And then on the 6th of January, which is when I did that video, she she broke up with me. She said, "I don't think I should do this. Now is not a good time." That was in the morning. That was at like 7 a.m. Because the previous night, I sent a long message saying how much I cared about her and was like, "Thank you so much for listening to me, and you're so incredible," and stuff like that. And she left me on red, and so I was like, "What the fuck happens? What was that? What was that about?" And then woke up the next morning. And I actually I remember now, I went to open up the text bubble on Messenger and just to look at it, and I saw that the little video thing was pulsating, which means that they're looking at it as well. And then she started typing out like "I don't know if this is a good time, I think we should break up," or something like that, 3 days afterwards. And I was like, She was like, "You're going to hate me for this," and I was like, "No, I don't hate you. You do what you need to do, and obviously I still care about you," and stuff like that. And then I had to go into work that day, and that was fucking a weird day. I was so just like confused with myself. Like, what the hell had just happened in the last 3 days? What was that? I feel so stupid that I let that happen to me. Hence me saying I can't do anything. So this, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about there, which is quite annoying. E. And then I can't do anything, that's D. Actually, yeah, sure. And that's the end of that diary. So let me resize this appropriately. That too.
I'm willing to do anything it takes to get myself out of this, as long as it doesn't take any effort.
I have no idea what I meant by that. No, can't say I have any idea what the fuck I was talking about there.
This is a different kind of low. This is a different kind. So it's different to like a couple months ago, 1 month. I can't even remember what it was. I'm not going to think about that.
What? What low? For a month ago. Is that where I'm saying I'm okay with what just happened? With the suicide thing? That wasn't low. Different low for a month ago. I don't know what that was. Probably some fuck shit that's similar to that.
So I don't really know what to do. I don't know how to find motivation to run so low. No, actually, maybe I do. Maybe I do know how to find motivation. If I do find it, without ruining it for anyone else, that's the point. I don't want to get anyone else involved in this bullshit. And that would be really good. That would be fantastic if I can do that.
It's fucking hair, dude. Sort it out.
I have to do it. I have to find a good choice. Well, yeah.
I'm not exactly gonna. Well, yeah. No, that's probably me being like, I'm not gonna commit suicide because I can't do that. So the only thing that I can do is just push through it. Obviously,
Keep other people happy. Just
this is, I think, the starting point for where I go on a insane people pleasing bender and make sure I'm a good person and never get in anyone's way.
Do your own thing and start remembering myself.
Bill Watts.
First step is
Bill Watts' advice for after a breakup. He said, start remembering yourself.
throw away this banana that's been on my desk for weeks because it's fucking disgusting. We're off to a great start already. Let's do this. Let's go.
I like the banana bit. What a waste of a banana, dude. Just eat it. It's fine.
And things that I want to do, I can't do.
Music projects,
Like, things that I need to do, I can't do.
crypto revision.
I don't know what to do.
That's from the event video.
No, we shouldn't do this. We should. I need to figure out a way how to think that the current version of me isn't always the worst.
Look at me there. Fuck you, dude. You never learned that. You never learned that.
Fuck this. Fuck stuff.
Oh, that one packs a punch.
Okay, so maybe give me 3 more days to work this out. 3 more days.
3 days to work something like that out. Fuck me. That's ridiculous. 3 days to figure that out. That's nothing. I'm giving myself months and years of headspace to try and figure out what the hell's going on. And here I am, confident, thinking that in 3 days I'm going to be better. Man, I was a fucking superhero back in 2019.
I think I'll be done by 3 days. And then I'll be back on the track. Because we don't think that was a track that ever existed, but
It's going to take longer than 3 days. No fucking shit. That's funny because it's, C, and then this is just whatever. Now, I remember starting this clip thinking I need to do a thing with my cheek because I thought it looked funny. And the stubble's quite good there, isn't it, with the hair? That's got a bit of a mysterious sort of 90s, like, don't fucking, I'm just chatting shit, I don't mean it. So why am I happy here, right? Because what happened was she called me and we just had a normal, nice conversation. And it was the first time I ever did video chat. I turned my video on. I tried climbing inside of a suitcase. And I played with all sorts of different filters on Messenger, I remember that. And she was very much enjoying that. And I remember thinking, maybe that was all for nothing then. Maybe it's just going to be fine. That's what I'm thinking here.
maybe that doesn't actually matter. I don't know.
You fucking happy cunt. Come on, I need that again at some point.
Okay, so regularly scheduled program is going to start.
Yeah, dude.
Now it's started. It's officially restarted, I think. Let's eat this fucking steak, buddy. Let's go.
That's a good one. That's me showing that I am still very much connected to myself even after what happened. Regularly scheduled programming was important. Okay, let's keep going.
Did I just figure out the answer? Have I just figured it out? I don't know.
The answer being how to stop being uncertain with regards to the whole talking with a girl in an affectionate way thing. To this degree, that is.
I'm thinking that maybe this uncertainty is leading me to think. I haven't figured it out yet. I would be 100% sure if I had, but I'm very close. I feel like I'm very close. And it could be a major setback that comes out of nowhere and just it makes me lose months and months of progress, but I'm really close. Really close. In other news, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you.
Fuck off, cunt. C tier.
I just looked at the website.
How's gamers?
I looked at Hell's Gamers. I was drunk here. And I looked at Hell's Gamers.
I feel like two places at once. I don't know how I feel about that. I realised that would have such an effect on me. So I'm thinking of Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't like that clip very much.
The earliest possible time I'm going to figure this out. Because I'm really close, but there's a big thing in the way. Like Wednesday,
This fucking computer noise. I'm sorry if it's been like irritating the shit out of everyone. I have to sort this out somehow. Put this down here. I don't know what's causing this sound. Oh. Okay. I take this toilet roll and I prop it up. So guess what? I went down to the computer to fix that noise. I leant on the power button when I did it. I leant on the fucking power button. But guess what? The tier list is still here. And my old footage is still here because I saved it in a format that allowed for recovery. Thank fuck for that. So that's just rejoice that 2.5 hours wasn't wasted. And we'll crack on. If I resize this appropriately, that'll do. Where are we?
Friday at the very latest. I'm really looking forward to that. I can't get a major setback that comes out of nowhere. I thought, well, then I'll figure it out. I hope you're doing that. I'm thinking Wednesday.
Where was I? What point was I at? That's pretty vague. I'm just gonna have to fucking look at this, aren't I? Hey, there I am.
It is time to do.
It's where was I?
Sorry if it's been like irritating the shit.
Okay, cool.
I just can't tell if I'm
Dude, this is fucking sketch.
Possible time that I'm going to figure this out. Because I'm really close, but there's a big thing in the way. But by Wednesday, Friday at the very latest. I'm really looking forward to that.
So I had exams at that point. I had the crypto exam, which was a big shit show for everyone. No one knew how to do it. And there was the IPCV exam, which somehow I didn't do well in, even though I did very well. And I did better in the fucking crypto than I did in the IPCV, which I guarantee no one else did. Because crypto was shit, but IPCV was supposedly easy. And fucking, what else was there? Was that it? Just those 2 exams? I don't think so. I can't remember.
I can't think that much about it though because I'm so preoccupied. It's less than like 36 hours at this point.
Until the crypto exam.
This is
Yeah, I was really scared about that exam. So that's it's a very genuine emotion there at the end. I was clearly in a lot of distress.
I don't know what to say, but I feel like I need to make a note of this particular moment. I don't know if it's raining at the moment. Let's see if I can get a view of that.
something very odd about the energy of these clips. The pre-crypto exam clips. I was listening to Lewis's second album, where he's like stood next to a plane. I can't remember what that's called, but not L'Amour, the other one. And that really took hold of me. And that whole vibe in that time was one of great uncertainty, but purely on an academic level. Plus, at the time, the situation with that girl was uncertain as well. We were still talking.
It's too up. Yeah, it's too up. Thank you.
So once again, dude, it just comes up everywhere, doesn't he? That's his speech, isn't it? His shorty was not much to say there.
Can someone just like fucking invent time travel already? Like,
That's so I could see my girlfriend.
just do it for me, please.
Yeah, I just thought, nah.
I mean, this really is pathetic, isn't it? Just sort of coming on here, doing the thing, and saying, oh, it's good, it's bad, it's good, it's bad.
Mate, you think that's pathetic? You should see the fucking diaries that you're making in 2020. This is exciting. This stuff has value.
No, that's good, that's bad. I'm going backwards again, yet again. I've felt the gear change of now going back, and I'm hitting the wall again on the other side.
That. I think that is just the uncertain feelings. But I had those all the way throughout the first teaching block as well. But I think this was at the worst because there was the crypto exam.
Is this, I don't know what is going on. Is this a game of working out how to converge in the middle? Because I don't think I've ever been in the middle. I've been on the bad and I've been on the good. I've never stayed in the middle.
Not very clear what I mean by that. Peaks and troughs of emotional turbulence, but never actually just sort of coasting along, feeling perfectly, just letting things happen.
For longer than a couple seconds. I'd stay in the middle. Yeah, that'd be interesting. What if I could put the middle over here?
Sure. No idea what I'm doing there.
Now to start. Now to figure this out. Because I want to figure out how to get used to this. Because there's a way. I don't know what it is, but I know.
Yeah, you did get used to it. You did. Because I'm talking about the feeling of every time talking to my girlfriend thinking I'm fucking this up, I'm boring her, I'm a waste of her time. And, you know, that one day she'll just turn on me. I did get used to that. I did see that through.
There's a way. There has to be, otherwise I was not meant for this. How do I do it?
That's a bit extreme, fucking hell. Jeez. I don't know where that came from.
Myself without getting anyone in the way.
Again, like, this is my struggle. I can't waste people's time.
I don't want anyone else to have to get in the way of my bullshit. Everyone else can.
That came out wrong. That made me sound like sort of self-centered in a way, like, get out of the way, people. This is my game, as opposed to me clearing the way for everyone else.
To be clear with that, this is my problem. I don't want anyone else to waste their time over this. Because what I'm doing benefiting anyone else, though.
So therein lies one of the very first explicit mentions of that issue. Like, what the fuck do other people care about this if I don't care about it myself? And so what's the point of doing it anyway?
Why bother if that's the case? I mean, wait, now I'm confused.
Why bother if it benefits other people? That's funny.
Hang on. And check this out. Look, watch this. You see what I did there? Aren't I just fucking hilarious? Jeez.
What? Ah, okay. I get it. Hang on. It was because of the camera angle change being really significant for the first time I did it, when I got the new IKEA chair and desk. So me changing the angle again was me saying, yeah, this is important, when at the time I was doing that as a joke to myself because I couldn't take myself seriously.
Use Ransack to find potential correspondences by comparing regions around a salient point. Select subset of matches at random with a minimum value of 7. Compute the fundamental matrix F from the subset and then assess support for F amongst other potential correspondences using the transpose of PR and PL multiplied by the fundamental matrix. Wonderful.
IPCV.
No, why didn't you stop? Fuck you.
The recording didn't stop. That's a weird one, isn't it? I think I lost it a little bit there.
I've completely forgotten the entire reason as to why I've done this. I've gone completely wrong down the wrong track. This is supposed to document progress, right? Just to see if I can...
No, not anymore. Progress is 2020 in hindsight.
continue traveling in the right direction. So when I go around in circles doing nothing, and then I revisit previous clips to see if I can pick up.
See, what I'm doing here is I'm already beating myself up over the fact that I'm, slipping at times, as if that's in my control. I still feel the same way, fortunately. I will always beat myself up for not succeeding at things, and always feel like I'm a failure. Unfortunately, the way I feel now is actually worse than the way I felt then. I don't know how to get out of that.
And the pieces that I've accidentally fallen out of my pockets on the way. It's useless. Because I'm just that. I don't know. I can't even think what it is. So here's to hoping that in 2 weeks I can look back and laugh.
2 weeks again.
In turn, laugh at that. I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't know. What is this? I think I'm just
Yeah, weird atmosphere around those clips.
doing this. I'm actually doing this. This is good. At the moment, this is good. I don't care if it's going to turn around in a couple of days. I don't care at the moment. It's good. It's good because it's like I'm going through all the paths in my mind from years ago and like changing the word.
God, you can hear my computer there a lot, can't you? Computer fan's struggling a bit.
The signs so they are facing forward. Yeah, I'm forced in that direction, but I managed to go back anyway. So.
Yeah, I don't really pick anything up from that.
Moving forward. I'm getting pulled back by a few things.
So this is the exciting part now, I think. This is where things become a bit less vague, and it's very clear that I'm entering into a relationship with someone, very turbulent one, on top of more stressful computer science stuff. So now, at this phase, if the teaching block 1 was like a preliminary thing, because I was at home over Christmas, that's why I can't do anything that's in a different setting. This is where it gets properly exciting now. With regards to stuff actually happening, as opposed to me doing all these little silly things and being like, oh, aren't I great?
But I'm being forced in the forward direction, and I know where I'm going. I can't tell if that's a sustainable approach to this or not. I don't think.
Was it? It would have been if not for COVID.
No, that's because in a few 2 weeks I will have more of a handle on what exactly is going on with the things that are putting back. But
2 weeks when we talked about the work side of it, not the relationship side. So I'm not sure what I'm going on about
I
there.
mean, it's a somewhat similar situation to a few months ago when work was getting done.
Certainly was.
It wasn't very fruitful, but I was doing it because I was writing it down on the sheet. So let's just do the sheet again. It's as simple as that. Let's go forward and just figure things out on the way. I think that's the only reasonable approach. I can't really see a way to circumvent that. It might all collapse very soon, but the chances are it won't. I think I can do it. I don't know.
You'll notice that the common theme here is that I'm without thinking able to just give myself space, give myself time to work things out. I'll just say I'll work it out eventually. I'll get around to that. Because I think I felt young in that point. I felt like I do have all the time for this. Now, all of a sudden, I feel fucking old. And therefore, I feel like I need to catch up and I can't give myself that breathing room.
So, in retrospect,
So that's a C, because that's a nice demonstration of what it could be like if I wasn't a fucking neurotic shit.
there's been a lot that's happened over the course of this month. I feel like I'm close to the middle, more closer to the middle than usual. I'm still sort of far away, but I might be getting here then. Obviously, what is it? It's 6:32 and it's January 31st. So give it a couple hours. Obviously, I'm going to go somewhere else. But good idea to get this down first before anything else happens. I'm doing good. Doing good.
That is what you need to fucking... That's another thing you need to remember, is how when you really stop and think about the now, the present, and you think, oh, this is where I am now and I feel relatively okay, that's what you need to be able to harness before going into an experience where you need to be brave because you're scared about it. You need to know that in the future you'll simply look back on it as a thing, as opposed to some terrifying moment. So in this one, I'm saying the last month was pretty crazy, but nonetheless, here I am in the middle. Fuck, dude. What I wouldn't do to just be in the fucking middle.
There must be something I can say that has more substance than that.
No,
It's
that's
nice
plenty.
to cover all the bases by being vague like that. I guess. Yeah, just stay on. Just keep doing good things, and
I was really addicted to listening to Ode to Quetzalcoatl by Dave Bixby, and that was something that made me want to be a good person a lot. I remember going into the student piano room, and I would learn the songs on the piano, and I would sing and play them on a voice recording to my girlfriend. She would always love those a lot.
then worry about my things after that.
Surprising amount of wisdom from naive me. The more I learn, the more an idiot I become.
This really isn't good, This is not good. It's it's the same thing as what's
There's my fucking wig. My witch's long hair wig thing.
Day, the 3rd, so yeah, same thing as that. Almost
3rd of February was when we were starting to voice call sort of every day at that point, I think. And it was getting more and more serious. And I was investing more and more emotional stock in, go throughout the day, just so that at night, once you've had the call, you'll feel alright.
exactly a month ago at the moment. I'm not
I was so nervous before those calls. I was constantly thinking I was going to fuck it up.
sure if I'll ever be able to work this out because I need it to be as sustainable as possible, and it heavily relies on.
It's not how humans work, though, is it? One thing I could never understand was that throughout my whole life, but in this instance, we'll use this as an example. Those calls, it was us calling each other. me calling her and trying to constantly make her laugh and make her feel welcome. It was two ways. But I never could harness that for any sort of friendship or relationship. I can never understand that they would want anything from me. I don't understand how I have any value to anyone. I don't feel that I could ever be something that's like a positive force in someone's life. I just don't, that doesn't click with me at all. So when it came to these calls, I would always think I have to play the right cards, otherwise she's just going to turn on me and go, "You're a fucking idiot," and just leave me like that. I was properly convinced at that. And she would always tell me, "Look, the reason I'm calling you is because I want to spend time with you. I love you. I care about you. I want to hear your voice. I want to hear the things you have to say. I want to hear what you say about me. I want to be able to tell you about my day and know someone's going to listen and give a balanced response." And it just wouldn't get through to me. I wouldn't be able to understand that someone would care about me in that way.
One thing, and it's really good if it works, and it's catastrophically bad if it doesn't. Actually, it'll be in the middle.
Yeah, that's me talking about how if the call goes well, it's great, but if I fuck up, then it's like my day's just fucked, and then I'll have a horrible night. And the following day will be even more fucked on top of the existing insecurities that come along with it.
Do I have the power to turn this around myself?
Yeah, there you go. Entirely, it's a me having to act on it thing. Not understanding that it might be in the other person's interest to make it work as well.
Can I do this just by myself? Can I help myself?
That's fucking very relevant. B-tier moment.
I want to be good. I really want to be good. You know, if I know that I'm doing good and that I am good, then I've got to be on the right track. You know, I have to just be good and know that, but like, just so that if I do that, I can also be good to myself and keep going and like making things work, and then I don't have to blame myself for some of these things. It's crazy.
Fucking toast sandwich out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that gets a B just because of the completely random toast sandwich. Dude, 2019 me knew what was up.
I just feel like I'm slipping so hard right now.
Yeah, that's me every day. Yeah. Me every day. Whoops.
Just constantly slipping backwards and backwards and backwards all of the time. But you know, like so essentially the situation is this. I'm experiencing early January and crunch time November 2018 at the same time.
So early January being the uncertainty of, you know, having a new relationship budding and thinking you're going to fuck it up all the time. And then, what was it, November?
All of the time. But I need to figure out. I'm experiencing early January and crunch time November.
Crunch time November, so IPCV. Right, gotcha.
2018 at the same time, constantly. So I need to figure out how to work through that because it's really hard trying to do them at the same time. I need to get back on the schedule. Like, the schedule, I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know why I haven't fully just gone straight back into that. Because that's something I really need to do, and starting tomorrow, I will definitely do that again.
No, you don't. No, you won't.
I have to do that. I think my camera is dropping frames, but
Okay, so let's think about the good things. So at the moment, there is quite a lot of time between now and Tuesday. I should be able. Tuesday was the computer graphics lab. Computer graphics being one of the new teaching block 2 units, and that was also sort of same level as IPCV difficult. To do at least the first part. If not, then that is bad. But I mean, it shouldn't happen because I should be able to do it. There's other things that aren't as important. I'll get around to those if I'm able to finish the first part. If I can. Those are probably just CS things that are not important. Continue to be as good as I can be. I don't have as much to blame myself for. However, again, there's always the question: you can be better, you can keep going up, and it just drives you insane because perfection doesn't really exist. So find the level, find good footing, and go from there towards just achieving the things that you need to do because you know that you can do them as you did before, even if you have two things at once. But now you have two things at once. Just get on the schedule, split the days so that you can deal with both, and just live. Just keep fucking going. Like seriously, please do that. That was me talking straight to fucking me right now. Yeah, beta. Do I want to move any of these to A tier? Maybe later. Right, so it would be a good idea to document what's going on right now, so that's what I'm doing. So yeah, same position as sort of crunch time and January. So I got through the crunch time. I never quite recovered from January, but I kind of did at the same time. No, you did get through that. You did recover from that. It just so whenever I say January, that is the breakup time, basically. Yeah, I thought at this point you'd have already gotten through it. Maybe not though. Maybe you weren't calling every single day at this point. I'm not sure about that. I'm just going to have to let that sort of go along. It will be very hard to do that, but I mean, I have to do it. Oh, it should be worth noting that at this point, one thing I completely forgot to say was we were back in a relationship at this point. What happened was we were in a call about January 17th or something, and she said, Anton, I think I'm ready to try it again. And I was like, I don't know, it's hard, you know. And I didn't say yes. But it just so happened that, you know, my lack of not saying no meant that we'd started again. So at this point, yes, it was we were in a relationship. Not official though, didn't say anywhere on Facebook. No choice. So we're doing the thing. We're doing it. Really brick walled, really hard at the moment. I have some days until Tuesday. Good things can happen. They did last time. They can again. It's harder now. It's just. How do I just fucking believe things will happen? Like, I'm so confident that good things will happen. Because they did before. Testing things. It's just more difficult. Because it's good to look back on the previous recording and sort of see how I went from bad to good so quickly. So it happened really fast, and I remember how it happened. So yeah, we'll have a go at it tomorrow. We'll have a go at it. See what happens. Yeah, just see what happens tomorrow. So we can really ask at this point. I think what I'm saying when I'm talking about doing it tomorrow is computer graphics, because I was really stuck at a certain point with that. I'm going to turn the light on. I don't want the thing to keep going in and out of focus. I think I can fix it. Okay, so. Okay, I didn't fix it well. So, first part's done. It took less than 20 hours to do that.
So it just goes to show.
I went to that workroom I was talking about before with the convening monitors, and with a friend managed to figure out how to do the Cornell box thing.
What happens when? I don't even know. It just happened. Like, it's done. Okay, the first part is done. I can swiftly move on to the second part with quite a lot of time spare. I think other things have been investigated. Those can be difficult, but I can do them. I know that for a fact.
Fucking hell, mate, that confidence. That fucking self-confidence, dude. I didn't realise I had that. I, at one point in my life, had that self-confidence.
Yeah. Okay. Things are getting close to the middle in this case. Yeah. Let's just try as hard as we can to stay there. A lot of things can happen to get in the way of that, but let's see how long I can make it last. You know, interesting to find out, I guess.
Interesting to someone who cares about themselves and their own experiences.
So as it turns out, I should have known this from the start, but since I'm now tackling two big problems at once, it's very likely that after one problem has been solved and pushed to the side.
Why do I look so sickly here? I look like my skin's lost all its... I know it's because the lighting's bad, but I look very ill, I think.
The other one is going to come in and
Holding a comb there as I'm doing that.
back into just, will I ever be able to have both at bay at the same time? See, that could happen. That could happen tonight. It could either go really badly or it could go really good. I've said that before, but now it's even more. There's even more at stake because of the situation with the works.
Yeah, makes sense. So I had a lot riding on that call, making me feel better after having been stressed out working all day.
So trying to juggle those two things and not getting too put down by one of them after I've stopped focusing on the other. That's very important. And for the entire foreseeable future.
Yes. God, fucking hell. It's insane going through these clips again and realising how applicable it is.
It really has occurred to me, the magnitude of the importance of this situation right now. It's quite important to get it down, and so that not only can I look on it later on, but because there's lots of questions to be answered within probably the next few months. It occurred to me that I'm looking back on old clips from 3 months ago, 2 months ago, thinking about how it was good then, and I was solving these problems and getting through it all, and there were goods, there were bads, but obviously you only remember the good stuff. So why can't I just live in my head 3 months in advance? And then, by logic, I would be thinking 3 months backwards and feel good all the time. Only for that fucking easy.
That's a B-tier advice.
Okay, so before I edit that one, so what I'm doing is good. What I'm doing will be good. It should. If it goes badly, I'll learn from that later on. If it goes well, I'll be able to reference that.
Where's this fucking confidence? I'm just...
Later on, and just keep working my way up, being better, and just keep going,
Is this normal? Everyone should feel the way that I feel in this clip, right? Or these clips. It's not normal for me now to not have any semblance of that self-confidence or foresight. The whole point of these clips was for me to, at this age,
have a grip on things. If I'm floundering then later I'll have what I need. Now I fuck all, and I'm looking back on then, and I'm thinking how incredible that was. Fuck.
Like, I'm making it through the days. I'm doing this. I'm making things work, and I'm not hurting anyone else in the process aside from myself. Which is something obviously I have to do, and it's not of any importance to anyone else. So, maybe it is. I don't know.
No, I still don't think it is. That's a B tier as well. These latest ones are ridiculous. Now look at all these shelves. Yeah. If it hurts me directly, but only me, I can't see why anyone would care about that.
Okay, so note to self, try and report back in like 3 to 4 hours or something. I don't know why I haven't done that already. I really should.
This is before a call. This is my management state.
Because I keep getting into the same spot every night. So yeah, 4 hours tops. Do log that, please. I don't know why I haven't done.
Facebook message.
Right, hot off the press.
I must have missed out a clip there. That's fine. Don't worry.
The thing happened 2 minutes ago. Well, it ended 2 minutes ago, and it was good. Ended well. It was really good.
Oh, you heard that? That's an old fucking Facebook message sound. Wow.
And yeah. Have a good night tonight.
Twat. Fuck off, cunt. You fucker. You absolute fucker. You did it. You fucking sussed it, mate. You had it, man. I remember doing that thumbs up. I remember thinking, when I'm older, when this is all worked out, I can look back and I can say, that was when I learned that lesson. And as a result of that, I'm here now, and I'm glad that I went through that. Now, I just see some cocky dude who's gotten lucky.
There's definitely a random variable that needs to be taken into account.
That's referring to all the bullshit that could possibly happen that will get in the way and cause infidelity issues.
When it comes to dealing with this, because there are the two things. One was done yesterday, and the other was also done yesterday. Woke up this morning and it did not feel good.
Yeah.
So I think that was left down to chance.
No, it wasn't. You quickly learned that that's just a thing that you live with. Just every morning, fucked.
Escape that really bad, because I don't want any randomness and uncertainty with this, because what's the point? I don't need this. I don't need this.
You don't. You never needed it.
Looking back on the second clip of the 2nd of December 2018 is just crazy. That did happen again, and it was the worst thing that could have happened. Crazy how time has changed that dynamic completely. And that's what's kind of the root of this uncertainty right now, but one of the parts. Just stay good, just keep being good.
I was under the impression that if I stay like good under this model of sort of divine goodness, then I couldn't blame myself. I was on the right track, and I was like spiritually aligned. Not to that extent, but like it was a kind of feeling where it was a contingency. It was like, yes, I'm good. I know that I'm at peace with myself. Obviously, that's in fucking shambles now and has been for many months. But
doing good things, I'll be rewarded later. Reward optional, right? Nothing might happen later. This could all be completely worthless, but just for the good of other people, you know.
yeah, just do it for other people.
Okay, so we're now we're officially playing the game now. This is it. This is the 4-month game. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be the hardest thing I've ever done. Right? Full stop. This is the hardest thing I will ever do. Sorry.
I'm very glad that I laugh at that and correct myself, knowing that this is certainly not going to be the hardest thing I'll ever do.
This is the hardest thing that I will ever have done, and if I can do it, I should be able to do it. I've been doing it for like a week, but now it's official, the 4-month game. Just keep this up somehow. Even, like, just...
Yeah, dude. I was on my side. That's the main thing. I was on my side. I was like, yes, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be proud of myself.
Really get
And I've lost that sense of self. I couldn't be proud of myself because I don't care enough to do that.
into this. Fucking kill this game. Just use your potential.
Yeah, the start of the 4-month game. That's a big one. B for big. Yeah. We'll get some A-tier moments soon.
So every day we're going to learn new ways to beat the game, to tackle the game, to take it down the level each day.
Just so we're all completely on the same page, the 4-month game, essentially, I said it myself, in 4 months I'm going to get the plane ticket and fly over to meet her. And I'm also going to try and get as good a grade as possible in computer science. Simple as that. Maintain the relationship in such a way that when June comes, we will still be together, basically, so that I can take that journey.
Make things easier, just, economize, make things more efficient, and we're taking this seriously, so...
Come on. I need to take something seriously.
We're going to take the documentation process just as seriously. So, yeah, it's obviously going to be really, really, really hard, but every day we're going to find out just a little thing else. We're just going to find out a little thing.
The worst thing now is because of years of context layered on top of the present. Was that even that hard? Was it even that difficult? It just doesn't seem like it was, even though I went out of my way to document it.
So by the end of the 4 months, I should know what to do. I'm excited. The future will not be easy and it will probably be terrible, but yeah, I'm excited.
Knowing the future will be hard and then fucking just going for it and being excited by the prospect. That's not something that a quivering mess does. I had some backbone there.
The game takes no excuses. The game won't allow any excuses. I won't make any excuses. I won't allow myself to make any excuses. I will just play it honestly and fairly, and if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose.
So what this is like is it's like that kid online that bullies other people, and it's like an edgy sort of kid, and they've never been through any pain themselves. I'm talking about the specific archetype here. I'm not talking about the people who bully other people because they've had a horrible childhood or something like that. I'm talking about people who've got fuck all life experience So they feel like they can go into any of this stuff all guns blazing. This little dickhead here, right? If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. You know, a loss was nothing. Like, there was no weight on that. I was completely fucking naive to all of it, so a loss didn't have that weight to it, I think.
I said before, it's a matter of learning and referencing later on.
I'll be able to reference this at some point.
So, you know, just do it. Just do the game. Do the game. Yeah, I feel like I'm already learning stuff too. I'm already sort of adding new skills to what I know at the moment. So we just got to see how this goes.
Yeah, I like the interface shirt. That was something I got into in December of 2018 because I wanted to find something that wasn't Petscop.
2014 Rocking and Rolling in Springtime.
I like how I jumped to the back there for no reason. That's a C tier. That's a reference to a video that I made with a friend, as well as the whole fucking Rock and Roll Springtime Take 1. Paul McCartney, Miss America. I can't remember what it's called. But it was because it was in a Grizz song called Rock and Roll.
So not a massive amount of work done today, or progress, should I say. The work was done. The time was done. The game was played. It's not perfectly, but like, you know, I've got to ease myself into that. There's definitely a distinct, like, sharp learning curve for it.
And I'm not beating myself up over the fact that I, you know, spent the time but didn't get the results.
But the hours were done, and the day is basically finished, and yeah, just see what happens tomorrow.
None of that pressure to constantly be the fucking best at everything, just taking it at my own pace.
You know, I'm not entirely sure what might happen. I think the best plan of action is not to try and anticipate what's exactly going to happen the next day, and just, you know, do the time, do the thing. What happens, happens. See what happens after 4 months. That's the time to reflect on this.
Is that what I need to do? Set up a new game for myself, even though I don't really know what I'd do, because the job is indefinite. I don't have any like specific relationship goals to work towards at the moment. There's a fundamental infrastructure change that I need. I'm sorry that this video has turned into just me ranting at myself and gone away from the whole novelty of a, you know, video diary clips tier list. But we'll make it through this.
Alright, so what did we learn today? We learned that the sheer magnitude of this project and everything that comes with it is going to be jam-packed with a bunch of random fucking bullshit.
I always hated this pose that I did. His face, the hair going away, the arms.
Just come out left field. It's
Fucking, oh, it's horrible.
That's something I'm going to have to get used to.
So what was the thing that happened though? I think it was a thing to do with the fact that I was insecure about the fact that my girlfriend's ex, they were still like in contact and being affectionate to each other, but it was admittedly in quite a sort of friendly way. I was just, you know, insecure because this was, you know, first sort of big thing, and I didn't know how to deal with that sort of thing. So I'd get a text, you know, saying like, I miss her so much, or something like that. And I just think, how the fuck am I supposed to... Great, you miss your ex. Cool. What do I say? I'm sorry? You know, I can't remember what I said. I think I just said like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm always here, sort of thing. But deep down I was fucking seething.
It'd be really good if I could do that, if I could actually get used to just random left field things, because then I can like keep travelling in a straight line without just...
I don't think I ever got properly used to that.
Just, yeah, stay focused, keep your balance somehow. Like, it's hard to do that, but
I have no choice again. Like, there's no point in me saying I didn't deserve this or what have I done to deserve this, because I'm not the one to decide that. You know, I'm not the one to decide what I deserve. That's just what the work can do. So again, just do the right things. You know, just keep like being good. I don't even know how many times.
Yeah, dude.
How many times I have to reassure myself that I'm doing the right thing and that if I keep going, it will turn out good for everyone. So report back in like 3-4 hours.
Because obviously I need to recall. These clips are all very relevant. Like the last, we've all sort of been seeing above, because I do sort of care about these ones quite a lot.
Okay, now it should be starting. Now it should be starting.
So here I'm fucking anxious because I would have got a text saying I'm ready to call now, or I'll call you in a minute. Not a whole lot going on there, but you can see I'm fucking. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how I do it.
Oh, it was great. Well, what did you do?
I managed to get this crutch out of nowhere in the dire situations in the evening. Like the anticipation builds up really, really badly, and then it just goes away, and it's not working out well. I don't know how it happens. I wish I could figure out what it is that makes that happen.
Because they care about you too. It is that simple. They are calling you too. It is not an entirely one-way thing. It's in their interest to have a good time too. They're not relying entirely on you to do that. Right? Fuck me.
And be able to harness that so the days would be easier. That was really good. But how can I know that it's going to be good before it happens? That's a big step.
I think I did get used to that in this context, but that's a highly contextual thing. If I could apply that to other things in life, that would be great.
So maybe we can try playing the game in a slightly different way from, till the end of the day. Not a huge difference, but little things. But
That was the thumbnail,
big
wasn't it?
steps. See what happens as I try different things. Because
What was the different thing? I think there was just some sort of nothingy sort of uncertainty with the relationship, and I wanted to. I don't know why I said it was like a different way of playing it, but I remember there was a little bit of something that was slightly uncomfortable, but nothing major.
nothing I do matters, alright? I'm gonna die. Nothing I do is of any importance. The universe doesn't fucking care one bit. Every iota of my being, physically and mentally, will be forgotten. None of this fucking matters. Doesn't matter
Right.
what I do. With that in mind, hopefully that will sort of inspire.
You can see me smile there because I'm just like, it's funny saying all this
I need to
sort of
just
thing.
keep doing stuff and experimenting and testing different things and seeing how far I can push myself and just be good and see what happens. Just as it lasts. See what happens.
I mean, you're not wrong. You will die, and it's all inconsequential, but that doesn't stop you from being scared of things.
Right. So not only are we facing a situation where there are
13th of February. At that point, yeah, every night we would have been calling.
random variables all the time when it comes to part 2 of the game. Part 1 not so much. They do need to be taken into account, but they're just not as damaging as the ones for part 2. So essentially what's going on is that the game is resetting every single afternoon.
Yeah.
So how the fuck am I supposed to make any progress if it's resetting every single?
Yeah, that's a fair point. It felt like a sort of endless hole, just like how am I going to see any light at the end of this? And there was a sort of thing where just through time you gained experience.
Afternoon, because I'm nothing more than just a pile of pathetic, quivering insecurities. So how do we go about doing this?
Yeah, there wasn't really a way to do it, just keep at it.
How do I go about trying to figure this out if the game is just going to reset every single night? How do I strategize this? It's do I get used to this happening somehow, or do I try to actively fight against that? There's two things here I can think about, but I don't know which one to choose. That's going to conflict with part one monumentally if I choose one of those. So yeah. What were the two ways? I said it, didn't I? Get used to it, or take it out front. And I was worried about how my studying would get crippled at that. That's irritating. So the conclusion to draw from this is that, well, there's two things. So one, after the 4-month game finishes, are any of the questions for part 2 actually going to be answered? Yes, absolutely 100%. That will change your fucking life. Like, because something's going to happen when it finishes, which I really hope it does. Are there going to be any answers to that? 2, I want to say the 16th of October 2018 said that I need to continue the path I'm going on and hope it's forward. No, that's like really redundant now. That's extremely redundant because the path has... You're seeing that I'm exasperated here, but I definitely remember in that moment there was an always underlying excitement to everything I was doing. Because it always felt like, wow, this is new and exciting and I'm learning stuff and, you know, it was just exciting to be doing something new. Been laid out for me already, okay? It's somewhere. It's like, it's somewhere, but I just need to follow it. I need to land on it and actually go across it without stumbling over my fucking useless shit. You know? Without stumbling over my fucking useless shit. That's good, I like that. So I'm hoping that, hopefully, if I just keep, you know, every night recording the situation that happens, eventually I will gain more confidence and sort of, so just, you know, trying to stop this whole resetting business going on, because tonight was also really good, yeah, really, really good, as was like all the nights before, so come on, I really got to get used to that, you know. How do I do that? You know, just keep logging the good things that are happening. Eventually I will learn to prevent the reset from happening. That's another big step, essentially. So the reason why... So the resetting business is happening for me today, but has been for the last few months. And you'd think that, oh, just record yourself saying the good things. Simply put, the fact that I was in a relationship is what made me excited for the things that I can do. So the fact that I'm sort of floating around at the moment, too insecure to do anything, is very much what's perpetuating that. And I know that in my heart of hearts. So in order to fix that, I have to go out my way to do things, which is why I'm watching this, to try and understand what it is I can do. Wrong window again. Look at the good things, right? It's a beautiful day today. It's also from the... it's really nice. Clifton's looking fantastic today. The sky is nice and blue. There was a fucking dog that would always bark super loudly around there. I remember I was in a call with her, and she said, one day you're definitely going to miss that dog bark. And it's nice and chilly, so I can wear a jacket and not get too hot. There are like good things. So hey, that was when I started the tucking the shirt and my trousers thing. But there are bad random variables, and there are good ones. There are good ones. That's something I'm going to have to accept too, which I obviously will gladly do, because that's good. Yeah, they don't come as often, but when they do, really appreciate it. I have good feelings about tonight as a result of this optimism. I'm hoping that somehow it lasts until the end of the day. I don't see it happening, which is a bit irritating, but I will just keep going and see what happens. So, I don't know, just the whole point is that there are good things that can happen as well as bad things. So, yeah, that doesn't happen too. It's just a good point, isn't it? Don't really know what to say about that. Yeah, good things can happen. Let's just keep going. You know, I mean, yesterday was pretty great, really good. Yeah, that might have opened some new doors. Oh, so this was the day after Valentine's Day. So, what happened on Valentine's Day is So, what I would always do around this time, in case I needed some sort of conversation starter, icebreaker thing to make her laugh sort of thing is I would always go on like memegenerator.com and see what kind of shit people were randomly generating, because it would always show everyone's creations, and you'd get these complete random ones which just like someone actually made this, what the hell, and it would show 15 of the latest ones. So I got the Doge template, and I think I did Happy Valentine. So for each of the 15, I did a top text which said in sequence, Happy Valentine's Day, blank, I love you so much. And something like that. 15 characters, 15 images in that sentence. And I sent a screenshot of that to her, and she was like, she loved it because it was like some goofy fuck shit. And exactly the kind of thing that we liked. But I think that was the first time that we slept in a pool together. And that was like a big sort of trust thing, and it made us feel really close. And that was what happened on Valentine's Day. That was the big door opening thing.
Pause to a few things. I'm not really sure yet. It could have just been some one-off thing, but we will see. There's only one way to find that out. Tonight's going to be slightly different because that might have a big impact on how the weekend is. The weekend is going to have a big impact on the week. But there is a lot that happened during last week, and I'm hoping that each week can provide the same kind of experience.
Fucking hell, yeah, that would have been a crazy week if every day I was recording like, this crazy thing happened to me, I'm so anxious, oh, it was amazing. Fucking hell, that would have been that just goes to show why it felt so cinematic. If every day you're going through that crazy... I'm not even recording any of my work day during these.
So, I mean, what really did I just learn from that? That was a massive... I can't tell if that was a massive waste of time or not, so...
That was me trying to write a song with the keyboard. Pop song with lyrics. And all I could do was, like, hit the, like, drum play, do a chord progression, sing over it with some terrible lyrics, and I didn't know how to go from
I
there.
haven't done any work today. I just couldn't. I don't know why. I don't know how to formulate this. I don't have enough time to continue testing with things that I really want to do. I want to do things that will make me happy as well as other people happy in the process.
Pop songs.
But I do not have time to do that. I don't even have the time to test myself when it comes to doing those things. So I'm in a bit of a rut. I don't know how to work myself out of that. I really don't, because so much time needs to be spent doing other things instead that are of more value. But are they of more value? I just don't know. Work out the way you can whip up some stuff efficiently, have fun in the process, and see where you can go from there, because I've got to do something about this. You know, I want to make stuff.
Yeah, it was annoying because like I at that time thought that I probably got some songwriting talent, but I had absolutely no idea how to use it because I thought I needed a studio and better lyrics and stuff like that. I couldn't get it in my head that I could just make techno instead.
Just get back on the fucking schedule. What are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing? Just get back on the fucking schedule, please. Like, there is potential that is being wasted every single day. Why? Why am I doing this? Just maybe this is why I'm doing it. I'm like just a big scaredy cat. Like
Even then I was calling myself fucking useless and a scaredy cat. What would I think of myself? What would then me think of myself now?
I'm always worried that I'm wasting my time. Oh, you know what is wasting your time? Being worried about wasting your time and then not doing anything about it. So
Oh, dude. If only I could fucking tell you that sometimes you just cannot get out of that mindset. It does get that bad where you can't even entertain the idea of not being worried.
resetting every time you wake up. Just get out of bed and start doing the things, please. Like, how hard can it be? Apparently, really, really, really hard, but it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't. Just fucking do it, please. Pathetic, seriously.
2 years later, I'm still just that.
Okay, so yeah, today, thankfully, there have been positives. It's hard to determine whether there was a large amount of time that was wasted because I did end up learning something. Hopefully, I can get into a routine of sort of making the music that I have time to make, sort of little bits every day. Somehow fit that into the schedule. Somehow fit that schedule. Tomorrow, I'll get up and do the schedule and leave the afternoon in such a way that I can continue.
I really wanted it to be that I wake up in the morning at about 7:30 or 8, and then by lunchtime I will know that I've done 4 hours of work, and then in the afternoon I will feel much better when I do my leisure activity, as opposed to just feel guilty all the time.
What I was just doing and see what results I get. That's important. So tomorrow can potentially be very big. Really hope it can be. I mean, yeah, I'm feeling better about part 2 day by day. A tiny, minuscule amount because I still
That's what
wake
you
up and I'm reset completely. I don't know what's going on there. Like I'm still losing track of all the progress that I'm making every morning, but you know, I'm slipping back into the groove for part 2. Just a little bit easier each day. I feel like that is strongly appreciated.
Tiny progress is progress, and that is what you need to understand, that you're doing the right thing. Ah, yes. I'm ill. No, I'm saying. Yeah, I just suddenly got the fucking flu. 2 other people in my house got it. And then one other person didn't, just straight up didn't get it. And so for a few days I was unable to really leave my room. I remember listening to Biokinetics a lot at that time. Listening to Port Gentil go to Sainsbury's to buy oranges and lemon and ginger tea. And I watched The Sacrifice by Tarkovsky, and that it cleared my headache for a bit because it was such a good film. Whether that's because I can blame it on me. Oh, right, I see.
Yeah, so unfortunately
Well, it was kind of just. I like the fact that the text fades in. That's Petscop sort of text fading in. Petscop 16.
voice is still completely fucked and it really hurts. But, well, I'm going to try and get this down anyway. So it was interesting because I didn't do any work.
I remember also watching Kikujido. Is that what it's called? It's a film about a guy and a kid, like, sort of going around Japan and being homeless. And there's an angel charm in that film, and I was obsessed with that. It made me cry all the time thinking about that angel charm. I really wanted to get my own because my girlfriend was big into sort of angelic shit as well. So
I couldn't. I had to stay and do nothing, and that's not a good time to do that because obviously I need to be staying to the schedule. So, but it did feel somewhat refreshing to put everything in perspective and like do nothing for the day. So just keep going. You know, there's things like this about that.
always ready to just face the next day.
Okay, so potentially made quite a really good breakthrough actually.
This is talking about another one of those things where she'd come to me and be like, I'm going to kill myself, I hate myself so much, I am a monster, all my friends hate me, I've turned them against me and all that, and I was able to make her feel appreciated and, you know, tell her I love her and I always care and she's a great person, and giving her reasons why she might think the way she does. And then she was like super affectionate.
I feel absolutely terrible illness-wise, but mentally it's great. So what happened? Well, entering a dangerous situation, I felt comfortable knowing that I could handle it, which is the first time this happened. Like, it didn't hit me really bad.
Yeah, so I saw it was coming and I was like, right, you know how to deal with this now.
I sort of knew I could do the thing and remedy the situation, so that's really good, especially when I'm feeling like fucking shit. So, yeah, let's keep going. You know, do good things. So this is the moment of truth. This is the moment of truth. We're going to import the scene into.
Yeah, it's getting hard to watch these now. Harder, but that's what I need to do. Fucking hell. Not even halfway through.
Unity actually worked. Wow, the door still has a missing.
So I had to import a scene file from Maya that my games project team and I made into Unity, and for some reason it was like really difficult, even though it's like a couple things. I think the documentation on that's much better now.
Texture and transparency is not shown on properly, but everything else is looking good. So, we're going to send that off today, put it on GitHub, and just, I don't know if there's much more that I can do today with it, but we'll see. That was good. So, the technique
I did not know how Git worked at that point, so I don't know what I meant by putting it on the GitHub.
that I was using the entire time I was doing that was rubber duck to the camera the entire time. You know, it really helps concentrate.
Oh yeah, I would have filmed myself talking to the camera about what I was doing.
Potentially, because it's all being recorded too, I'm not going to use any of that stuff I recorded now, but it helps referencing later, it helps productivity, and it's really good doing it that way. So yeah, try to do that more often. Use the camera as a means of support. So way to go.
Using the camera as a means of support. Thankfully, that is something that I'm aware of that. I'm aware that this helps.
To me, that I'm
Look at this dude.
I'm battling against
This lighting.
2 other people at once.
Battling against 2 other people at once. Right, so what does that mean? So, my girlfriend, that's talking about the ex-girlfriend her ex-girlfriend that I was telling you about before, and then another person who is her favourite person, meaning that they live for them and do anything for them and are completely obsessed with them. And you might be thinking, how the fuck are you in a relationship with someone if someone else is your favourite person? Yeah. That made things incredibly hard dealing with them. That other person. Because I'd get messages sort of saying like, wow, everything that I see in them is like, everything that I find attractive in someone is an extension of them. And it's worth noting that they look completely fucking different to me. You know. And their mannerisms are different. And so that would always shoot me into insecurity, thinking, how the fuck, what are you doing spending time with me if this is your ideal person and you see them every day? That was fucking such a pain to deal with, and it was all the time. It was in the back of my head. I met them on a couple of times when I went to go see her. How did I deal with that? Yeah. She had a favourite person, basically. And many times when she would attempt suicide, it was because of them. And I thought it's my duty to make her feel better and help her push through that.
It's part 2 of this big project. But then it also occurred to me after that, that's actually entirely missing the point. That's missing the...
Save your Anton. You know, put your emotions aside completely and just help her deal with whatever the fuck she's going through, no matter how difficult it is for you.
Entirely. That has nothing to do with part 2 at all. Part 2 is all about, you know, the aim of the game here is to just...
The fucking lighting here is
just stay being good, staying optimistic, and just being the best person I can, right? That will provide the best results. So the fact that there are these 2 other things doesn't mean anything.
My room looks so weird here for some reason. It does just look like this kind of cube room with nothing in it.
That's
but a
not
shelf.
something that I need to think about, which is somewhat reassuring. It might factor into some difficulties later on, but that's obviously something I have to look past because that's just part of this whole thing, you know. So yeah, take that in my stride. Since the last week has been sort of riddled with illness and stuff, now that that's on the mend after a big slip, I need to get back into the schedule yet again. I was doing it for such a short time until that happened, but thankfully I seem to recall logging 2-3 weeks ago that I was slipping, so I can go and reference that, or I can easily just try and slide back into it. That shouldn't be too difficult. It's a good idea to keep reassuring myself of what I'm actually doing here, you know. Just be good.
The arbiter of that, of being good, was myself. And somehow I knew what was good and what wasn't.
Just realised that I've got to set up a daily progress document. I don't know why I haven't done that already. It's crazy. This is what I've got so far. That's popular.
Did another thing, was a great person. Successfully did part 2 without needless anxiety. Worked out how to get back into the system. 3 hours of computer architecture. McCulloch-Pitts neuron. Perceptrons. That shouldn't be perceptions. That should be perceptrons. In Hopfield. That's all neuroscience shit. So why it says comp arch there, I don't know, because I wasn't doing computer architecture. I was doing neuroscience, computer graphics, games project, Japanese. And that's it, right? Oh, and web tech. 2 hours of graphics, implemented shadows and indirect lighting to ray tracer, fixed look at, which is like the circling around an object. 3 hours of web tech, made simple CSS, was a generous person, sent a nice picture and message to girl. Recorded progress in video form, ate well, drank well, did exercises, have a nice time with housemates in the evening, got over flu a little, felt more positive. I want to fucking cry reading that. Jesus. I'm not going to though. See tier. What's this? 900 subscribers.
We just hit 900 subscribers.
21st of February, 900 subscribers. That was it. That was a big thing to me. 900 subs. I was really proud of that. I remember thinking when I'm at 1k, I'll be like, fuck me, I'm at 1k. That's so cool. I just couldn't. I don't even know how many subs I have now. I couldn't give a shit.
We have a new plan. A new plan is going to be
Taking shape.
Yeah. So I'm going to get started on a new mix right now. It's 22:57. Part 2 hasn't started yet because something's come up.
She would have been with friends.
That's fine. So what we're going to try and do is fill in the little gaps in the day with working on mixes, mainly mixes now, gathering ideas, putting...
Oh yeah, this was the time that I was also doing all the Warnatrix, Point Never, Orteka, Grouper, Godspeed, William Bissett, all of those mixes were from this time period.
Stuff together, because not only a mix is quite a good way of getting some exposure, which might be quite nice, but it's also a good way to sort of just...
So I did kind of want exposure, but I didn't really care about it that much.
Slip into a routine of constantly keeping the cogs turning, making stuff, getting myself out there, and mixes aren't that hard. I mean, they're very time consuming.
Sorry if you can hear that.
It takes a long time to get right, but I know I can do them. So once I slip into the routine of doing mixes, I can slip into the routine of challenging myself further, doing my own stuff, and we'll see what happens from there. I think this is quite exciting, actually. Just finish. Just one mix. We're going to try and keep doing them because I want to get faster at making them. Now I can make them with relative amount of ease. It's quite fun to do anyway, so I really should keep them going. I am a bit skeptical that if I start just uploading mixes, then when I start to upload stuff that I want to do, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you uploading this bullshit? So I need to be careful of how I pace myself with that. Ideally, I would have a schedule where I work throughout the week and do things like that, but I don't know how easy that is to do on top of part 1 and 2. Having a part 3 and then having...
That's what I would have been able to do had I got up earlier.
Part 2 and 1 at the same time is extremely overwhelming. So, if I can do that, that's insane. We'll stick with mixes for the time being. A couple of weeks, hopefully, if I can keep this going, because I made this one relatively fast. Pick some interesting artists, hope copyright doesn't take them down, and just see where I can go from there. I just want to push towards the 1,000. I want to have 1,000. I think that'd be nice, having 1,000.
Yeah, I remember just I thought that having 1,000 would mean that in the back of my head I'd just be sort of content. Like, yes, I have 1,000 subscribers. That must mean that I'm good, or something like that. But no, it's a kind of thing where it lasts a couple of days and then you're like, right, on to the next goal. But then again, I think that's good for posterity, that clip. I will get dinner soon. I do want to, after looking through all these clips, I want to send some messages to some friends telling them I really love and appreciate them. I'll do that in a bit, but for now we'll continue with these clips.
So it's like a very clear change has been felt in regards to part 2. Not exactly sure what it is. Been thinking about it less.
So what that was I was thinking less and less about her in a good way, not in a way where it's like, oh, I'm caring less, but it's not, taking up my mind 24/7. I was able to focus on myself a bit more, and I was worried because maybe I thought, am I becoming self-centered?
I don't know if that's cause for concern or not, because should I be thinking about it the whole time? Was that part of the game? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'm making
It would get to the point at the end of the relationship where you don't even think about it at all.
it easy for myself by doing that. I don't know. Just keep going and see what happens is the answer to that. Anyway, with the list. And
The list.
we're really going to crack down on the neuroscience.
WebTech 64.5. I was with my friend doing that. I was never in a group project where I wasn't with friends. I can't believe how lucky I was.
We're really going to bring that down in the next 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks until the first deadline, and the camera's just not going to fucking focus, is it? Come on. There you go. We're going to keep that going. We're going to try and do 2 hours a day, play that nicely. WebTech, hopefully I can push down to like fucking 25 by 2 weeks, because I've realised that
2 weeks?
all my evenings are just being entirely taken up by WebTech now.
Jeez.
Until part 2 starts, of course. So that's like 10ish. Still hasn't started now. Give it some time, I'm sure that will kick into effect soon. Yeah, I feel somewhat better about part 2, I think. Need to make sure I remember this moment to see where things fuck up along the way, if they, or when they inevitably do.
Yeah, that was out of your control, mate. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
The Apex Twin Mix.
Fucking hell, what is going on here? It's the lighting, it's the hair after the shower, it's the freaking pronounced forehead, and it's the greasy, slicked... Dude.
Is uploading right now. It's the first re-upload of the mix. I had to unfortunately remove 2 songs. Thankfully YouTube actually tells me what they are. Discrete 1 and Piano Unten It Happened, because they're from computer controlled instruments, whatever it's called, and
Oh, Pikachu.
I'm not allowed to have that there, even though they're already on YouTube. Makes no sense that I can't put.
Yeah, there are things on YouTube that for some reason you can't upload yourself, even though they're from unofficial accounts.
So they're already uploaded on YouTube and not taken down, and they're on unofficial accounts. It's exactly the same thing with the 106.0 mix. Every single song that was used on that mix is already on YouTube in multiple places, and yet I can't upload any of them. So, I mean, it's super annoying, but I can get past that. So, I'm re-uploading the video with the mix slightly altered. I'm a bit annoyed because I had a really cool and like unlikely segue between Disc Prep 1 and I. That was really cool. Between Cliffs and Keno 10 Unten It Happened was also really good. But oh well, that's fine. Some trade-offs will need to be in store for when I upload future mixes. With regards to part 2, I want to do something really good for part 2. Like, I know it would be really good and it would be received well, but it's really hard for me to do that because it directly correlates with something I'm just shockingly terrible at. So I need to figure that out before 4 days' time, and I need to...
I'm turning off my work laptop, by the way. So
we'll see how that goes. I ideally want to get started on it now, but part 1's about to kick off soon, so I'll see how much time I have.
Right, so I think we've officially got a part 3 going now. There's part 1, there's part 2,
There we
and there's part 3 now.
Jeez.
So it's very
Okay, well, I wasn't really talking about much in that clip, was I?
all the time, because there's constantly things
Sorry
to
about
think about. There's always time to do one of them. But we're going to do this, you know. I really need to do this. If I can do this, you know, I can do anything.
No, you fucking can't. Shut the fuck up. Instant eater.
Part 3, where are we at now? So the Apex Twin Mix, I have a good feeling about that. I feel like that's going to get a nice sort of...
Idiot. I hate all the times that I've said if I can do this, I can do anything. Have you ever had a dream?
bulk of attention. I can already see it's growing the fastest that a video of mine has grown in quite a while. So we're doing well on that front. I'm hoping that the YouTube algorithm will look at the watch time and put it in recommended everywhere like it did for the very first board of Canada Mix. So we're going to work on the Ortega Mix now because people are going to want that and it'll be interesting to...
I remember uploading that whilst I was in a watch together with my girlfriend and we were listening to Yumi. It was finally listening to music that I was recommending. We were listening to Yumi Tuki Sleep Mix. And then I uploaded the Ortega Mix and I had all these nice comments coming in as I was enjoying this moment with her, and it was lovely.
Do an Ortega Mix. Ortega Sleep Mix, yeah. I actually haven't listened to much Ortega.
I'd only heard like the first 5 albums, I think. Yeah, sounds about right.
Really haven't, so I don't have that sort of masterful touch of knowing of what's going to go together, just like I did with the box discography, because I knew every single track back to front. I knew exactly what I wanted. So I'm going to use as many resources as I can to piece together some ambient tracks as quick as I can, and just really get a feel for them and put it together properly.
I was worried about people potentially seeing this and then thinking that I'm a bit of a fraud for just like whacking ambient tracks together willy-nilly. But that is one thing I don't care about. If you enjoy the mix, you do. If you don't, because it's just tracks together, then you might be an Ortega elitist. And I think they're quite unpleasant.
Pretty we are the music makers thread that discusses ambient tracks. So I'm going to go through those, find some links, go through the newer material. I see that like NTS sessions and LSEC have some ambient stuff in them, I think. So we're going to take some of that, put it all
Couldn't
together.
use any of them.
Then we'll have Apex Twin and Ortega. Then if I get Square Pusher going as well, you know, we've got
Never got around
lots
to
of
that.
big names. Hopefully,
I never got around to that because I was listening to it whilst I was like working and it was getting sort of too intense and I was just thinking, I can't fucking be bothered to do this.
cut me over there, but that's got to push me towards the 1,000 mark. I really think.
Oh well, that doesn't matter anymore.
I've got to
Then.
just do the thing.
That's also
Yeah. Why can't I just do the thing? I know there can only be a good outcome.
what am I talking about here? I'm talking about the fact that it was my girlfriend's birthday in a few days, so I did a Twinkly piano version of the "Let Me Be With You" Chobits theme, and I did all the vocal harmonies and stuff. That was hard for me to fucking do because I had to hear my voice doing cute Japanese accent with the ooh 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 things. That was hard. I cringed all the way throughout making that, but it made her very happy. So
I'll come from this. There will be a lot of proudness going around if I can do this. I just got to do it. I just have to do the thing for part 2. I don't know why this is so hard to.
That's funny. I don't know why. That's a beat. I completely forgot that I did that. Oh my god, there's so many of these now. I don't know why.
Do. We just finished the thing that I needed to do for part 2. The thing is done. It was hard, yeah. It was definitely difficult to do that, but it got easier as I sort of went into the groove and went along with that. So in a couple of days, I will find out if that was worth it at all.
It was. Good on you for doing that. That was cute. I want to be able to do that with someone in the future again.
It's like the monitors, you know, they're fucking discussing something. They're gathering and they're discussing something. Look at this.
Yeah, I still see that. I still get that. So this is the workroom that I was talking about. You get that from the Tesco meal deal. Tesco Extra Clifton meal deal was nutty. Or you get it in Sainsbury's because it's like £1.
I found my water bottle.
But I put water in it. I found my water. I like that one because it has the workroom in it. What's this one? Oh yeah. Awkward stubbly camera angle.
Hello?
I miss that guy, dude. One of my best friends in uni. Fucking legend.
I just don't know what to do.
You got a new fucking relationship on your hands, mate. Come on, lighten up.
Right. Part 2 is happening right now.
Ah, is this what I think it is?
And
27th of February. Wait, I'm an idiot. 27th.
at the end of the day, after fucking doing part 1 and 3, it's like, how do I do this? How do I reassure myself I can get past it? What do I fucking do? Jeez, this is so hard.
You watch Anxiety War. That's what you do. You watch fucking Zach catch pedos.
Really difficult. I mean, we're really doing the thing for part 1 right now. Part 1 is doing good, you know. The list is taking care of that nicely. Part 1 is being chiseled away at a reasonable pace. Part 2, like, it's going to take ages to get used to slight.
So this is what I specifically remember on 28th of February. Yeah, she went through another rough patch with the favourite person and like doubt. Because here's the fucking worst part, okay? She would come to me and say she felt like she was being a traitor for loving 2 people. Right? And so I would have to be the one that she would, you know, move away from because their favourite person was, you know, there. And then later on, when they came out of the equation a little bit, she was entirely up for just starting relationships with other people without even telling me about it first. And I brought up the fact, like, I thought your whole premise and the whole difficulty of the dynamic that we faced early on was that you felt horrible loving 2 people, and here you are doing exactly that, but without, you know, a blink of an eye. What's up with that? I feel a bit betrayed. And she was like, well, it's different now, isn't it?
Getting into gear.
But this was an altercation with that, and I would like try to start a conversation. She'd just be like,
After doing part 1 all day, because it's like, am I even like being given
2 days in a row of that.
the tools to
Quite
be able
enough,
to do this
actually.
properly? There's some, you know, this is two-way, you know, this is two-way.
I always liked that I was doing this, and then I stopped it, and then I started it again.
Oh. I can't do everything, you know. Part 3, I'm working on it all the time. If I'm not doing part 1 and 2, part 2 should have started, but yeah, again, it's starting really slowly, and it feels terrible, but just, you know, it usually turns out well in the end. I can reassure myself that I really need to.
It did turn
We're
out
on the
well, by
first
the way.
up.
It did turn out well. Yeah, it was all good.
Uploading the old techniques. But first re-upload, so. Entering the last hour of February 2018.
No, it's not. It's 2019. Fuck.
What have I done? Some things, I guess.
I like that one a lot for some reason. I don't know what it is. That's a C tier, but this one is a certified B tier moment. What have I done? 2018. No, it's fucking 2019, dude.
Okay, so this is what happens when part 2 doesn't even start. Like, it just never even goes anywhere. Basically the worst feeling that you can really imagine at this point. Yeah, I am completely lost at this point. I've reached my limit. So all I can do is wait for the thing to happen. Hopefully tomorrow will be fine. I mean, it really should be, but I don't know. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible feeling. There is some good news though. I was just checking my
That is what I did though. I watched Anxiety War, I remember.
YouTube studio thingy, YouTube studio, and it turns out that there's actually only one track in the entire One Tricks Point Never mix, which has a red light. All the others can be used, it just means I can't monetize them, which obviously not a problem. There's only one song, and it's the intro that I can't use, so that's kind of great, really. I mean, that mix is saved, I can actually do something with that, so I just hope to God that tomorrow, I know it's already the 1st of March, but I'm going to say tomorrow anyway, that things will have sorted themselves out or something. Or there's some closure maybe on what the fuck happened.
Yeah, no, you got closure. You had a fine night's sleep. That was fine. See you.
Okay, so I've set up the list. The list
Yeah, look at me. I'm fucking straight back into it.
for the mixes to make is
What have we got here? Coil Sleep Mix. Thomas Kona. What's the point of a Thomas Kona Sleep Mix? Just put his stuff on shop. Same with Groot. Whatever.
made. I'm learning a valuable lesson now on how to pace myself when it comes to releasing these things, because I feel like if I release them too quickly, people won't have time to sink their teeth into the videos, and potentially, I don't know, this is all speculation, but the YouTube algorithm might not be able to do its thing where it recommends one video to everyone based on watch time and then it explodes. Because that's ideally the effect that I want. So I just really want to push towards that 1,000. From then on, it doesn't matter as much. But I feel like that's something that I really want. So we have
Fucking
the-
hell, dude. Like, that was another one of my main problems back then, is I thought that once I've got that, I'm set. I didn't have the idea of, like, okay, once I've done this, I seriously need to push forward. Like, that whole 4-month game thing. Like, I was thinking, you know, once I've done that, it's done. Well done. Throughout the whole of the rest of your life, you're going to be happy that you've done that, as opposed to thinking, what's next?
list. Once a week on a Friday, they'll be uploaded. Try to pump out as many as you can for part 3 during days, and really get a good backlog. That's important and exciting. It's been, wait, how long has it been? So I want to say it was about a week ago,
Yeah, that
maybe a
didn't
week,
happen.
maybe 9 days ago. 9 days ago that I said they had 900 subscribers. Now I have 918, so I'm slowly getting up there.
Nicely
The more
done, mate.
people will see the Apex Twin mix, the more it will go up, and I will keep making stuff, doing all the mixes. I don't want to be the guy who does the mixes. I want to make my own stuff too, but it's hard to find time to do that. So go with the mixes, then do the other stuff. Yeah, I think I can do this. This is good. We've derived the schedule for the mixes that
Well, my voice is really just sort of go everywhere, doesn't
I'm
it?
going to make.
Which ones of these did I do? Temeka, Grouper, C14. And that's it.
And it's just crazy looking at this list, you know. Crazy thinking that I might have all of that under my belt by 15 weeks. So we have the 15-week schedule when it comes to part 3. So part 3 is nicely laid out. I can churn that out in my spare time. So why make this? It's so that after I've made...
Why didn't I do that? I think it's because I realised I care about my own music more than I do about... I care about music that's attached to me than mixes, which is like other people's music. Like I want it to be like my product.
in all of these, which should hopefully be within the month, I can really keep my viewers engaged whilst making all my own stuff. You know, working on the content, working on my own stuff. I already have ideas floating around in my head. If I can get those down after I've done the mixes, which should last about a month, then I'm really on the road to owning part 3. So we'll do part 1 throughout the day. We finish part 1. We start part 3 until part 2 starts. I can do this. There's no reason why I shouldn't.
No reason. Okay, we've actually not got a whole lot left. This is the last one. Wait, no, it's not. I still have that secret clip that I need to find. I don't have a thumbnail for that, but that would be an A-tier memory. Dude, is there a way I can upload a new picture? It's fine, just imagine that there's another one there. When it gets to that, I'll show it. I just remembered there's a clip I, for some reason, left out of the compilation, which is one of the most important clips. So,
Got 3
oh wait.
complete mixes. Doesn't matter what order I complete them in, as long as by the date I need to
Hey, there's the keyboard. That's my housemate's that he let me borrow.
release them. They're done. Chose Grouper because it was kind of just like one of the easiest things, really. I kind of feel like a bit of a hack doing it. That one's done. And
Still definitely feel like a hack for making a grouper mix. Because you can literally just put her stuff on shuffle. It's the same thing.
when you unprivate YouTube videos,
Well, what? Hang on.
as it turns out, when you unprivate
CP test? Oh, no. Probably copyright test. Fuck me, dude.
YouTube videos, they go into the subscription boxes as if it was just released, which is really nifty.
Oh, look at that production
Thinking
value.
about working on the Tim Hecker one next.
Wow, lots of very nifty editing there, mate. That's a C tier for you.
We just completely blitzed one of the mixes. Not the Tim Hecker mix. The C418 mix is completely finished now.
I always pronounced it C418. I think Wikipedia says it's C418. So if I say C418, I'm not sorry because that does sound better.
It's uploading to, well, I don't know why I say completely finished. It's uploading right now. The copyright test is happening right now.
Copyright test. There you go.
It occurred to me that whilst I was gathering the Tim Hecker tracks again, I could do something in the meantime. So I thought I'd start the C418 mix, and wow, 3 hours later it's basically done. I mean, it's crazy. Like, I already knew what tracks I wanted to go together in my head. One thing that was for certain was that it would start with Zweite and end with beginning. Then it was just a simple interpolation.
Dude, I love that stupid effect. That's a B tier. No, it was just a simple interpolation. Nicely said, mate.
We're still doing this, you know. I mean, of course we're still doing it. So
Well,
I don't know why I say that, but we're playing the game. It was a hard day today. You know, really difficult. We ran into so many.
there was a problem where I was trying to do asynchronous database lookups in JavaScript using SQLite 3, and the way the framework was set up meant that that wasn't possible, and we went to this was before I solved the problem the following day. We went to the teacher, Ian, the lecturer for WebTech, and said, why isn't this working? We've tried everything, and he was like, oh yeah, you need to downgrade to SQLite, just the 2.7 or whatever it is. No, that's Python 2.7. God, just the not SQLite 3. And that was, it was a big roadblock all day.
Roadblocks. I'm going to have to pick up where I left off today, and I did not leave today in a good place because of the roadblocks, but I will clear them. I know I can because I have done before. I am glad at how optimistic I feel about that now. Looking back on the previous 2 clips, whereas in the same situation, it's bad, but now I can work through this. I know I can. That's a big step that I've made. I'm happy that I've done that. So I'm going to go with the roadblock stuff.
This.
Okay, so we're adding yet another part to the list. Actually, wait a second.
Japanese.
Here we go. Yet another part is added to the list. Realise that that's important. I need to get that down to
That was 20 credit points. And all those were 10 credit point units.
All parts, at all angles, at all times. So this will inspire me to get on the schedule once and for all. Because if it doesn't, then I don't really deserve anything, do I?
That was what I cared about, the fucking schedule. That was like my thing that I was working towards. B tier. Yeah. So many clips where I say a bunch of shit, and that's all you have to do is just put your head on your desk.
And so, you know, I mean, we're obviously going to have some off days, right? Some days that barely any work gets done, even though you try to, like, the time just slips right by. Not sure exactly what goes on, but we'll work that out. Why do these happen? Well, we haven't properly slid into the schedule yet. It's extremely difficult to do that because of the bad habits that I've been just sort of accustomed to for the last 8 or so months. They're all written down in this book. So, you know, go through that for me.
What? What do you mean? That was my dream diary. That's just a lie. Oh, no, what I meant was they're all in that book because those were dreams that I took between like the hours of 8 and 11 a.m. So that was time I should have been doing stuff.
Me too, I guess. Really it's the hardest thing is getting out of bed because you feel like an entirely different person after you wake up, right?
Yes.
Entirely different person. So once you get out of bed, do the thing, but you gotta not waste time on, like, I don't know where the time's being wasted. It just happens. Like half an hour is just gone between workloads. So what is happening? You know, gonna have to really crack down on that. You know, there's gonna be some off days. That's okay. We'll get into this. You know, set things up a bit.
Yeah. So many of those clips are just me. They've turned into clips just begging me to listen to them and properly understand them.
What the fuck?
Ah, yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah, C tier. I'll play the next clip and then I'll explain what's going on there.
Okay, so good news. Managed to get up at 8:30, which by my standards is really great, but that was because of some bad news, which was
Real life occurrence.
it involved someone who shall remain.
Very special to me, even though I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Because
Girlfriend.
This doesn't make any sense right now. Why is this happening?
It's like every time I think of myself.
I just want to do the thing and get back on the schedule, you know, not get too irritated by the random things that happen with part 2 because it should turn out well. It really should.
Hey, you got a fucking A. Got a fucking A tier, boys. Let's go. That's an A tier. I love that clip. Fucking love that clip. Hey, there it is. So, what's happening there? Woke up in the morning and my girlfriend had sent me a screenshot where she was saying I love you to her ex. Now, in retrospect, I realise that that was in fact a sort of friendly, just, you know, a strong friendship, sort of I love you, I appreciate you. Not an I love you in a sort of romantic way, okay? But me being me at that point, obviously insecure, that was a huge setback to me. I thought, fucking hell, have I got even more people that I need to worry about? And I had the genius idea when I got up in the morning to think, I need to edit this into a video somehow to take my mind off this. And I took the old, it had a dream thing and made it actually real. So it made it look like, whoa, this is actually serious now as opposed to just some silly dream. And the fact that the bin and the TeamSpeak logo is still there is, I watched that video many times after I made it in the morning. I was so happy I made such a shit post because I was feeling so down after that because I kept messaging her being like, what does this mean? You love her? What's going on? I'm scared. And I made that video and I just sort of kept watching it, just sort of smiling to myself how dumb it was. That's an A tier, definitely. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so as it turns out, one thing that might be good to try and avoid too much stress from part 2 randomly throwing things at you and expecting you to be able to cover them straight away is just do part 1. You know, try and make some progress with part 1. You might fail and not be able to make any progress and feel worse, but you might not. That makes sense. But you might be able to make progress, which is really good. So I'm doing that right now, working on the Pixels implementation for the Rasterizer. Yeah, just do.
I mean, my friend massively helped me out with that. with how to do the pixel, with how to do the whole rasterizer. I ended up doing that in like a day. Yeah, I mean that is kind of what you have to do, I think. I mean, I haven't faced that sort of relationship problem in a long time, simply because, you know, broke up with her March 24th, I want to say, this year. And before, and up until then, it just wasn't the same with that sort of, it wasn't an uphill thing anymore. It wasn't a sort of crescendo. And it was sort of turning into a thing like, yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. But yeah, no, doing the work does take your mind off it. It does. If it's not so bad, like, you know, sometimes it gets so bad, you know, you can't do anything. But in situations like that, yeah, the work can keep you going.
Part 1 and part 2 fails, you know. I'll get some closure on it by the end of the day. Come on, just keep going.
Yes, and you did. Thank you for being reasonable, dude.
Okay, so here's the situation. We are now a month into the 4-month game.
Wow, that feels like fucking ages that I've been going through this video, and only it's just been a month.
And what have we learned? Well, what haven't we learned? So part 1, you know, part 1's doing very good at the moment. Managed to completely, basically finish the rasterizer like just today, which is mental. Don't know how that happened.
That was a good thing.
Which is crazy. So
We had like 3 weeks to do that. We did it in a day.
making incredible progress there. That opens up a lot of doors to just, you know, really plow through the right hand side of the sheet, because admittedly there's not as much stuff to do, but it needs to be done. So that is what's going to happen. We're going to go through those doors because we've just opened them. So part 2, you know, we're learning how to handle the random variables. They are tough, you know, of course they're tough, but we're going to look past them, because it's often, I mean, it always is the situation that you manage to get back on track, because it would seem implausible for that just to not be the case. You know, of course, there's a lot of anxiety that comes along with, like, what if there is one thing that happens that just monumentally fucks everything up, but you can't think of it like that.
If only you knew, mate. If only you fucking knew. One thing is all it takes.
You just got to keep going. So part 3, admittedly, has been slacking a bit because part 1 is...
And it's the little things that you try to deal with that build the ladder to get to that point.
taking over, but
For that one thing.
now we can work even more on the mixes. You know, we can keep going on that. Potentially a new Pascal video comes out tomorrow as well. So yeah, we've got a lot of things going for us, and we're a month in. What happens after this month? You know, I'm not going to learn. Let's look at the days. That's a good idea. So yeah, it's actually 2 months where none of the things are going to happen. So then the final month's going to be massive anticipation.
Yes, it is massive. That's a B tier. Fucking way I talk with such confidence there. Like, fuck me. Really quite admirable.
What are we going to do?
Oh, so I forgot to put that one down. That's a D tier.
Even though the last like 7-8 months have been just like stupidly overwhelming all the time, and it's taken a massive toll on me, it's probably been the best time of my life.
Yeah, yeah, that's S tier. No fucking wiser words could possibly be spoken to current day me. Fucking hell. It's been the hardest, it's been the most emotional, turbulent, but it's been the best time of my life. How did I in that moment know that? How did I in that moment acknowledge the fact that, yes, I'm living through the golden age right now? I've never been able to do that, and yet, in that moment, I could. I realised it. I knew. This is the best time of my life right now, even though it's so crazily hard. You'd think that during those times your vision of how good the time is would be clouded. And yet there I am, just saying yes. Oh.
Even though the last like 7-8 months have been just like stupidly overwhelming all the time, and it's taken a massive toll on me, it's probably been the best time of my life.
One of my favourite songs of all time.
So I need it to be loud enough to wake me up, but not loud enough to wake other people up. I don't want other people to hear it. I don't want to disturb anyone, so we're gonna have to work that out. But essentially, we have the alarm going on the desk. Okay.
That phone I gave to my girlfriend when I went to see her because her phone broke, and I was like, "Hey, you can have my old one." It's a Samsung Galaxy S4.
So you have to get up out of bed to turn the alarm off. If you don't do that, then just fuck you, you know.
I was sick of myself at that point for not doing the schedule. I was really irritated that I couldn't get up at a reasonable time.
I'm doing videos for the part 3, and we're going through part.
We're at 16th of March now, so yeah. Okay.
2 bit by bit. Putting the videos up on Instagram.
Hey, look at that. Fucking me eating a Tide Pod. That caption says my name is Jeff Lol, by the way. Yeah. I used to put those videos on Instagram. No idea what I was doing.
Alright, come on, you know, just.
But I didn't care. It was fun just putting it there.
Gotta be reasonable in these situations, you know. Got 3 parts going at you at all times. Of course, you're gonna be vulnerable to loads of things, so gotta stay reasonable and just keep going. You know, tomorrow brings so many new things that you can't predict. So we're learning how to deal with all the random variables. Things are falling into place for that. It's hard, but obviously you have to do it, and obviously there's going to be good results. So just keep being reasonable. Do this thing. It's only as hard as you make it, really.
Hard as you make it. That could be very true, as even though it's a hard fucking pill to swallow. Because I was in gear there. I was motivated each day because I knew each day there'd be new stuff, something exciting happen. That's what I need to get into.
Fuck it.
Yeah, 28th of March. So, yeah, that was when I started losing it with regards to the video diaries. I don't know why, but I just sort of stopped doing them. I missed out an awful lot of recording. I'm really mad at myself for not recording that time period.
I just completely lost it. Completely fucking lost. No idea what to do. Nothing's working. Nothing.
What do you mean? What do you mean nothing's working? Like,
Tried so many times at making schedules after schedule, trying to fix things, trying to get part 1, 2, and 3 in line. None of them work. So I know that any of it could fall apart.
well, I've got the Pokemon cans at this stage.
Moment. Is it even fucking worth me going through the effort to do this?
Yes, it is. Because that's where the excitement stems from.
I've got to ease myself into this. I have to ease myself into this. I can't force myself to say, no, I just can't do that. I don't have the power to do that. What am I going to do? I need to fix something out, but I have no idea where to find the answer. So, no fucking idea what I'm supposed to do, and it pisses me off.
Oh, I reckon that around this time there was another one of the. Wow, it looks like I'm strangling myself in this one. It was another one of her emotional downturns with the favourite person, and that lasted a while, so I think that's why I was a bit exasperated there. 2nd of April, you see, look, massive fucking jump. And my hair is black because I dyed it for emo costume night that we did for my birthday. We did a joint birthday with one of my best friends. We had a big house party costume thing.
Oh, okay, so potentially a massive change in part 2 just occurred.
Yeah, we called, and for about 16 minutes we were in silence, couldn't really talk about anything. And then she said, I'm going to go. And then she was like, yeah, we should break up. I care too much about this other person. And somehow we managed to turn it around.
5 minutes ago, but I'm not going to call it the end because it really isn't, you know.
Not sure how I knew that. I think it's because the breakup was very much not a we can't talk anymore thing. It was a more just I need time to sort things out kind of thing.
Considering what exactly has been going on with it for the past.
Besides, that only lasted like an hour or something, so or a couple hours before. It wasn't even a breakup. It was just a big blip.
Like 6 months or something. So I'm going to just say it's gone a little bit harder, which is not the time for that to happen because I've been slipping so much with regards to everything. I don't know why that's happened, but you know, it just makes it even harder, and it's in a way pushing me to get back on track. And if I don't, then I'm fucked. I'm utterly fucked. I've been dragged under with the amount of fucked that's going on right now. So, right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really struggling there, definitely.
Got to keep this going somehow. Good progress made in part 1 today, even though it was only one thing that was tackled. Not
Don't know what that is.
gonna give up on part 2 at all. This is still exactly the same thing that's going on. So yeah.
Oh, I was used to this sort of thing happening. It's just this one was a bit more worrying because it felt more real.
Just to
I remember listening to Bill Wurtz's What Love Is like on loop during that time.
definitely make sure I know what's going on. Fuck, I need to keep doing these. I don't know why I'm getting so lazy on this. That's not good. And I should be recording what's happening so I can reference it. Otherwise I'm not going to know what the fuck's happening.
Exactly, dude. Fuck. Yeah, I can't. I wish I'd gone more. Jeez.
Man, oh man. We just went through and watched the entire second part of the video diary, which I will be uploading in bulk after I've recorded it. What a fucking bore it is. Jesus.
That is my reaction to me right now. Like, are you serious, dude? That was an hour of like fucking, you know, the most excitement possible during that time.
Christ. Like, fuck me, you know. Just get a fucking grip of yourself. You're fucking useless, aren't you? What are you doing? What are you actually...
I think what I was mad about here was the fact that also since this relationship, we hadn't seen each other yet. It was all entirely online. I remember thinking I was a fool for letting my emotions get this intense with someone I hadn't met, because all the people who I talked to, I was thinking they'd think, oh, it's not a real relationship then, or they'd laugh at me for falling in love with someone online. So I was kind of thinking I'm pathetic for letting myself get to that point.
What are you doing? So let's break this down. What did we learn from that? So okay, so what did we learn? We learned that there was a lot of progress made with part 2, which still stands up to, you know, just because of what just happened doesn't mean that any of that's in vain. It all counts towards many, many things. It's good that I went through that because, like, what was it? Mid-February or something? Maybe early to mid-February,
Yeah, so at this point I was thinking like the game was over. Like, that's it, 4-month game. I failed it. I didn't make it work.
Me being worried about part 2 starting. Now that's not as difficult because I've learned ways to feel more sure about that. Obviously now that could change drastically, which is a fucking waste of my time, frankly, but we're not going to get pissed off about that because it's something that you have to do and you have to live with it. So part 1, just doing stuff. Part 3 is happening not as well as I would like to because I slipped so hard. So we did learn stuff for part 2. We really did. There was a lot that happened. There were a lot of things where I saw myself say, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to do that. Well, now I do. And now there's a new set of problems that are being filtered in for me to deal with. On top of the fact that part 1 is as hard as it ever has been.
I think that was around the time Games Project was happening as well.
Happened properly because of that.
This Games Project, like, I'll talk about this a bit more after I've had my dinner because I need to eat something soon. But yeah, I'll stop the recording after this is finished and then I'll come back to it in a bit.
So there was another interesting part, which was what's going to happen in the next month. Well, we have a new set of problems. Now we're going to see what happens within the next month. Potentially the 4-month game will be over at that point, which would fucking suck because I've invested so much time into this. But
it's a weird way of looking at it, isn't it? It's a weird way of looking at a relationship as a time investment. It certainly is, but there's something very clinical I don't like about the way I said that.
That was something that had to be done. So we're not going to get mad over that because it has made me learn lessons that I will be able to use in the future. So that's it for the second part, I guess. That's going to go up on YouTube after I press the stop button.
Yeah, and then I look up at the camera like that. I don't know why, but that's a C. Yeah. Flipping heck, yeah, we've got quite a lot of stuff here right now. Quite a lot of clips. Whereas these two definitely reign supreme at the moment. So I'll be back in a bit after I've had my dinner. Right, I'm back. Have myself an unfinished Corona from yesterday, as well as another one. 2 and a bit hours. Let's go.
There's one thought that has just occurred to me just now, and I kind of put
So you can just about see I have the remnants of eyeliner here because that was from the emo night. So yeah, that's a shame that I didn't record anything between the 2nd and the 7th. This was when I was really slipping. How much? What else did I do?
I think it makes me realise what's going on here. So part 1 has been going on so much, and part 2 has been going on so much, and there's been quite a lot of progression of both of them. So much so part 2, especially as of recently, like crazy amounts of progression.
Oh yeah, because after the whole breakup thing, that was always a pattern. There was a breakup, or I don't think we should talk anymore, and then I would rather forget this happened, and then she'd be super affectionate and really fucking lovey-dovey about everything, saying how much she loved me and stuff like that.
Because just the contrast in the contrast in emotional impact is insane, unbelievable. It's totally unprecedented as well, to be honest. What's been going on? So, foolish thing right now would be to say go full steam ahead, really own this, because that leaves up so much vulnerability, and it's high risk and the reward isn't really even that high. I can just continue at a reasonable pace. So because this was happening, and because it was all
this is all just bullshit
to the documentation process. So I'm not going back.
Also, I probably should move my mic back down here again, so when I move my mouse, it doesn't make a really loud sound.
I'm going to slow things down a bit, but we're going to just get used to the new way that things are happening. I feel like it could.
What would have that been? Why was there a thing next week? Might be a games project thing or a deadline for computer graphics.
For
Something
you,
like that.
time to reflect on what exactly is going on. But it's good at the moment because what was the last century, like a week ago or something? Feels like it would have been a week ago or around a week ago. I mean, that was like big change, but bounced back from that pretty much straight away, which is just insane. Like, I feel like when I document something straight away, someone will come along and just say, no, that's kind of illegitimate now. But how to realise what exactly goes on when I'm thinking straight.
When I'm thinking straight, yeah. Just another level of demonstration of how certain I was, you know. I knew what thinking straight was. I knew what being good was. I knew what success was. I knew what progress was. Or I defined it for myself, and then when I committed to it, I was proud.
So, just, I don't even know what to document at this point. It feels like I've gone through like so much of the format game and I've learned such an unbelievable.
That's weird that I would say that. I'd been 2 months through the 4 month game, and in the last 2 months I was just like, I don't really know what to document. When surely the intensity is just going up and up and up towards, you know, the time you fucking meet her in real life.
Amount, and now here I am, but I still have 2 months left. Wait, what day is it today? 7th. Okay, so a bit less than 2 months, and those are going to fly by. So what do we do from this point? This is exciting. This is very exciting. There will still be so much to learn, I guess, or maybe because there's this like plateau that's been reached, it's going to be hard to maintain my position up here. That's quite worrying to think about, kind of doing that the whole time. But well, you'll learn, won't you? So just go for it, you know.
Yeah. Every time I hear that self-confidence, that knowing that you'll grow, that knowing that, you know, success is bound, that hurts.
What is this?
So, here we fucking are, 13th of May. I'll play this out and I'll explain what's going on.
Come on, really? This is just not fair, really, is it? Okay, enough of that. So, what is going on? Okay, so that one is coming to a close.
So at that point, the only stuff I had left to do was Japanese, neuroscience exam, and web tech assignment, and games project. So this is the 13th of May. So the day after that was fucking games day. So essentially, what happened throughout that whole year, third year of university, was for 40 credit points, we would be in a group of 7 people, and we would work on a video game together that was, you know, a third of our whole mark for third year of university, which is a lot of fucking marks. And so from about middle of March up until middle of May, which is when this was, the crunch time for Games Project was unbelievable. The amount of time that we were spending in that workroom trying to figure out how the fuck we're going to do this video game, which involved a haptics device for virtual touch and VR and like real-time fluid sim and stuff like that. Every day we were fucking so stressed together working on that, our group of people. And I love those people and I miss them dearly. But Games Day was essentially the day when the teachers would come, the lecturers, professors, whatever, and they would play test your game and they would mark it based on that. And it was a day where there'd be a schedule in the morning for the teachers to come and play test it for 10 minutes. And then in the afternoon, it was a fun
open event where anyone in the university could come along and play the games made by third year computer science students who were on the master's course. And so just for context, just after this happened was Games Day, where you had to completely bring your all, and it was the culmination of that entire year's games project in one place. So just bear that in mind. This is too quiet, let me turn it right.
2nd of April. What happened on the 2nd of April? I remember that was the thing. Yeah, 2nd of April. That was, so interestingly enough, what happened on the 2nd of April was a potential end to part 2. It did not end. In fact, it only got much better from there. Lessons were learned way up until this point, until a couple of days ago. Now part 2 is potentially over for a much bigger issue that I cannot deal with.
So, what is that? So, I was just in a normal call with her on a Saturday, I want to say. I think it was a Saturday. Normal, easygoing call. And then all of a sudden, she said, can I read something to you? And I was like, okay. And then I hear like a bottle from a bottle of pills sort of land on a surface and go like sort of rattle around a bit. And then she starts reading this thing and starts crying almost instantly, saying how sorry she is and she never meant to hurt anyone and she's so sorry about her mother having to deal with this. And then she said goodbye and just hung up. And so I was like, what the hell was that? That's very disconcerting. So I was trying to call her back constantly, sending her messages like, what's going on? And then in about 10-15 minutes, something like that, she finally picked up the phone and just said, that's it, I'm going to die. Because she just swallowed an entire bottle of pills, basically. And what she'd read out was a suicide note. And I was essentially saying, what are you talking about? You're gonna die. That's it. And she said, yeah, I just read out my suicide note. This is it. I have to die. I have to die. I can't do this anymore. And I was just like, I just didn't know what to say. And so it eventually got to the point where I sort of coaxed her into the bathroom to sort of throw it all up. And many times during that she would say like, nah, I didn't really take all those pills. I'm not really doing any of that. And she'd sort of laugh in this sort of maniacal way. And that would get me thinking like, are you actually joking? I at one point said, are you serious? Like, are you joking? And she was like, yeah, haha. And then, no, I'm not joking. And it was like, fucking hell, what is happening? How is this happening? Is she going to die? And then it became very clear, like, yes, okay, this has happened. And then I just about sort of managed to get her to, like, throw it all up as much as possible into the toilet. And I sort of kept telling her, like, come on, you need to stay alive. You need to do this for X, Y, and Z. And she was throwing it up. Then I was like, you need to call the suicide hotline and say what just happened. So she did that. And I remember just before that, just before she rang the number, she burped really loudly, and we both laughed a lot at that. It was a weird moment. We were both there laughing after just half an hour or more of just hellishness. And then she just called the number and said, yeah, I took a bunch of pills, but I threw that up. I need to go to a hospital. So they arrived and they took her away. and she went to hospital for a few days, where she was obviously not contactable, and I at that point was in contact with her mum, so I was talking with her quite a lot, saying it's going to be okay and you're so strong for doing this and you're an amazing mum and stuff like that. And eventually, when her mum came to visit her, I was able to talk with her over her mum's phone in the hospital. And I was telling her how I'd just seen the film LOL with Miley Cyrus. And we were just talking as if it was a normal conversation. And I remember asking, like why? And she said, I can't talk about that. I don't think I can talk about that here. I said, that's fair enough. And then she got taken to a mental hospital for about 2 weeks. Obviously, I couldn't contact her during that time. And at this point, I've already booked the plane tickets to go and see her on the 11th of June. And I was just wondering, it's just what's going to happen. I don't know what the procedures are for this sort of thing. You know, when you are about to commit suicide, how long are you admitted for? What kind of course do you go on? And I just thought, am I not going to be able to see her then? And I remember thinking, even if she was in the hospital when I was visiting, I would come and visit her every day and sit by her, and it wouldn't matter because I was with her. I didn't even think twice about that. I just thought I'll be with her and it'll be worth it. And luckily, she got out of there. It was a Friday. It was like very late May, and the time in which she was in the hospital and I wasn't talking to her, because we were talking every day, all of a sudden I would consistently, I would watch films in the evening and I would type to her on Facebook what was happening in them. And so there's a whole huge part of our chat log which is just me sending her messages when she's away, saying what's happening in a certain film. A sort of stream of consciousness. I remember she had a lot of fun reading that when she got back. But that all happened a couple of days before Games Day. And somehow I managed to get through all that. There's a video on my YouTube channel that's called Chess Worlds Revisited, something like that. And in that there's a recording of that call, because we used to record our calls all the time, and because we thought it'd be cute to listen to them later. And that's all recorded. Reading the suicide note, the whole escapade with, her saying she needs to die and that's it. And that's all. I have that all recorded on audio. And some of that was used for Chess Worlds, because during that time I had to make something. I had to get some sort of outlet for what was happening. And she knows about this, don't worry. She fully endorsed the fact that yes, that's a video that you can do, obviously in post. But that's what that video is about. In case anyone who's watching this far into the video has seen Chess Worlds, that is a video I made directly after she tried to kill herself, and about how it's impossible to escape that, and the idea of going into some forgotten video game to try and escape that is fruitless, because you need to just take the burden on yourself and not run away from it instead.
I don't know. I have to find a way to deal with it. The exciting thing is, if I can deal with this, then fuck knows what I can
Cunt. For fuck's sake.
deal with. I probably said that before. I probably said that already. I don't know, but well, there is the one step up from this, which
She dies.
is gonna, I'm not gonna think about that. But that's the thing that happened up to, I have to just. I'm in the very same mindset of.
I think at this point I didn't know whether she was going into a mental hospital or not. All I knew was that she had been taken to a hospital and she was having blood taken out of her.
Wow, this is exciting to think about. So I'm in the not exact same, but very similar to mindset to January 6th. So I have that same weight on me, and I know that that can be lifted up because it did in January, but the situation is very different and much more worrying now. Like the mountain to climb was so much smaller for January 6th. However, I feel the same sort of emotional weight now, even though the mountain is off the screen. It's crazy. So that's definitely a lesson to be learned. But there are so many questions that need to be answered, and I just need to be patient, keep my composure as part 1 comes to a close and part 3 can actually start again. That's important. But it's just a matter of being patient at this point. Be patient. I will find out hopefully soon whether something's going to go cataclysmically wrong if that happens. So.
I was just constantly looking at her mum's Facebook every single day for updates. Every single time she posted about how much she loved her daughter and when she's going to visit her, and I talked with her a lot about, hoping all the very best, and I miss talking with her as well. She liked me a lot. Their whole family liked me.
I'm going to deal with that. But if not, hopefully things will return to normal. Well, they'll never return to normal. They won't return to normal for a very long time, considering what happened.
The goalposts for normal were shifted.
Let's be reasonable here. But yeah, that's what's happening. Apart from that, I don't know what to say. Apart from the fact that I've scheduled this so incredibly much because I simply have not had the time to do them. Simple as that. Whereas now, since part 1 is coming to a close, I can gradually work my way back into getting this stuff down. But this is such a huge moment, probably the biggest moment in my entire life.
Yep.
So it would be a good idea to, record this.
Probably still the biggest moment of your life.
Yeah, the 4-month game turned into a 1-month game, and now I don't know what is because I did not expect this sort of thing to happen.
What happened was when I heard the news that she was in hospital, I couldn't talk to her. I had to go in to do some final crunch time on that Sunday. Because that was when we were all constantly together working on the game to fix the final things, add in the final things for Tuesday. And I went there listening to that first self-titled Harry Percy album on ear-bleedingly loud volume. It hurt a lot, but I just had to completely drown everything out. And went into the workroom. It was a different workroom this time. There was a more towards end of term workroom that we used. And I just thought, fuck, I can't do this. So I got a beanbag, I got under a blanket, and I just fucking cried listening to Bill Wirtz. Remember New Canaan came on, yeah, that wasn't easy. And then about half an hour later I sort of recovered from my sort of cocoon, and my eyes must have been completely red. I remember telling my friend about what had happened, and he was very compassionate, thankfully. And what was so funny that day was one of our games group didn't come in because she said she didn't work on weekends. And that was honestly comic relief out of how stupid that was to say. 2 days before Games Day. And I remember walking around Clifton when she was in the hospital, feeling a weird sense of freedom, a weird feeling of I have some time to myself. And it's a bit scary that it took someone trying to kill himself to do this. But I was walking around Clifton in flip-flops and shorts and a t-shirt, not listening to any music, just walking around, feeling this weird serenity towards everything. I remember going to the suspension bridge and thinking, I don't know what it would take for me to ever want to jump off this, when life can be this exciting. And she came back from the hospital, talked about her time there, and watched a film every night until I went back home, and within a couple of days I was in Tennessee with her. Just like that.
Come on, be reasonable with yourself. It's a waiting game at this point. I can't really do anything. I just have to wait until I hear a response. And then I have to figure out what to do from there.
Well, even though I say if I can do this, I can do anything, it's a very important piece of the diary that is me too.
YouTube is now exploding the Aphex Twin video more than my Boards of Canada video ever did, so that's pretty cool. Got like 3,000 views in one day, which is pretty insane.
It's weird how seemingly stoic I am already at that point. I think the work ending was a big thing, actually. 16th of May, so at this point I'd know that she's in the hospital.
I'll feel much better when the part 1 gets cold tomorrow.
I had a Japanese exam on the 17th of May.
I feel like maybe working on part 3, now that YouTube is sort of exploding a bit, might be a good idea to distract myself from what's happening with part 2 at the moment. Yeah, so I'm working on something for part 2.
That's Chess Wars.
Already, and it's really something that I think I can be proud of when it's finished.
Fuck me, jeez, you see that? That is like, yeah.
In a way, it's just a waiting game to let time pass. I'll feel much better when tomorrow's over.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. First of all, this is a deceit here. But now I'm going to show you all a diary clip which for whatever reason wasn't included. If I can find it. Let me see. I'm not entirely sure which one it is. I sort by length. Oh, here it is. This is it. So, this right here was recorded on, I want to say June 4th. So that's after my final third year exam thing. That is it. And she's back from the hospital. I'm always very tempted to say her name, but I don't. I'm saying a lot of very personal things about her that I'd
feel bad if I attached it to her name. I still care about her to an extent, even though I really resent what she did to me. So I don't want anyone going out and hurting her for no reason. But this clip, for some reason, it managed not to find its way into the. I'm going to crack open another beer. Not into the final edit, even though it is undoubtedly one of the most important clips, and it would certainly be an A tier, simply because of how important it is. So let's take a look.
Okay then, that's it. That's the end of this room. In about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, this room will be no more for me. So this is the absolute prime time to start documenting stuff. I mean, I haven't done that for bloody ages. Well, I am sure why. It's because I kind of haven't been bothered and haven't had the time. So what have we got? We have the window, we have the chair on the drawers, we have the bed which has a bunch of stuff on it, shelf, first desk where the tour setup was, and this is going to be moved. This desk is going to be we're going to have to take that home. So keyboard, that's not mine. Door, ceiling, my hair. So that's pretty much it. There's a lot that's happened in this room. That's for sure. There's a lot that's happened in this room. Okay. So what has happened? Part 1. I mean that is finished. Yeah. Part 1 is completely finished. And I remember saying 1 month into the 4th game that the last month would be like massive anticipation, and that wasn't entirely false. However, I couldn't focus on it too much because of something really big that came up, which thankfully has been solved now. But the fact that there was so much work as well was a reason not to get too tied up in that. Hopefully part 3 can start again when I get home. God, yeah, this is it. That's the end of this room. I'm trying to think, like, what am I going to be most nostalgic about in this room? Probably just the things that happened in it. Part 2, working from the ground all the way back up. I say back up because it must have happened before somewhere for me to be that good at it.
Fuck you, cocky cunt, mate. Check out this cunt. For you to have been that good at it. Cheeky fucking cunt. Seriously? That's so dumb of a thing to say. Like, oh, wow, you did so well that you had to have done it before to be this good. Just going to double check that this is, That's at A tier because you can see my full fucking room. And it's so weird. I'm just fucking talking to the camera like it's nothing. As if it's not the case that in less than a week I'm going to see her after all that. After the suicide, after the uncertainty, after all the random variables, after going through doing the 3rd year games project work the whole time. I'm just fucking talking to the cameras like it's nothing. Cool as a fucking cucumber. What? How? I don't get it. I have absolutely no idea how I did that.
There's one thought that has just occurred to me just now, and I kind of put.
Here we are.
I can't really do any exploding, but it might be a good idea to distract myself from what's happening with part 2 at the moment.
2 hours, let's go.
Yeah, so I'm working on something part 3 already, and it done.
Really great fucking job.
Better one tomorrow.
You know, we got to give credit.
So here at this point, I've just gotten home from seeing her for 3 weeks in Tennessee. And at this point, I don't know when I'm going to see her again. I'm thinking Christmas for some reason. There's still 2.5, a bit more than 2. Yeah, actually, like, just under 3 months of holiday left, to bear that in mind. And I'm walking around not knowing what to do with myself. Because that's it, that's the 4-month game finished.
Where credit is due. I made it through the 4-month game. Really great fucking job, to be honest. Like, that was hard. That was really fucking hard, but that's concluded. That is over. The 4-month game is finished.
Really slightly cheeky and put this on 1.2 times speed.
The outcome was so good that it really could go one of two ways. It could fluctuate between one of two ways constantly with regards to part two. That is, one is that since that has happened, I can sort of sit back and relax and say, look, at least I've done that, and it will happen again at some point.
I might have to quickly mute Discord. Don't want it to keep getting those sounds.
However, the flip side of that is that I have to now potentially wait a whole another year before I can get into that again, and part one is going to be even harder than last year's part.
Oh, so I'm actually thinking a whole year. Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Which is how many managed that I've done that. That's. I must have said it in a previous entry, like, 4-month game was started.
So much for if you can do this, you can do anything, and you're already worrying about, oh, this is going to be so much harder.
I think this is going to be the hardest thing that I will have ever done. It was, and I've done it. And then after that finishes, I'll be a bunch of new tasks. Well, the new task is just the same thing again, except tweaked a little bit, and now much longer. Potentially an indefinite amount of time. Maximum a year, I would like to think. But there's got to be a way to not have it lost a whole year, because that is just mental. I'm thinking about that.
Notice
Really,
how I'm
really
a bit fatter as well. Lost a bit of definition in my cheekbones. Arms are a little bit podgier. 3 weeks in America. Eating shitty food. Not just spending 3 weeks in America makes you fatter.
Set, and like it's really, really hard to push through that. Considering part one is really harder. God. What we need to do here is think about what part two was for the whole of last year, because that was an ongoing thing since essentially the very
My hair's
beginning of last
fucking
year.
dreadful.
By last year I mean academically. So that would be late September through until the very end of the beginning of June, let's say. So it started, and then up until mid-December, it was relatively sort of, it was like, oh, this is the thing that's going on.
Yeah, we were being affectionate, and then all of a sudden in December, it got really like, I love you, I love spending time with you, can I stalk your Facebook, stuff like
It's
that.
fine, I can pretty easily deal with it. December 3rd, refer to that, refer to that countless times to see how crazily different the situation was. January, there was a blip, I remember that was fucking hard, but I got over that, and that sort of picked its way back up until late January through until around, I don't know, late March, maybe. Actually, no, we're going to say late January through till April 2nd, which was definitely a phase of discovery and learning and stuff, which it worked.
That was that chapter, that was the, we already knew each other, but getting to know each other even more, and knowing all the difficulties that we're going to have to face later, and getting through those, because, not suffering, but sort of struggle brings people together, and that's what we were doing a lot of. We were struggling through a lot of things, working it out, and it made us even closer.
And all of it worked in the long run, because the game ended and it worked. So what's happening here is that we're going from no, there was a thing in May 13th or something, wasn't there? So
yeah, when she fucking nearly died. Come on, dude.
we might just have to wipe the slate clean and say, look, this is the new thing. Potentially a year-long game. Could be easier, could be harder, because we know where we are in regards to what's going on. There isn't such a hasty need for progression anymore. But part one, fuck me, really, really hard. And it was, yeah. Uni in fourth year was fucking difficult. Not just because of COVID towards the end, but yeah. Individual project would. I don't look back fondly on that at all. My dissertation.
Really work out new tactics to get around this, or maybe even.
I don't bring up my dissertation at all in my diaries because I'm an idiot, and I don't film at home much, even though that is at home. Or should I say, my childhood, my that's not my home anymore. My home is here technically, but I was watching an awful lot of Gunnermaniac Pokemon streams whilst doing my dissertation. I would really hurt when all of a sudden he'd say I'm not streaming today. And that was like my crutch for me getting through the dissertation writing in the evening time.
Maybe it's the fact that the game like just ended. That's why it's so hard.
I was listening to a lot of Blade during that time. I was walking around woods listening to Glue, I remember. Feeling really like, I don't know what's going to happen, I don't know what to do. And I remember telling my grandparents about it, and they were just like, you'll be fine. It's alright. You'll see her when you see her, sort of thing.
Right now, I'll adjust back into the usual routine, hopefully. But that thought of potentially being a year long with Armor being harder is like just crippling and scary. I mean, I have to do it. I have no choice. I keep saying that I have no choice with regards to these matters because obviously I have to do them. But fucking how, fucking how. But I did the game, which is good.
A little bit of optimism sprinkled on top there. Gotta give it a C for that.
I mean, I must have said countless times that, if I can do this being something that happened in the past, and I can get through anything, I'm gonna keep coming back to that and realise that is true. I can get through this year. It might even be like a 6-month thing.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, don't double down and say, yeah, that's definitely true, you fucking idiot.
Maybe. I don't like little uncertainty, because anything could happen with regards to part 1 interrupting with part 2, but silly thing to say, isn't it? If I can get through this, I can get through anything, Because what if that thing just happens again, but it's twice as hard? Is that how it works?
Yes.
It's just progressively get more difficult.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably the case. Well, so, maybe saying, if I get through this, I can get through anything, that's a bit silly, because maybe one thing will come along that just is too difficult.
Yeah.
This is possible. So I remember saying a while ago, like, are there going to be any answers to no, never mind.
That would have been my girlfriend messaging me saying something. She used to always randomly message me and just say, I miss you. And about 80% of the time that was just like, oh, I may have saying, let's talk, which was, it's fine. But 20% of the time it was like, I really, really need help right now. I'm going to die if you don't message me back, kind of thing. And I kind of let myself deal with that. Not a whole lot going on there.
I was saying,
Oh, still going, okay.
Yeah, there were loads of answers that were given after the game ended, like just loads. I mean, the whole game is different now. It's a different kind of dynamic because, like, I'm pretty certain that I don't have much to worry about.
I just look really weird, don't I? Like a sort of husk.
Comes to the things I was worrying about before, but now the worrying is much more worrying. What was it?
13th of July. Yeah, this fucking clip.
Run a massive turn of events. Just like that, the 6-month gap has turned into a 1-month gap that will in fact be doing yet another game for a month. I'm honestly really confident in myself, which is great. I've learned so much over that 4-month game period that this last month is hopefully, there are going to be some things I'm going to do difficult, of course, but it's hopefully going to be an absolute breeze compared to the other one. Like, no part 1, really. I mean, I can dip my toes into it if I want to, but I just worried that went through the 4-month game, played off well, and now I'm able to do this again. Obviously, it's going to be pretty hard after that
Twat.
time finishes. I can launch back into part 1 almost straight away. But I feel like that's good, but I need to take my mind off it as soon as it ends as much as possible. But God, I mean, let's put the dates there, shall we? So what's the July 3rd? That was from July 3rd into 5.5 months. So let's say we're coming back 19th of September. Turns into a 3-month game as opposed to a 6-month game. That is
Oh, because I was thinking there that I'd see her again in Christmas.
massive difference. Everything is so much easier with that.
And I didn't because I was thinking I would move to America in May after I graduated and get a sponsored job and then settle in America, but COVID.
Overall, this is fantastic at the moment. This is good. This is really good. This is probably the best I've felt in this situation for a long ass time.
Why is it that whenever I'm like super excited and super happy about something, I'm just like, oh yes, I'm very confident. Let's go.
Keep going, keep doing this. I will get rewarded hopefully, as long as no bullshit happens. Like, that'd be some pretty major bullshit.
What bullshit was there? Oh, there was definitely some. Like, you know, regressions back to the whole favourite person thing. Quite a lot of waking me up at 4 a.m. before I need to go into. So, what do I talk about here?
Okay. Let's do this.
Is this going to go straight into the... Yeah. So, just like that, you see 23rd of September. You fucking idiot, Anton. You didn't film any of it? Seriously? You didn't film a single fucking diary clip that whole time? Idiot. I'm like... Yeah, I was just too happy. I was too excited. I was too complacent, I think. I wanted to soak in the moment too much. I remember it all still very vividly, thankfully, so it's still up here. It's just, So, essentially, what happened between that clip and me going back to America on August the 13th, I think. So it would have been a month after that. 1 month. Yeah, 1 month gap. So I went back to my 0-hour contract job in Stakes Lodge Surgery. Sorry, not surgery. Care home. I was working in the kitchen. And I worked there before. That's the same place I worked when I first got broken up with in January. And also I'd worked there over the summer in 2018. And that was like my first job. I remember working at that job thinking I was pathetic because I was working a kitchen job when all my friends, it wasn't the case, but all my friends were, doing computer science internships, getting experience, getting more money, and I was just thinking because money at that point meant something to me. I can't give a shit about that now, but I just thought I was pathetic for working a kitchen job. But it was very helpful having that job because they had a rule where if the last time you worked there or did a working day there was within 12 months of the next day that you proposed, there was no problem. So I could just go there and say, hey, can I start working again? Can you fill me in at some days? And Josie would be like, yeah, sure. These are the days that are available for you. And I would take up every single opportunity to work every day to get the money to pay for another ticket. So what happened was, so on July 13th, I bought those plane tickets to see her again within the same holiday. So I was going to see her for 5 weeks instead of 3. I went to my mum and I said, hey, I'm going to go back to Tennessee in a month. I need to do this. I want to go back to Tennessee. And she was incredibly worried and telling me how this is so much money What if you have a future with this girl? What about the problems that she has? She has a hard life. Her mother smokes. Fuck shit like that. And I was just like, I don't care. Okay, I'm going back there. This is one of the one times in my life where I stood my ground over something this big. I just said, I'm going back. I'm going to go to South Africa Lodge, get the money for a ticket, and fucking go back there for 5 weeks. And it's going to be the best time of my life. And it was. And so, I went back there and worked from, the hours were 8 a.m. until like 3:30, which is weird because now I work from 9:30 until 6. Ending the day at 3:30, that seems incredibly early. And when I got home, I would always just sort of listen to stuff and feel happy about listening to things. I remember I discovered Beach Boys' Love You in that time. I discovered a lot of good things in that time. And I would play Chrono Trigger, and I was just feeling certain, I was getting the money to pay off the ticket. Because I bought the reason I was able to buy the ticket in the first place was because my student loan, I still had money in my bank account that I could use up. And then I sort of worked to work that money back. I actually got more money back than I needed for the ticket. Because the ticket was like £1,000 or something. It was expensive. But in just under a month, working like 8 days a week, I managed to get that money back. And oh God. I remember that last day, August 12th, before flying to America the second time. I remember on my last job, it was just to simply take all the dirty cloths from the kitchen, put them in the laundry bag and take it to the laundry room. And Julius, who was always my favourite person there, he was like, oh, it's Anton's last job, we're all going to miss him. We love you, Anton, we're going to miss you. And it was like this sort of sappy, melodramatic sort of way of saying it, like he did. And then I walked out of there, and it felt like a fucking 80s coming-of-age movie ending. I was just looking at the sky, just going, fucking yes, mate, you've done it. You have done it. You've worked through that whole year, you've worked through this month, and you're fucking in for 5 weeks of the best time of your life. And it was. I remember getting out of the car, my mum driving me to the airport, getting out of the car, walking into Heathrow, Terminal 5, and just thinking, this is it, mate. You have fucking done it. You are the best, and you have nothing but pure pride running through your veins right now. And I'm very scared I'll never feel anything like that again. I'm very scared that all the music that I do, all the people that I meet, all the art that I create, all the publicity that I might receive, none of it will ever become anywhere near close to that feeling of going into the airport for the second time. I sure as hell know that nothing since then has come close to that kind of feeling. And I didn't document any of it. Well, we took pictures together and we filmed stuff together, but not diary clips. And I was ready to spend my life with her, you know. She was a different person when I was with her. Her therapists would say it was crazy how clearly secure and happy she was when I was around, and that I should stick around in Tennessee because they'd love to have me there. And everyone there just seemed to love my presence. All the people in all the shops who gave me complimentary slices of pizza, all the Goodwill employees, all the people at the drive-thrus, all the strangers that complimented my shirts. They all made me feel like that was my place. That this is where I needed to be. I was so ready to put pedal to the metal, fucking work my ass off, get a sponsored visa, and just be in America with her, caring for her and leading that life. But of course, COVID happened, and that relationship strung itself out for an additional year, to the point where it just wouldn't happen anymore. And being in a new city where you don't know anyone and you're scared to impose yourself on anyone because you can't ever understand how anyone could see any value in you, makes it hard to try and work yourself up into doing that kind of thing again. When everyone already seems like they're in their comfort zones, I wouldn't want to impede on that. It's not something I can do. I can't understand why anyone would want to have anything to do with me. And my friends tell me I'm amazing, and that that I'm one of the most interesting people they've met, and they care about me, and they treasure me, and none of it goes in. It just doesn't make sense in my head. It doesn't line up. I don't know how anyone could fool themselves into thinking that I'm important for any reason, be it through my music, personality, my shared presence. None of it makes sense to me. And I keep telling myself that I'm ready to make a change for that. But the head just takes hold and makes me realize I'm just a betrayal of my former self, getting in people's way, not understanding basic things, and unable to do basic tasks. When someone so talented suddenly turns to dust, it's the guilt that gets them down the most. The feeling that the promises that you've implicitly put on many people that you can do great things is nothing, simply because you got in your own head a bit too much. There's a thumbnail. I wanted to sort of
replicate the fun that was the third year sort of diary clip initiation thing with all the audio tests.
50, 50, 50, 50.
The volume is what I'm talking about, yeah.
Alright, come on, 75. 75. Okay, 66 it is. So, what is this? We have a new room, we have a new camera angle. This is not the camera angle. That was my use for it. Okay. There we go.
So, what do I think about that room? I don't know. It's a weird time, really. Definitely not the emotional roller coaster of third year. Just a sort of stable coasting along. I'm trying to think of what exciting things did happen in that room, though. I honestly don't think that there were any that were properly exciting.
Finding camera angle, 2019 into 2020. This is it. This is it. This is me doing stuff for the 8-month game. 8 months. Bloody hell. It's the 4-month game, but for 8 months. It's harder. This is the room. It's nice, you know. I only just moved in, so this is what we've got. We have.
So it would have been 3 days. So 3 days ago, I would have been saying goodbye to her. I remember when I said goodbye to her, we were being driven to the airport, the Nashville airport, by her mum. When I saw the exit for the airport, my entire body started fizzing violently, as if I had too many emotions. And she started bawling her eyes out. And I remember just the last words I said to her physically was, "We can do this. We've got this. I love you so much." Don't think about that.
This beautiful mirror where we can see everything in reverse. That's pretty cool. We have this window, which is really nice. Everything was super, like margarine or anything like that. That's pretty interesting. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, desk space, Pichu, bed, and we've got a slanted ceiling with lights. Okay, that's all we needed. Right, let's get some
Lights, that's all we needed. That's Bill Watts.
chair assembly, shall we? Because look at this. That's not what I wanted to do.
I always make it an effort to keep in the camera drops for some reason. They're always kind of funny.
There we go, perfect. This is not the chair that we're going to be using. It's alright, it's got cushion, but we're not going to. It's going to be the same thing as last time, you know.
I'm definitely fatter there as well. I gained, I think, 30 pounds when I was in America. Something like that.
The chair was going to get banished to the corner of the room, and we're going to bring in something much more loose. Take a look at that family's business, doesn't it? Let's go. So, here we go.
That shirt, by the way, my friend gave me, the one with the Bing logo on it. In fact, no, the reason why I have that shirt is because in the time period between visits to America, I went on a caravan holiday with a bunch of mates, and I ran out of shirts, and he was like, and my best friend was like, "Hey, you can have this one. I don't wear it anymore." And it had a Bing logo on it. I was like, "Fuck yes."
That wasn't smart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 legs. 1, 4. Okay, let's go. This is the legs. Here we go.
That's Bill Watts as well. Let's go. So it's like, welcome to my unboxing. Like, subscribe. Here we go. I think.
Where about the Allen key?
I wanted to do a chair assembly for this room as well, as like a sort of initiation thing, but I didn't get my chair until much later, and I was too depressed.
It's on the desk the whole time. There you go. Okay, let's go. Nice little camera focus, so I appreciate that. Like, this is just a lesson in getting prepared. Like, I didn't even get the screws out. Luckily, they're segmented into different Ziploc bags. So, we need about the one with most.
Oh, my hair's awful there, isn't it?
1, 2,
I don't
3,
know what's
4,
going
5,
on
6,
there.
7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. Right, let's go.
I've got schoolboy hair there.
That's the hair I had in school, I think.
Loosely at the beginning, and then I'll keep it in. I might do this first one now.
There was this weird time when prom after party. There's not much going on here, don't worry.
It's 7:01 now.
Yeah, God, that hair looks exactly like how I looked in school.
Obviously, I got a lot of stuff to do. Social.
I used to think like if I had a beanie and a fringe, it was really cool. I used to wear that a lot in college. I remember there was one time in college where I wore that beanie, a red beanie, so much that at one point I took it off. And about 2 months into friendship with someone, he was like, "I've never seen you with your beanie off." Wow, that really does just look like me in school. What a nerd. Nerd's not a bad thing anyway, though. Of course it isn't. Just an old guy making his way through life.
That's 6 legs, is what it is.
Yeah, there was this time in school at the prom after party when
It's going to be a tough one. There really is no telling as to
what am I saying here?
the situation in 8 months.
Fluff talk in it. Just because this chair assembly is more boring than I thought it would
You
be.
should know. But you never know.
A bunch of girls came up to me in the after prom
Luckily, there won't be a
thing.
camera.
It was at a
There's 4 cars.
sort of friend's house. Yeah, they had a big garden.
Very bad.
A bunch of girls came into a tent that I was sort of crashing in. I was going to go to sleep.
Went on top of
And
it. But now, we've got the 2
they all
desks
sort of came up and kissed me in sequence, just on the cheek. And one of them was like, "Oh, I always fancied you so much. Loved your little hair."
problems with this room.
And I remember just thinking, "Why the fuck didn't you tell me?" Or like, I was drunk at the time. I was just remembering thinking like, I was annoyed. Like, why didn't you just tell me?
Base spins very nicely.
It would have saved me a lot of insecurity. But
Next.
that's not how it works, is it?
So now we're doing the base on the chair. So this is a top bag. This is the base.
No, you need to put the base on the floor.
Goes on like
You need to put the base on the floor and then you put the legs.
this down bit is the slope for the.
Like, come on,
So it's going to go on like this.
idiots.
I suppose the best thing is to put the
Yeah,
base
thank
down.
you.
This.
I'm an expert
See, it's
in
not touched. It doesn't do anything. So,
assembling this chair now, so
oh, wait a sec. That's pretty smart. Take that out. Yeah, you see, that's the right way. We're probably aligned with ourselves. No, I was noticing that.
at that time I was listening to a lot of Daniel Johnston
Very, very lush.
because I can't remember exactly why. I remember at that time I was like, I always needed to listen to him, but the moment I got back from Tennessee the second time, I was just thought I'll do a deep dive into him. And I remember
Interesting, really, isn't it?
moving in with my mum into the house. The song "Desperate Man Blues" and "Keep Punching Joe."
We have ourselves
Basically, the tracks from
a chair.
Hi, How Are You, where he's talking over a sort of big band singing.
Come on, focus.
They fucked my head up real bad. I haven't heard them since then.
Because this.
There ain't no sun in the sky anymore. Now I'm a desperate man. I don't even know if those are lyrics, but that was what was just constantly flying around my head at this time. And I remember it was my girlfriend who was saying, like, yeah, you should listen to me, it's great. And every day I would say, not every day, but like, thank you so much for pushing me to listen to him. He's fantastic. He's a genius, and he makes me think of you.
Don't enlighten me. What the hell this little thing is for? This bit.
Still don't know what that is.
Because all it does is get in the way.
Actually, going to speed this up even more. Yeah, I had a bit of Bill Watts left in me.
Now we have 4 remaining screens.
I mean,
which
on the plane back. Sorry, in the waiting room,
for the plane on the way back, the first time after the 3-week visit, the first visit, I listened to the Bill Wirtz full discography. I remember writing a song on the count of 3. If it makes you feel okay, then I've done my job today. That lyric fucking destroyed me completely. I would listen to that song and the climax where it says, if it makes it feel okay, I've done my job today.
People. Chat. Awesome. Really great.
Awesome, really great. That's from somewhere. Now, there was a Michael Rosen YouTube poop where instead of going, nice, he goes, really great. And I've never been able to find that. If anyone knows what that is, where he goes, instead of nice, he goes, really great, then send me it.
Already feeling good about this room. Only been here for 24 hours, but feeling confident about what I'm going to be doing and how I'm going to do it. Oh, that's a bit interesting. What was really cool was see this little thing there you go, that light. That's sort of that parallelogram. That had some rain shadows dripping off it from the street light.
Already confident with the room after 24 hours.
Some little things like a bakery across the road. Something always feels a little bit off after going through all those old entries, old lists and stuff. Myself in November and December, that was really important. But the whole of last year was so formative. Great. I'm not going to go through it all again, but with a much different attitude because time.
No, you're not going to go through it all again because you're not building a relationship, you're maintaining it.
Obviously changed. There was so much improvement made that year, so good job.
Oh yeah, chair assembly. The tests D tier. Yeah, intro D. That's just D as well. I'm not too keen about this year, if I'm being honest.
Something's been dislodged after reading all that stuff. I feel like I'm back there at the very moment. I feel like I'm back in November, which is interesting because it doesn't really fit in well with the whole.
One thing that was very important to me was this list I had on my rating music called ... That was an experience. That's a quote from Petscop 11. I would always write down a lot of stuff there. What I was thinking. And that was that list really took into effect around third year of uni as well.
What happened over the summer? Selflessness, Selflessness.
Back on the being good.
I feel lonely right now, but in a way that's worth it.
I still don't know what that means. I feel lonely right now, but in a way that's worth it. No, I can't remember what I was thinking.
I don't know where the settings are to change the fucking exposure on it. So
This is not a nice clip.
I know why I said right there. So my head's a bit fucked and could be much worse. So what are we done in this?
So the night before, I drank a fuck ton of. I had an entire Malibu bag, basically, because you get a bag with a little tap on the end. Because there was a big house party at that house that I was in. I ran out into the street in a pink bear costume, singing Blade songs, and everyone in the room was just like, "Anton, come back!" And I was just drunk off my face, thinking, "This is great. This is such fun." And then I remember having a heart-to-heart with some stranger on the couch. I went upstairs with a bowl and fucking threw up in it. And I woke up next to it and I was thinking, oh shit, what have I done? Looked over at the cat. And yeah.
I mean, when you get innocent little cat colours fucked with a bit more,
I can't believe I didn't clean that off right away. What the fuck, dude?
And I don't really have alcohol in the house, and I have no intention of having it because I'm always engaged in something. I want to be on peak performance. I don't want that feeling of not being able to do something simply because what did I do? I got some fresh air. I went out and got a box.
Fucking Eat a Pitta, dude. That was so important. A place in Bristol called Eat a Pitta, which was in the centre next to Wills, or opposite Wills. And a couple minute walk away from the MVB. go there for lunch every time. I get a £3 box of 3 falafel, 2 salads, which would be normally chickpeas and what's the other one called? What's the other one called? Tabbouleh. With tahini and chili sauce. So fucking good. I can taste it now, it's amazing.
Shout out to, I think his name was Ibrahim, the guy behind it.
Ibrahim always gave fat fuck it, because you'd get some servers who would give you like the absolute bare minimum and it would ruin your day. Like, I mean fucking nothing. And then some of them would just fill the box until it could barely close.
Fucking pack of the box, shit. Fucking hell, man.
Oh, and hummus, of course. Yeah. 3 falafel, 2 salads, hummus, tahini, and chili.
Taking off my shoes was another way I started on. A lot of that turning over a new leaf was using common sense.
And you know what I really fucking hate about illness or being ill? It's the bit in your head which is saying, God, wouldn't life be so great if you weren't ill right now?
I don't think I've been ill since that point. And that was probably brought on from my incessant alcohol drinking that night.
You would be able to, watch films without having to constantly crane your neck because it hurts so bad. And then the moment you get well, you're like, you forget that appreciation completely. And you just sort of, think, oh, whatever. Why the fuck does it look like I'm sitting in a block of butter?
I don't know why the lighting was like that.
Shit. This is like a green screen.
Green screen.
What's going on with my hand? You see it? Like,
One thing I'm confused about is that the camera's fine now. I'm not.
I haven't been fucking rating these, dude. Yeah. These are all going to be fucking D tier, aren't they? Because I don't have much attachment to this room.
I don't know.
Like, 4th year was a weird year.
Great. No problems with the neck. It was a hard night. It was a hard night last night because I couldn't get sleep with the neck. Like every time I was.
Yeah, my neck really fucking hurt. Like, I couldn't move it at all. And the whole night, my girlfriend had just gone up to Indiana to see family. And throughout basically the whole night, I was texting with her and making sure she didn't feel too homesick. And that lasted basically the whole night. I was very proud of myself that I was able to keep her happy throughout all that.
Still, I had to have a bit of pain build up, and then every time I moved my neck, it would hurt because I'm moving it. So that was a bit of pain, but managed to do a lot of part 2 in that time. I don't even worry about part 2 anymore, to be honest. Like, I've conquered that so well. It's such a good job on that last year that I am now being like a million times better about it. It's quite funny watching the old video diaries and seeing all the insecurities, whereas now I just feel
Well, those will all come back when I eventually get myself back into this somehow. I don't know how.
You know my story. So that's good. It's always good to work on it in the meantime. So I had to get up for something at 2 p.m. today, and I managed to get there in time. But I woke up really late, and that feels so
System security lab.
quite bad, wasting my time on it like that. Well, it wasn't wasting. I couldn't do anything about it. But we're going to probably start the thing now. So good thing today with part 1, managed to learn all I need to learn about PEXpect or PEXpect. So what we're going to do now, actually, we're going to sit down first. We're going to make the sheet.
I got complimented so many times on that Voice of Canada shirt.
To probably get into the swing
In America, by
I
the
set
way.
my entire workflow, yeah, which is
Like, one of the first people that I met in America.
Do the ceremonial sheet creation.
They were like, hey man, nice shirt.
Let's do it. Let's see if I can orient this properly. Okay. Don't know how this is going to go. But the last time I did this, you'll remember I accidentally ripped a bit of plot. I can't do this while holding the. Let's get a better angle. Come on. There we go, that'll do. Okay.
Yeah, it was weird because so much of 4th year was me trying to desperately sort of make what I did in 3rd year, even though what I did in 3rd year was just sort of off the cuff. Oh, this will be cool. Whereas because I made that into a movie, by the time 4th year came about, I was like, I need to do that again.
Didn't rip it this time. That might be a good omen. So away goes the bucket pad. In my hand goes the pen. So we have many columns this time. I'm trying to think what columns we have. So alright, start with Sysec,
Is it
Fintech, like I showed after, and
Church's USB stick?
We won't put Japanese at the end because I'm going to put this one. I'm not entirely sure what to name this one because it's like undefined. We'll put IP, individual project. So, CISEC.
Individual project wasn't really a thing in the first teaching block, but I still wanted to get on it early, and I'll come back later.
We have 100, FinTech 100, Animation 200, Japanese 200, and IP. I'm not going to give a number to because there's no like set numbers, set hours. Sorry. So CISEC we did 2 hours today. I'm going to start counting for now because it's always good to under it.
And you'll also notice that these clips are much more verbose and boring.
Just make amount that you've done. FinTech, I'm not going to put anything. I'm not going to put anything for that. Animation, I'm not going to put anything Japanese. I'm going to start
Financial tech is what fintech is.
on after I've logged this. So here we have. Oh wow, camera is flipping out. That's diabolical. It looks like I'm holding a sheet of bright light. What if I move this? Wow, that's actually a real letdown. I really want to get that. So what we'll do is this. There you go. You can just about read that. How about that? Yeah, there you go. I'll do this. FinTech Animation Japanese. We're going to be looking at that a lot. Yeah, we're officially doing this now. We're doing part 1 for a second time. This is anything else that I need to say. Oh yeah, it felt good knowing that my neck had healed. See this right here. This.
So that's a D. Yeah, this is also a D. There was a place called 168 Oriental in Bristol on Park Street where I would, for some reason at that point, always go to get these chrysanthemum tea drink juice boxes. I'd go there in 3rd year mainly to get like mochi, and but in 4th year I got so much stuff from there, like these sort of super hot instant noodles, chrysanthemum tea drink, fucking. Well, in 3rd year I'd get the Pokemon cans there, actually. I remember for my birthday I got myself a taro cake, which was so good.
This is truly, truly iconic.
Not really, not very iconic.
The neck pain is back. It's not as bad. I can still walk, but like you're noticing that I'm not exactly.
That Mickey Mouse I got from a girlfriend.
The y-axis of my neck. Sorry for putting it in such a horrible funny way, but like I don't know why it's going on. Did I fucking do something when I was like completely wasted that has forced this like thing to happen? I mean, this happens tomorrow. I'm pretty pissed because like just come back to the last hour. It doesn't really make any sense. I don't get why it's back, but it is.
I remember during that time I read up a massive like fintech article about the long tail.
It's not the worst thing in the world. You can still do stuff in your bed. You can read things on your phone. You can work on your phone. It just means you have to keep moving around. Pain in the neck is what it is.
Check this guy out. Fucking pain in the neck. Hell. D2.
Okay, so now I actually finally have a dedicated.
So around this time, my hard drive was failing. My 2 terabyte dump drive was fucking up, and I was looking for different software because the Vegas one that I always used was failing on me. But it looked like all the other solutions that I found were as bad, if not worse. So there's quite a few videos here which are not very good.
The webcam recorder, there's a Sony Vegas inbuilt record capture thing.
As you can see, it lags the fuck out.
I'm not going to edit them and make them because it don't really have a drive to. But anyway, so in order to get through the sheet as fast as possible, that's what I'm writing on there. We have a new schedule. What?
No, I don't know what that says.
We have a new schedule.
No, sorry.
Schedule.
We have a new schedule at Bill Works.
You know, it's like I can't believe it's been like I haven't learned my lesson in a year, basically. All these old clips about.
This was in fourth year was really bad. I remember I was getting up at 10:30, 11 every day and going in to the work building and like just buying lunch at Eat Pita straight away, and that was like my breakfast lunch. This makes me really uncomfortable, so that's an E.
Get up early, do the thing, and like get up early and do stuff. It's like still wasted on me. I don't understand it. However, there is an interesting perspective that comes to mind when watching these old videos from last year. Is that it gives me the impression that I was working constantly. I wasn't, but it looks like I was.
Does it? I don't think so. It does give the impression that you're constantly living a cinematic life and that the relationship is building its way up. And you, in hindsight, know that it works out in, visiting them in America multiple times. So I'd say it makes it look like it's do this and you'll reach success, which is not true.
It looks like I was working all the fucking time, constantly thinking doing cafe every single day. That's not true. I was only going like 2-3 times a week maximum, I think.
Yeah.
So I still have the mindset that like I worked hard last year and I did this year, and this year is much more important. Really weird. So I've got to challenge myself in the same way, But different now because of part 2 being
easier, I would imagine. Don't like these old clips. This you can't keyframe pivots.
You can't keyframe pivots.
2nd of October I was saying that. That's pretty quick, because that was for an animation assignment.
You can't keyframe pivots in life. You can't keyframe pivots. Like, why not? You have a pivot position.
That's my Facebook. That was my Facebook sound. Bill Wirtz die.
You have a keyframe position. You have a pivot position that you should be able to keyframe, and you can't for some reason. So I've just spent fucking ages trying to get this to work. Hopefully I can actually.
So I wanted to do it in scripting because I thought you'd get more points for scripting. You didn't.
Clipping. Because I'll be doing all the editing and post. Without realising that the fucking pivot point, it's supposed to be rolling along the floor, something like that. Like it moves. Oh, whatever. We'll go from right to left. So it goes from here, goes to here, then the pivot point moves over to here. So it just repeats the same thing, across the floor. But it would just leap to the end point each time and just loop doing that, as opposed to rolling. Because the pivot point goes straight to the end, and I wasn't keyframing the pivot, which is a bit stupid of me. I realise that now, but I thought I was moving it at the time progressively. But this is not how it works because it gets overwritten before it finished. So I have everything like perfectly set up to do it. If Maya could keyframe pivots, but it can't. So that's a fucking pain in the ass.
I'm gonna have to pick this up later because my dad is calling me. Oh, and we're back. It's suddenly dark because I was talking on the phone for a while, but we have not lost our place. So let us continue.
And this thread is through.
That is terrifying. Oh my god. The way the video glitched there is really terrifying.
How to animate a rolling cube? Are you fucking kidding? Oh wait, no, this is
right,
this is scripting. I'm scripting.
That was awful.
I'm not going to do it by hand because scripting, 1, it's cooler. 2, I learn more, and 3, I can show it off. What does that even do? Like, it's just translating it. We'll use locators. We'll use locator. Use parent constraint. Put the locator, 2 locators, maybe even just 1 locator. Let's draw something. So this is something hopefully I'll be able to remember.
You can't keyframe pivots. What that said.
So we have a cube, and we're going to draw it just like that. Profile shot of a cube, and then through the depth of it.
That encoder was so bad. I can't believe I
So
thought it was okay to use that.
And along
The paper kind of fades in, doesn't it?
I don't know, one of these lines in the middle. That's not where the X is. That's good. That's where locator's going to be. And then there's going to have. I haven't done any power constraints yet, so I'm a bit iffy as to how to do this. But I'm guessing you make this cube a child of this parent, and then you must be surely.
Yeah, that's what we ended up doing.
Either
I mean, yeah, you're just translating what Stephen's created translations. So that's what we're going to do. It's currently 9 o'clock, or 5 to 9. Hopefully by the end of the evening I'll have this finished. So I've been working, today's allocated animation slot has been entirely dedicated to doing this, which has been very fruitless because I only just found out you can't actually do it that way. So that's something I'll be able to milk in my report.
I remember doing that gesture because I was like really fucking mad. So that was me being like, fuck you, fuck yourself. For that in my thing.
And we'll see what happens.
There's a lot of clips here which is just me talking about nothing. A lot of D tier clips. Let's see if there's any C tier clips from here. I'm just moving around here, jeez.
This is the room. This is the room. So what's happened in part 2? Something pretty big.
I think the main problem with year 4 is that I was expecting it to maybe be another year 3. When in fact it was entirely just a thing that was getting in the way between me and moving to America.
But guess what? All of the shit that was going on in February, April, random variables, and all that paid off very nicely because I do not feel anywhere near as bad as I should do about the situation. I feel mostly fine.
Oh, she cheated on me, didn't she? I didn't see what day that was, but if it was like 26th of October, whatever it was, then yeah, she cheated on me, and I didn't feel much pain from it because I was used to that.
Right, it's pretty interesting. I really wanted some resilience to random shit, and now I feel like I've got it.
I remember I spent that night. What happened was she admitted to it, and I was like, I'm not going to talk to you for the next few days because I was obviously a bit fucking mad. I watched a bunch of Alan Moore films. Is that his name? Dude who made Elephant. Alan Clark. And what other films did he do? Like Welcome to London or something. Something like that.
It's still sucked. It feels pretty good. It feels good that I'm 100% much stronger than I was then. I feel like I was fucking nothing then, like so vulnerable to everything, whereas now I feel more in control of what's going on. So yeah, this is the I mean, look at this. I wish this webcam would pick this up. Just let's see. So yeah, can't really do much.
So that window used to be a lifesaver because when I was feeling particularly socially awkward and unable to do anything during that year, I don't know if I want to. No, I'm not going to say that.
As far as the US board or stretch, I don't think there's nothing warm, orange, street light glow that's being reflected through all the raindrops. And then over there, I mean, you can just see my shadow, right? Can't you see my shadow?
Just try to see that. That's cool.
Just a shit ton of fucking scan lines, whatever those are called, even though they're vertical. But I mean, that just looks like one of my old pictures.
It looks cool. I think that looks cool.
It's nice, There'll be something like this, no doubt about it.
Yeah, no, I don't really miss it that much. I don't miss 4th year that much at all, to be honest. Wasn't that special. Wasn't particularly fun. Kind of nothingy year, really.
Enjoy the room while it lasts. Every little feature about it, slanted ceilings and lights. These lights can move. Use something like that on there. Good room. It's a good room. I just got a momentary.
Interestingly enough, I think if I ended up in America, then 4th year would definitely be a very exciting time. And it was weird because all this time I was under the impression that I would be going there, and yet it still feels kind of boring.
I was like, this is where I am. I've been here for a month. I've been here for a whole month now. Day to day is the 24th, isn't it?
So you see that was a month. Fucking nothing, wasn't it? Like, you go back to the previous diary, and you know, a month was fucking everything, wasn't it?
You know, from nothing to day.
I'm gonna eat some. I have some cucumber sticks here and some toast that I'm gonna dig into now because I'm hungry. So excuse me.
Shows how it feel like the time's flown by so fast. I have no idea where October's gone. I mean, it's not over yet, it's over fast. That's great, you know. I mean, it's worrying on the work front because, you know, I'm getting work done, which is good. Not as much as I'd like to, but I'm running out of energy so quickly, especially with all this random shit. But I'm feeling alright about the work. Part one, that is. I should be referring it in parts. Apart from that, I don't really. It's really weird. Like, I feel like it all kicked in around November 19th springs to mind. November 9th and November 19th.
That November 19th. That was probably the first time that we ever did a voice call. I remember it was like a 40-minute long call. It was kind of fun. It was definitely awkward, but I remember the next day getting a message from her saying that was so much fun. I wish we could call every day. And that was kind of a big thing for me at the time, definitely.
From the thing, I started the shoot 13th November. Got it, you know, just completely different sort of atmosphere than it was to last year. Because things have established themselves. Very much a continuation of May, but a few things changed over. So I still feel like talking, still feel like saying stuff. I realised the gain is way down on my mind. There's a chance that I'm not picking up anything. That's a bad thing.
But yeah, it's weird how this sort of event happened, and I was kind of, I guess, nonchalant about it. But then, obviously, in the previous clip, you see a tiny thing happen, and I go fucking insane over it.
I don't know. Tomorrow's a tough day. What's going to happen tomorrow? Probably. Most likely tomorrow. Depends on how I feel. I'm going to edit all these in post, right? All these are going to get edited in post. Probably when I'm finished. Also, fucking massive happens. Like Potential Ends Part 2, which is what happened April 2nd in May.
So yeah, just as a spoiler alert, the end to this whole chapter was me getting a job, which happened in fucking November of 2020, and this is 2019.
Yeah, that's like when things need to come together. Now everything's just floating around. It's fine, really. I can't complain too much. And then you open this, continue. What have we got? Punch through the door. Need to do the second animation layer. Yeah. What comes out.
So that was what we had to do for our animation assignment. We had to do for half the credits in the first 6 weeks was the robot forming itself in the last 6 weeks. Well, I think the last 4 weeks actually. But the first 8 weeks was it forming itself, and then the last 4 weeks was it dancing, so you'd have to rig it, animate the dancing and all that. Mine danced to Lapses by Fluxion, which is an absolutely fantastic 2-minute sort of dub techno chain reaction slab of gold.
So what have we got so far? We have a motion stretch. You see that? That's a good mathematical motion stretch. So that's what we have at 2 o'clock. I have to do 4 hours today. That's the absolute minimum. We're going to see what we have in 4 hours. It doesn't matter if it's stuff that I'm going to have to like rehash later. I've done 200 frames, 232 frames. That's pretty good. That's like almost halfway through the animation.
How long did I have that Windows XP theme, I wonder?
Easy. That's why I've got it so fucking much this thing. Like, no, it really does help me so fucking much when it comes to working and doing it.
Up to Nature of
Last
Nature.
year, November 8th, I think it was. I fixed the share thingy.
That is so weird how the first diary entry of Nature was about, when I was doing the chair thing. And then the next one a year later was that. And all that stuff happened within a year. I think about me, what happened in the last year. It feels like nothing has happened in the last year at all. Even if someone could come up to me and objectively state, oh, but Anton, you got a job, you moved into the city, You started your music off properly. You went through a hard breakup, I guess. But none of that means anything to me now. No, I just don't care. I don't have that interest in myself like I used to.
Anyway, soon I'm going to be going back to the place where I listened to this in the car. I know what I'm talking about. That's going to be good. It's going to be there's a lot of good things. There's a lot of good things.
Nice little callback.
Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell. Alright. Made a long.
But that being said, these are all definitely D tier. I'm not getting anything out of these, really, other than the satisfaction that I documented them in the first place. Again, 4th year.
Video of me cleaning the room. Video corrupt because it literally
Not a whole
went
lot.
downstairs to clean the stuff that was over there. I ate 3 bananas.
That's from the vent video as well, isn't it? That debuted in that vent video before I was in my proper compilation things.
I filmed another video explaining it didn't work. Filmed another one saying the mic was off. That one, the mic was also off because it was set to record from line 2 as opposed to the Yeti mic. So now it's recording.
So same bed sheets again, isn't it?
But
Yeah, so what happened that day was I recorded so much stuff. Me cleaning my room, me eating 3 bananas for some reason, me talking through an awful lot of my day, and just none of it recorded. It was one of those days where it just felt like the world was completely conspiring against you. Nothing worked. And that was a weird kind of day.
I can't remember what I said in that video. It was a long video. I said a lot of things, a lot of important things I wanted to get down. So, Shoe Lander tomorrow. Nice place. Look at Google Images. 3 bananas. Room is clean. I need to do laundry.
Wow. Done after this mouthful.
Whoa, yeah, look at me go. Look at this incredible footage of me talking with no sound because I recorded it and then didn't put the clip in. Didn't check whether there was any audio because it was recording from line 2 as opposed to the Yeti mic the entire time. So that long video I made, which is corrupt, wouldn't have had any audio. So I'm kind of glad I found out that way as opposed to,
It was a weird time,
video
sort of,
outside with no audio.
this time of university, because
I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't even remember what I was talking about. Look at my hand. My hand's going.
yeah, the
Look,
FinTech and
there's
SysAC,
bananas.
system security,
There's me thinking about some
Japanese
Yeah.
animation, it was all pretty. It did take quite a lot of time, and yet at the same time, me looking at this now, it kind of just looks so nothingy. Maybe it's because this is hot off the heels of watching 3rd year, which was like, the year.
You'll never know where I am recording this.
I don't know, 4th year leaves me feeling kind of empty. I don't feel nostalgic for it, really. Oh.
I'm not really sure why no one's using this room at the time.
My Drain Gang shirt.
Being in this room the whole day, the last 2 hours, I've just been lonely. The whole building seems very lonely. Not many people study at this hour. It's quite nice.
I remember looking at that thinking, not many people study at this hour. 8 p.m. what I meant was in the building, not in the world, In the building, it was always empty at that time.
A lot of space to yourself. This is the place, it's crazy to think that. Like, this is the
Definitely.
room. This is what's happening right now. This is the exciting memory of everything coming together. A month ago, I was very, very apprehensive.
This room, thankfully, yes, that is very much the saving grace of 4th year. Because I would go in there every day to do animation. I'd hook my laptop to a second monitor and do animation there. Friends would come in and out working on other stuff. One of my housemates would be there normally every day as well. He was lovely being there as well. Doing Japanese kanji on the whiteboards that sort of stretched all the way around the room. Yeah, that was a good place. And I'm glad that I realised that in the moment.
But if this moment would ever come, I really wanted to do it. But here it is.
There you go, exactly. I was happy with that room. Funnily enough, you can't really tell, but this little thing here is supposed to be my robot.
I'm working on this. And I'm doing this, so that's good.
Yes, I had that laptop hooked up to a studio display there. Oh no, that was just a regular monitor. So this is the MVB, and it was completely empty.
No one.
Normally you could stay there until 10, and that was when it closed, and I would always try and stay there as late as possible. Then I'd get back, people would be in the kitchen, playing GTA 5 or whatever. It was good. That's a solid B tier actually from 4th year. That room. That was a good time. It felt like it was, at least. To an extent.
Not a soul in sight. We're done. Well, one of it's done. The animation is the first part's done. Just like that.
Yeah, so the annoying thing with this was, I do mention it here, I think, but what I really wanted was to show the full video of me uploading it and it finishing and sighing relief and going, oh, that's it. Just like last year, but I couldn't do that because when I uploaded it, it was a bunch of other people were in the room. So I recorded it with my phone, but I couldn't find it.
The assignment feels like nothing. Feels like absolutely nothing. I mean, you know, this is the time to soak in the moment of this is last year repeating itself. That famous video of the Firefox thing going back and forth for half an hour, sigh of relief at the end. I couldn't do that this time around because there were people in the room that you can't hand doing some sort of a voila kind of thing. So that's that. this
I
this
couldn't
is the
find
big
that video, unfortunately.
moment around animation.
Every time after a deadline, especially in 4th year, it would feel absolutely dreadful because I'd always think, what the fuck do I do now? And everyone else would always think that as well, so we'd always try and do things together, but interesting enough, we'd collectively feel like shit as opposed to sort of, you know, help each other out, because we were all just so bogged down by all the work. It got so bad that for the final deadline for this, the second deadline, the robot dance, after that finished, I just thought, I woke up the next morning, I thought, fuck me, I feel so dreadful, so worthless in this world. I absolutely have to just load up my phone with like emo violence and screamo and just go for a long walk. I don't care if it's raining, I'll put my hoodie on. I don't care if it soaks through, I just need to get out of the fucking house and away. So I left, listening to all sorts of stuff, and I went in the direction of God, I don't remember what it was called, but it was near a golf. It was like a sort of castle by a golf course in Bristol. I walked all the way through there, through to the other side, and back around to the bottom where the Avon is, sort of just on the outskirts of the main centre. And I walked along the muddy path of there for about 2.5 hours, thinking that eventually I'm going to come across a bridge and I'll be able to cross to the other side where the main road is, because there were cars there, and on my side it was just a really muddy, wet track, so my shoes were getting completely filled up with mud and drenched, and my entire body was shaking under the cold because it was raining the whole time, and it was completely pitch black, couldn't see fucking shit. And it was pretty scary towards the end bit because I just thought, fuck, I actually have to turn around, don't I? There's not going to be a bridge. I'm going to have to do 2.5 hours and then find my way back home. And it was fucking freezing. I couldn't articulate my hands enough to get things out of my pocket. I just sort of had my head down. I was listening to Dadawa, I think is what it's called. This Is Not a Dream. That was a really good album to listen in that time. Although I can't really listen to that album again because it reminds me too much of the discomfort of that time. Going home, and then in the end, I just said fuck it and listened to Basic Channel while sort of going up the really steep hills to get to the top bit where Clifton is. And oh my god, I could barely. I went into a fish and chip shop because I really needed some food, because the only thing I'd ate all day then was like half a Huel bottle because my appetite was shot. Because that's what happens after deadlines. You just shut down, your body just says, I'm not doing this. And so I went and got fish and chips. I was obviously leaving a massive puddle behind me because all my clothes were just absolutely saturated, soaked. I had about half the fish and chips after struggling for 10 minutes to try and get the card out of my pocket because I couldn't articulate my hand at all to get it out. There was no grip. I ate about half of them, carried the box back in the rain home. Couldn't open the front door. Spent about half an hour trying to get the key out of my pocket, then put it into the lock and then turn it. I couldn't turn the key, my hand would just do this. I couldn't grip anything. And then when I went upstairs I couldn't get my trousers off, so I couldn't have a shower straight away, and that fucked my head up. I was just like, oh my god, I cannot take this anymore, but I'm so close. And then the next day I woke up feeling kind of weird. My body was sort of rattled, and long story short, I just fucking shat the bed, basically. I was watching a Fantano video, so I blamed that. I blamed watching Fantano on that. And I was like, how the fuck did I manage that? How the hell did that just happen? I could not believe that just happened. So I had to spend the whole day like washing like all my bedding whilst listening to Limmy doing his like autobiography book stream, which I very quickly got Audible after so I could buy the book and all his other stuff. Anyway.
What cocktails?
The drink.
Oh, nothing. This is just me drinking. This is just me drinking the drink.
The drink, not Baileys, it's milk, tamarind, and vodka.
That's all I'm doing. I want to upload a YouTube video. It's a sweet mix. No, you're changing. There we go. So I want to upload
Yume Nikki Fan Games one, probably.
this video, but Sony Vegas just doesn't want to continue rendering it. It just always stops around the 70% mark, which is really. And I'm having a drink.
Yeah, my computer was really fucking itself at that point. Hard drive always failing. I thought, what's happening to my computer, dude? That was kind of grim. Because on top of all of the feeling of just a bit shite, the last thing you want is your computer, which you rely on so much, to just stop working properly.
If my camera would let me, there we go. I'm having a drink. Holy. Yeah, I know, like me, Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now.
Yeah, I'm drunk here, definitely.
Just like that, it's going to be over. Just like that. You can listen to all the songs that send you back to early August as much as you want. It'll be over. It will feel really soon. We're already finishing week 8, for goodness sake.
Yeah, God, I really did think it was going to be quick. Yeah, year 4. The reason I don't really look back fondly on it is because in hindsight it led up to nothing.
Week 8! Week 8! Like, that's already coming to a close. And the next week's obviously going to go by quickly as well because there's so much to do. It would actually, it would actually be unreasonable to think like, oh, it's going to feel like it's going to take forever. No. This time has gone by so fast. Like, it's the shit.
Bill works again. My channel has been growing so much.
I'm going to be there in the airport. I can stare out that window as much as I want. That'll only make time go by slower, so I should probably refrain from doing that. Yeah, I mean, think of it in one lump sum. Like, there's so much to do between now and then. But, like, each day, like, I had no idea I'd be able to solve the entire task for system security in, like, a matter of hours.
Week 8, Sysec. That was probably the SQL injection thing. It was like super easy and no one struggled with.
Like an hour? It really didn't take that long at all. That's going to save so much time. So really, all that's on the plate now is getting the animation done. I mean, Reflective We have a lot of time for that, given how quick.
Reflective, that's just a part of the SESEC assignment that was, you need to sort of write up on it and give your thoughts as to how this thing could be prevented in the future. Or modern day sort of, or legacy techniques for blocking that thing in the past.
The
Like buffer overflow.
technical part's finished. It's just animation. Like, Japanese isn't even a thing until the very end, in which case the anticipation levels, just a lot.
Alright, I've got a freaking badass setup right here. 3 studio displays might be a little bit different.
Yeah, I like that setup.
A test. It's not a fun thing, but mine is just.
There was a Mac Pro trash can, Mac Pro that I would always, it would never be used. And just that room in general was quite underused, so I liked being there sort of alone.
Gone by, you know? It's already nearing in week 10. So many things happened over that first period in last year, but this was just a continuation of that, and I already knew what I was doing and how I was supposed to do it.
That teddy that you saw there, I cuddled up to that during the hardest times of May 2019.
It's just like, I haven't got anything exciting to document, I'm just doing it. A bit sad, really.
Yeah.
I do miss that emotional roller coaster quite a lot, but I've got that feeling, that feeling of knowing that I'm not going to miss this year as much as every other year, but obviously that's not true. Cool.
It was very much true. It was potentially the year I remember fondly the least. Fourth year. Even first year, I think, was more exciting. I did discover chain reaction this year, though, in fourth year.
So I miss it. I missed last year the most, to be honest. Last year was incredibly important to me. I feel like this year nothing's happening, just working. No development, just application of previous development. But I know that's not true. I'll miss something.
Yeah, that room, I guess. That's like the only thing.
Still it is, but I know I'll miss it. I'm not recording it to know I'm missing it. A bit sad. It's honestly a bit sad. Oh well. Just do it.
Yeah, that is sad. When you think that, that just goes to show how important third year was. Just thinking that, because my mindset in third year was before the whole realising how incredible it was just I missed second year. So I was thinking in fourth year, I'll eventually turn back on fourth year and be like, yeah, that was great. But no, not really. That is not the case. These are all, so far, just boring old details, I'm afraid. Really not getting a whole lot out of these.
It was a drive time process, so a bit shy really. This Toshiba drive, I think it's failing because there's a lot of reallocated sectors, I think what they're called. I didn't know until about so I've got a new Western Digital blue hard drive. I'm playing all that shite too.
Oh, you saw there all of those fucking ramen things. I was sort of collecting them. I was sort of proud not to throw them out and just see how big I could get the tower.
Remove that Toshiba drive. I didn't have it back from anywhere as well, so that's good that I'm actually doing that. Funnily enough, this is actually the first time I've ever done anything involved with.
That's an interesting thought. That I just realised. Yeah, that is the only time I ever sort of looked inside my computer. I was scared to do that. I remember I was scared to look at the internals because I thought I'd fuck something up.
Computer internal parts. I've never connected a SATA cable and that one, but this fucking drive bay is too small. It's advertised as a 3.5 inch drive, and guess what? It is exactly 3.5, so it's just about,
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Because I checked back on that just to make sure I wasn't being an idiot and seeing that it meant solid state. But no, it 100% said 3.5, SATA hard disk drive as well.
But the size of it, it's too small. It's just about too small. It's the exact same size as the hard drive, so the hard drive can't slide in because obviously these bars take up 3.5 inches of space. So that's a bit shy. Yeah, we're just doing that. I don't know how long it's going to take. Still don't really have anything to say. I've got tooth. fucking weeks left. 2 weeks left. 2 weeks. And then that'll be the end of teaching book 1. I feel like I've done absolutely fucking, well, not fucking nothing, but the amount of progress made with regards to part 2 specifically.
That's quite sad, yeah. You look at those 10 weeks. That's 2.5 months. That's like a lot of the 4-month game right there. And then the diaries is just fuck all, isn't there? It's just fluff.
Monumentally big in teaching book 1 and 2 of last year, but now it's just, coasted by on the same level, which I mean is fine because it's exactly what you'd expect because I fucking worked my ass off trying to get there. So that's good.
And that is why being at the top is not fun. The journey is always the most exciting part. And sometimes the journey can be so difficult that maybe you do want to just be at the top. But no, I need that fucking journey again.
There isn't really much for me to say to myself. Part 1 is just doing it, like what do you want me to say? I've got what I need to do. I know what I'm doing. Nothing's exciting, I'm just doing it. The reward will come when it's finished. God, year 3 was fucking crazy. Year 3 was the shit. Oh, what's that? I've just did something. You can't read that because it's 7:22.
Canny. I was watching Lemmy.
Okay, it's actually fine now. It's resting on a Yeti stand, so that's not.
So this is week 12 now, isn't it?
Okay, let's add this.
Because I'm uploading the robot dance animation.
Let's call it. Hey, does that have everything in it? Yeah, it does. This is production. This works. Okay, this is the one. Back. Dance. Okay. Submit. Correctly. It took a while to actually do anything when I pressed the submit button. You'll see that the thing is not moving from side to side, implying that it's done, but it's not redirecting me to the other page. So what it's actually doing right now is it's up for debate. I don't know if it's doing anything. Don't want to press that button again in case. Oh, look at my camera focus. Yeah, no idea if I've done anything. Okay. Do it again. Nothing. Okay. Let's see if it's uploaded yet.
Weird how suffocating it is watching this chapter.
Well, guess I'll have to get the phone stand out.
It seems
Set
so
it up.
sterile.
I'll try not to do it towards the screen.
Jeez.
Oh. Success. Your submission appears on this page. The submission confirmation number is copy and paste this as proof. Okay. That's that.
Whoa. Yeah, so Christmas, that was a Christmas in which I was only just sort of studying constantly for FinTech CISEC. Yeah, it was just constantly that, really. Nothing. Oh, I remember when the new year rolled around, I was so pessimistic. I was really down in the dumps. I remember one thing that got to me was I was sort of talking with my girlfriend about how I was really not looking forward to this year, and I think it's going to be really difficult. And she said, "You've betrayed me. You've lost your optimism. How dare you? Sort of what's going on." Yeah, that didn't help. Oh no, you've given up. You've given up hope, I think. That's what she said. Especially when you've been through so much of that. Been on the receiving end of that. I remember really hoping for just some sort of compassion, but I didn't get that, and that kind of fucked my head for a bit. But that Christmas was very much just studying a absolute fuck ton and just doing CISEC and FinTech. I don't really think anything else particularly exciting happened during that time. Yeah, not really. And so that takes us to here now after the exams. The exams were both fine. Yeah, it's not an eventful year. What can I say?
Is it so loud? Yeah, it's updating real time. Hello. Okay.
Again, I look very sickly here because
Yeah.
of the lighting.
What about now? Huh? No. Okay, yeah. So I reset Windows is what I did. Filmed about 50 different things where I said
Oh, that wasn't fun. The whole ordeal with trying to get Arch Linux working properly with all the software that I want, and then resetting Windows because the drive was failing, and just fixing the computer is just so annoying when you've already got so much other stuff to deal with. As not fun.
Set Windows, I did some stuff. My camera wasn't recording correctly. The app I had to change because when I use Vegas, the lag stuff. So now this is the video. Last teaching what one didn't seem to have any importance to it, but now we're going into new territory. So starting this again.
New territory being the individual project dissertation thing, which I was very worried about.
Right? New apps will save to G. New documents will save to C.
Let's speed this up. It's just me
Nowhere in
complaining
here
about
do you see
Windows.
D in the drop downs, okay? Just G and C. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop and then restart the video straight away.
Why I thought this was important.
We're not going to do it first. We're just going to go to YBC.
I guess I thought it was important just because nothing else of any interest was happening.
I don't have permission to access the command folder, even though I'm on an administrator account. So that's got to do.
And I thought it was important that I was getting the computer set up properly. This is when I still had an interest in computer science.
That was the video I just took. I don't want it to save to the D drive because the D drive is fucking mate. Save to the D drive, please, or C drive. I don't care. There's going to be loads of lag. I've noticed that when I record to the D drive, it always desyncs my voice to the fucking webcam. We're going to see if that has happened right now. Okay, here's what I'm doing now. I'm recording with the old classic Vegas capture over dropping frames, but that's to be expected. I think this is saving to G drop, which should be fine. So, well, that test seems rather reasonable. Drop frame data. Okay, so now I'll simply do something for a minute, I suppose. Let's see if that's lining up. Hopefully that is. Oh, I'm dropping frames now, but it's a saving to the G drive. Checked.
I don't know what that sound was.
Treat myself a bit today.
So the reason I had that chocolate was because we went to see fucking Waves, that film, in the cinema. And my friend was like, oh, the dark chocolate you can get from Marks and Spencer's fucking paying. Careful, it might act as a laxative. Yeah, it was alright. Good chocolate.
Right, we're a minute in and we're 600 frames down. Drop frames. We're going to stop. And we're going to take a look. Right, okay, it would appear that this method worked for those last two times. So hopefully now I can demonstrate what I wanted to demonstrate before, but I was using the camera company that was saving the D drive. Now I'm in Vegas. So we've got the show back on the road. Now we're going to
Yeah, this thing.
hopefully I'll do the same as I did last time. I was quite fortunate that was
Each year I was interested in getting my...
I will now simply stand on the scales.
Well, it was the same sort of thing that I talked about before, about feeling like I need to have a super impressive body. That never really left me for some reason. I still get it sometimes. I still think I need to do like a ridiculous exercise routine for whatever reason.
I am standing on scales.
But I think then at that point I really wanted to just lose some of the weight I got in America.
Alright, you see that? 151.6 pounds. Alright, put it down. Now I'll wait for it to set.
It's worth noting that was cheap scales and I was on an uneven carpet. If it was on a hard surface, probably would have worked alright, I guess.
That's how fucking good a weight loss I am. That is how fucking good. Fuck P90X, mate. This is real shit, dude. Oh, what was that? I was just Googling the benefits of drinking water, of which I'm sure you know there are many. It's always good to have those little things where it's effortless, but you know it's good for you. Fuck it. It tastes good too. It feels good to drink water. In fact, 15 benefits of drinking water.
particularly it flushes body waste, which is very important. Anyway, do easy things that make you feel better.
I don't like this computer clip. Yeah, the uploading. Don't like this test clip. I don't like any of those early ones at all, actually. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not. I mean, remember to drink water. That's quite important. Drinking water is definitely good, but just I don't know. That whole January feeling was very odd and uneasy for me.
Supposed to drink water. I don't know what exactly the other ones are. If I really thought about it, maybe I'll be able to tell you. But drink water. Okay.
Drink water. That's Max Mofo. Drink water.
We're on the phone now. Unfortunately, like a flipping moron, I forgot my phone stand, which I really needed. I have no idea how I forgot that.
Yeah, you did it because I wanted to run a YouTube channel, which I'm not going to talk about here because I might actually want to still do that in the future.
But anyway, this is the unfortunate drive. It really is on its last legs. So bad that I'm cutting off its life support. Goodbye, Toshiba SATA drive. I'm sure you've stored many an important file. But, get out of there.
I always like that. Compassionate and then get out there. You fucking...
Goodbye.
Yeah, no, I like that one. That's a secret. Get out of there, you fucking.
But grab on that drive you've just removed. You put properly.
Oh, there were so many bootloader issues with Arch. For some reason, I just couldn't ever get it to work properly. And I was listening to the last track on that Tareki Black EP, Bolero Bliss, on loop. That was a very strong memory about that.
Grab on that drive. So I had a lot of problems getting Grub to work. Like when I tried to install Arch, but I already had Grub from when I used Mint, so I just used fucking OS Provo or whatever and put Arch into that Grub. So we're just going to set Windows boot manager to be the very first thing. And we'll worry about Grub later. Hopefully this. I mean, there's no reason why this shouldn't work. Watch how quickly it slows. There's the first screen. The screen always takes a bit longer. Okay. That's so much faster than when it was fucking. Right, if I see any problems, any coughs, any splutters from this piece of shit Windows 10.
It did splutter. Remember, I was listening to Chief Keef. What Chief Keef was it? I can't remember. Fuck. But it spluttered, and I was incredibly mad.
Then what the fuck am I going to do, mate? Having nothing to do with it, I guess. Remember to drink water. I mean, compromises on the. This Vegas works so fantastically on this new Windows. I just turned this down. Compromise. What the hell? So, really that long. I could do some things on the list if I really need to.
Actually, I'm very tempted to pick this up tomorrow at some point. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. And now I know why. Because I hit the space bar in. So what would have happened was, I had OBS open, I hit the space bar, it stops recording. I had to do and now I'm still recording.
Remember to drink water. Remember to drink water. I mean, compromise is what I'm doing. This Vegas works so fantastically. I just turn this down because you can hear it through the headphones. Compromise.
I wasted a lot of time.
What the hell? It's still really that long. I can do some things on Linux if I really need to.
So what I was saying is that the main reason I was using Linux, because I thought it was cool. I wanted to be a cool guy using Linux. That's the main reason. Yes, it's better than Windows, certainly, for many, many things, especially for programming. But when it comes down to it, the reason I used it, wanted to be cool.
Something on Linux if Windows is choking, otherwise I'm just going to use Windows. As much as I would love to just keep using Linux and learn more and more, because it feels good to use, you feel in much more control, but at the same time you don't, because it's pretty complicated trying to... I don't need Vegas to work on Linux. I should honestly just try to find good freeware, find some good freeware for any package.
I tried to use some freeware like Lightworks, and it just kept crashing.
Any software package that you need. Embrace the freeware, that's what should be good. But for now, Windows.
How was it detailed?
The anticipation's building up, you know. I'm going to be going into work again on Monday, and
Work, studying.
fuck knows what's happening, because my supervisor's not fully arranged yet.
So, the supervisor that I had, that I'd arranged for in teaching block 1, because we're in teaching block 2 now, 2020, just straight up left the uni over the course of Christmas. So, I had to find another supervisor all of a sudden, who obviously wasn't tailored to my project because they were highly specific. And that meant for the first couple of weeks I was just like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, because the project's, you know, it's not going to be taught by the person who made it. Or supervised, I mean.
I shot him an email, let's just see what happens.
Same thing happened to my friend as well. She had Ivan. She had to get a different supervisor. I can't remember who she got though.
Until then, I've realised that it only feels good taking a break when you know that you've still got work that you need to do.
Yeah, that holds up. But it's different for me now because I don't really have that work dynamic. I just work from 9:30 until 6. I don't have any work that I like need to do apart from that. So, and I still do procrastinate that and feel bad for it.
Like, setting work for yourself, even if... So, if you start a break, and just setting work for yourself sometimes doesn't work, but if you have to do work and you don't do it, then it feels good to take a break. Really awkward situation, but thankfully I'm not actually fucked. I'm just taking it a bit slow. I just want a fucking animation mark back is what I want. I fucking need that, man.
I got a 73 in the first one and 74 in the second one, so I got 74 overall for animation.
It is 54 as you can see. Again, this is too loud. So, here's what I'm doing. I'm starting the 4-month game again. Another 4-month game.
You'd think I'd be more excited, wouldn't you? But I don't know. The last couple of weeks there were kind of shite, and my emotions as a result were quite muted, as well as this whole individual project thing was sort of plaguing my head quite a lot. Now, actually, a lot of those thoughts are coming back. Just the uncertainty of, you know, this is the thing that is at the end of your course, and I'm not really sure how to do it.
The ending's going to be much more important, and the 4 months leading up to it's also going to be more important, but I feel fine about it, because I've done all that before, so I guess it's starting again then.
This duck face that I'm doing. What?
Anyway, nothing to do, really. Got just some John Cassavetes to watch, that's about it, I guess.
There was something quite depressing about that time. Not the John Cassavetes, but none of it felt really that fulfilling. Just a sort of... Wait, is the next clip?
100 days, as it turns out.
No. I just needed to get back into something. I needed some work to do, because I was feeling like a useless human.
That's what the little number means below the date, 100 days. I haven't really done anything today, because I haven't been told shite as to what to do.
You can just about see on my cheek I had some like rough skin or some eczema or something that I had to get some cream for.
I don't know if I'm a proper supervisor yet, but tomorrow things will be cleared up a bit. Tomorrow, it's always tomorrow, isn't it? It's always tomorrow, never today.
Shut up.
Oh, I'm dying for this to be over already, mate. No, come on, this will be exciting.
That face that I'm putting here, the sort of... That's me right now on the inside. Because it was not exciting, it was incredibly dull and a slow burn towards event, just how I feel today. Shit. This is a very good sort of I'm dying inside face.
This is bound to be exciting. I like the fact that it's 100 days on the dot. I want to be in the fucking weeds now.
Yeah, I wanted to feel that emotional turbulence, so that when I break out from the weed, it's like, I've done it.
Get that clipped.
That's Limmy. Get that clipped, mate. Talking about, he's like, he collides his truck with a police car head on, and the police car like flies into a river.
Get that one. Basically a dream involving the conclusion to part
And he says, get that clipped.
2 happening, just like all of a sudden, and that kind of fucked me up a little.
So in that dream, you have to excuse me because it's so hot in this room. And both my windows are open, but like, I need a fan really badly. And that's coming in 2 days. You'll also have to apologise for that fucking bird that's been going for the last hour. But I think it's a bird. But anyway. So, what happened in that dream exactly? Well, I was walking along some sort of overcast, sort of like towny, suburban English road on a sort of overcast, grey, wet air, sort of September midday kind of thing. And all of a sudden I found myself in this sort of jungle or sort of Amazon restoration centre. Or it was an area that was being restored. It wasn't like a centre exactly for that. But there was a huge sort of retro-futuristic tower that I was in. Like a big sort of radio tower like Astro Lounge. But the room that I was in was this big sort of ellipsoid pod. Very big room, like the canteen in Havant College. It looked like that, and the walls were sort of this 80s sort of snot green colour, like classroom green, as I call it. And she was there with her mom for some reason. And that's what happens in dreams when you're in a long distance relationship and you see them in the flesh. And after about 5 seconds, you're like, "What the fuck? You're there. That's it. I'm actually with you right now." And then you spend 5 minutes with them, and it's like, "Holy shit! How did this happen?" And you wake up, and that is what hurts really bad.
But that's fine. That's fine. Good to remember that. With regards to part one, a little bit uneasy, but I'm getting myself into the weeds a wee bit, just a bit. Thankfully, I probably weaned myself way off the business course.
Business course. There were two things. There was the research course and the business course. And I was thinking I had to go on the business course because I was doing an app, essentially. And the business course was all, market, selling, business, network, company, money, fuck shit, fuck off, rich Tory cunt sort of shit. And then you had the research side, which, you'd want to do because it was actually researching something and then doing a sort of 50-page thesis. Mine turned out to be 24 pages because there was a huge section at the top that just said couldn't do any evaluation because of COVID. So that did save me a lot of time.
The research course, because I'm not some fucker who just wants money. Yeah. So keep going on it. You got to start part 3 soon. No,
these are all due to
worrying. That's super fucking worrying. Not the same part 3 as last time.
Oh, part 3. That's that was looking for. That was doing interview coding questions and going through the Cracking the Coding Interview Edition 6 book in the evenings during my spare time, so that I feel more certain when I was applying for jobs. Because my vision then was just like, you got the job by doing the interview questions properly. Which is funny because when I got my job at my company, I fucked the interview over, but they liked my personality a lot, and that's why they hired me.
I don't know if that can happen at all, really.
If you're someone who's a computer scientist watching this and you're really scared about looking for jobs, like just graduated or something like that, what they care about most is if they can go to the pub with you afterwards for a drink. You'd be surprised how many twats there are in the computer science universe. Apparently, I don't know this, but this is what I sort of held in my head to keep me grounded, is that there are a lot of people who go to interviews and are just like, I'm the best, let me do this, big O log n, crazy fucking recursive answer to this, and I'm the best, and I've spent 5-year internship in ARM doing binary things that I scratched on a stone and threw over
ocean using a Elon Musk went to Jupiter, dude, like that kind of thing. Just be a nice person. Don't be a shithead. You'll get a job.
Okay, so here is what's going on. Let's give some context here because this is actually important now. Everything before was just fucking nothing.
Yeah, I was off a hard cry here. Just really worried about the job. I just never thought I could get a job in my life. I thought I was just too shit. Thought I didn't know anything. I still feel like I know anything. I know nothing about computer science, and I've been at that job comfortably for 7 months now. So
this is real life stuff, not university bubble stuff. So
hopefully someone can take what I just said and turn it into something inspiring. If you feel like you know nothing, but you've made it through a 4-year master's course, I can say what you've learned is the intuition for how to do computer science, not specific bits. Or maybe you do know what you're doing, and that's great. But the case for me was I learned how to learn, not how to do specific things. And I think you still need to do the interview questions. You still need to go on fucking LeetCode and do the easy questions. You don't need to do the medium questions or the hard ones unless you only care about money and you're like working at Amazon or something. If you just want money, then do the medium and hard questions. But if you're a graduate and you just need a entry job, just do the questions marked easy. Don't be a tosser. You've got your 4 months, your 4-year course or your 3-year course. I believe in you personally. Just feel free to message me saying that you're in this situation. I'll see if I can help you out.
What's going on? I have 4 months, or actually 96 days of my course left, which is a 4 years master's course for computer science at Bristol. Now, you'd think that that's pretty great, right? It seems a little bit prestigious. Bristol Computer Science Master.
No one cares, dude. Yeah, no one cares that you have that. No one's going to come up to you and say, "Hi, have you got a diploma?" No. Unless they're a cunt. No one's going to do that.
I still feel like I know fuck all for any of this, and getting graduate jobs for the US seems incredibly intimidating.
Looking for jobs is so soul-sucking for computer science. Would you like to join this, Scrum development, exciting company, new AI, Elon Musk went to Saturn shit? It's horrible.
Can't see any positives for myself that other people don't have. I feel very much useless. And it is incredibly stressful trying to think about this, as well as everything else, part 1 and part 2 specifically. So why am I...
If you're feeling useless, what have I learned? If you're feeling useless with regards to computer science, yeah, I guess I got lucky with my job though. I know that's the most annoying advice. If you're listening to me and you're like, if you're in a situation like me that I was in, where I'm looking for some proof that they've got a chance of this, that they can do this, then the last thing you want to hear is, "I got lucky," because straight away that throws away that just throws away any certainty out the window. Because it's like, oh, they were lucky, so it's not going to be the same. So I need to think of the most general thing. What was I saying?
Useless. And it is incredibly stressful trying to think about...
So you feel like you're useless. You feel like there are so many other people who know what they want from computer science. They feel like they do some machine learning stuff and they think, oh yeah, that's what I want to pursue. And then they go to these companies and they enroll there. But maybe you're the kind of person who's been doing the computer science course, not 100% invested in it, and thinking, well, I need to get a job in computer science now. And you're thinking, well, fuck, there's nothing that's really I'm passionate about. I just like it in general because it's computers, and working with computers and coding is fulfilling, which it is. I do like coding, just not as much as music by a long shot. So, with me, there are many companies that I found that don't care about the specific units that you did. If you've got the baseline languages, which you will do if you've done a 3-year or 4-year course, and you've got through it, and you've got a 2-1 or a first, I don't know about 2-2s because I just didn't filter for those jobs. I'm sure it's the same thing. You'll find one eventually. You just will. I know that you will. Provided you're not a tosser. You know if you're a tosser or not. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I wish I had some better advice. Because, like, it sucks feeling like you're the insignificant shit who's just done computer science. If you have any questions, just leave a comment. I'll try and answer it.
This, as well as everything else, part 1 and part 2 specifically. So why the US, right? I don't know how much I want to go
Girlfriend, because I had a girlfriend living there.
into detail about this, but I really do need to be in the US with a job and a place within at least 6 months. Otherwise, I've fucked up and I will never forgive myself for that.
Well, I'm not exactly the one who did the global pandemic, so I think I can forgive myself.
Really? Well, it would take a bloody long time for me to forgive myself. So I somehow need to do this. I somehow need to find a job. I need to get a sponsored visa for the US, and then find a place to live, and then be able to sustain that job and not fuck it up, make a living out of that. And
It was a feeling that I was entirely alone doing this, even though I was going to be living with, my girlfriend. The feeling of having to do everything of my own hand, fresh out of uni was incredibly intimidating. I just thought, I'm a shithead. No one likes me. No one cares about me. Why the fuck would I want to impose my agenda anywhere?
it's ridiculous. It's so stressful. This is it. This is the big thing. This is not just some stupid ass assignment that I was worried about. This is fucking it. I'm a bit scared that it took a dream to do that, to move me to properly get into this now, but fucking hell, this is scary as shit. I feel like I know nothing. I feel like I have no skills that other people don't have. Everywhere you look, it's like computer science. Everyone wants computer science. That'd be easy. No, mate. I've not got long. I've not. That 96. That's how long I've got, basically. Maybe a little bit more. Fuck me, man. This is where it really starts.
If you have uncertainties about finding a computer science job and you feel like you're a piece of shit, leave a comment. I will answer it.
God, fuck me, man. This is
the
fucking real life stuff now. This is it. So much stress in every single way. Fucking cool, man.
So what's happening here? Suicidal girlfriend episode, I think. Why is there silence here? I think she was walking somewhere. She was like, I'm not going to live past 21. I should just kill myself now. Thank you for being with me, you're the best, but I have to go, sort of thing. And then about 10 minutes silence after that, because for the last year you've heard that so often and you feel like you've run out of things to say. It wasn't good to have that going on top of all the preoccupations with studying.
God, that dream that I had last night fucked me up, man. Fucked me up so much to the point where my paranoia
Surprising amount
has just gone through the roof, and I've actually done something about it. I've really just adhered super hard to this schedule I just made for myself because I cannot stand the thought of failure of this. Fucking hell, man. What would happen if I hadn't had that dream? Would I just be more and more fucked later on?
Interesting.
At least I had that. What really spurred me on to actually do this stuff. Jesus Christ, man. Fucking hell, 95. Alright. It feels slightly better now that I've freaked out and thought about it so much. Sort of last night and sort of nowish. But oh man, it's hard. This is. I'm not ever going to say if I can do this, I can do anything ever again because it just keeps getting harder and it keeps getting more
I got it.
all the fucking time.
That's
Right, so I am going to have to edit these in post, which is really annoying because Vegas, the license.
Again, just everything around this time was so shit. There was uncertainty with the dissertation. There was uncertainty with the relationship. There was uncertainty with my computer working, which is the most annoying thing to have on top of other stress, like your computer just deciding not to work during this sort of time. And it was all just fucking shit, dude. That whole month, February 2020, fucking hated it.
Just disappeared for the first one, and the second one just it crashes a lot. So I have to use the video capture program and then edit them in post later. Don't know when I'm going to have to do that, but we need to divide this into 3 topics. I think. Wait, what is it? 3 topics? One of them is
Android
just
Studio.
Android development. Just your simple Android development, XML, Java, that side of things. I don't really know what to do for that at the moment. Second is research into the field of how to implement the recommender system, as well as how to quantify well-being, as well as the quantify.
Yeah, it was so annoying because I hate Android Studio now after having to work with it, and Java in general is just such shit, isn't it? I really was sick of it by the end. Can you see, like, what's this? Oh, that's the mic. Okay. Just looking at the OBS thing. Because this is the only thing I'm wearing, so I don't want the webcam to be showing anything else. But it's that hot. It's really fucking hot. And so Android Studio was really just fucking shit. Not fun to use, but the reason I used it is because in second year I suddenly learned how to code, and that was in Android Studio. Like, I was doing a project with some other people. Thankfully, half of the people in that group were my friends, my best friends. So it was very nice working with them. And another guy who called Dominic, who was like fucking coding whiz, and we constantly played beat games on his tablet. Yeah, he was a cool guy. I did that in Android Studio, the Android app, and we managed to like make it work somehow. And I thought, yeah, I'll do that again.
The third one, what was the third one? I think that was the wearable, but I don't have the wearable yet because I haven't given it. And apart from that, there's doing coding interview questions, getting used to all this fucking shit that I should have learned years ago, but I only...
That was the thing that I was beating myself up so much. I thought, wow, you really left it to the last minute, didn't you? First year, third year, second year, half fourth year. And only now are you properly learning to do coding interview questions. All the times when my friends were saying I've got this amazing internship and I'm working in a kitchen, I just thought, Anton, you're fucking useless, and you should fucking not kill yourself, but I don't know, it was a weird time. It was thinking, I'm not going to kill myself, but like, what else am I going to do? Live? And just get in the way of people forever? That is how this felt.
Just now realised that you can work past 10 PM, so I actually have more time to actually do stuff. I don't know what was in my head that made me think I could stop working after 10 PM all those previous years, but like, it's crazy to think that used to be my mindset, you know? Why stop when you could keep going, you know?
Tiredness.
Okay, so what's going on right now, or what has been going on actually for the past 2 days, I want to say, is something that I tried to document properly in about May 13th last year, something around that time. Maybe. May 11th. Was something terrible that happened. And that, to a lesser extent, has happened again, but I am not phased by.
May 11th, girlfriend goes to hospital, tries to kill herself. This was the same thing, although I felt like, oh, I have some free time. That was the prevailing thought. The rest of it was me being, you know, sad and worried that the person I loved and cared more than anyone else was in hospital again, and I wasn't able to talk with her. But I had this sickening thought in my head, like, finally some breathing room, some free time. I still don't know how I feel about that.
At all. I'm not phased by it at all. Can't tell if it's bad or not. Should I?
Like, I really was like, that was just it. Like, oh yes, free time, great. I think it was because I was so stressed.
I should be, right? I should be very concerned, and now I feel like a lot of my time has been freed up. This is
It's worth knowing also around this time she was treating me like shit.
Something that I should be doing every day, and I've been doing for the last year and a bit. Now that I don't have to do it, really lifted up from
more than usual.
Weight. Not sustainable though. Weird days. Right, this is the plan. The plan is 2 months that I've set aside for this. 2 months to get through this book, the coding interview book that everyone's out of 2 months to properly understand all the concepts that it covers, all the main ones, that is. So chapters 1 to 5.
Been at my job for 7 months. Still can't do anything.
And 7 to 10. I mean, I've got 2 months of that. I've got about a week just.
It really does come down to just the interview. I didn't need to know any of the fucking fuck shit in cracking coding interview in my job.
It's under a week for each topic. We're starting with bit manipulation because I've looked at the other ones before it. I've done it a little bit, but I still don't understand them properly, so I'm having a fresh start here.
You might be like, oh, sure, you need to know about hash maps and fucking bit manipulation and dynamic programming. No, you don't. Not for a fucking graduate job.
Yeah, and I'm going to loop back around. If in 2 months I haven't got this down properly, I have failed.
Well, I failed because I didn't have it down.
Simply put, I'm a failure if I've not been able to
Nicely
do that
put, mate.
in 2 months.
Failure.
But that's when I need to start applying for jobs in America. At the same time, I somehow need to deal with doing my dissertation, which is also it's all consuming. So I'm trying to figure out how to actually do both at the same time is a bit tricky, as well as Japanese, but that isn't too bad at the moment. There's a 2-month ultimatum.
Japanese was online exam, which was very nice because that meant it was just really easy.
If I don't have this properly understood in 2 months, if I haven't solved a significant amount of fucking LeetCode HackerRank shit, then I failed. Simple as that.
Jeez, I just realised that since the mic is on the same, I'm going to have to move this down again. Make sure it's not too loud. I'm not re-recording this, I'm sorry. I've already done that once.
What's important is that I do weekly updates. Need to do weekly updates.
Yeah, so Diary was getting more and more like, can't be fucked to do this. I was just feeling more and more depressed, like no one cares.
It's because quite a lot's happened this week, and that needs to be the way every single week. So, what's happened? So I, with regards to the app, know how to do like API fetches. So I'm going to have a Fitbit. I'm going to need to use the API to fetch the information from the Fitbit, or more precisely, the Fitbit web database to the phone, because you can't do Bluetooth data transfer from the Fitbit to the phone. So I know how to do that through the API. I started. Let's say for the last week I've been doing the coding interview. I did a tiny bit before that, but I don't think that counts. So that is quite a bit of progress. What else have I done? Put a lot of reading on recommended systems and wellbeing research. I think that's about it. But I need to be more precise next time. So I need to do the daily progress document again, starting tomorrow. I will see what I have tomorrow. I mean, I can obviously just look at the GitHub commits. But that's only the app. So yeah, I'm not going to play the audio for this one.
So I don't care anymore. Basically what happened here is that my girlfriend had basically just become romantically invested in another person just like that, whilst still being in a relationship with me. And I was just like, what the fuck, what's going on? And she was like, oh yeah, I love this person. I was just like, right, what do you mean? And she was just like, yeah, I want to love 2 people, which hurt really bad because back in the day, when she was, before we were in a relationship, and when we started the relationship as well, she was like, it's wrong loving 2 people. I can't do this. We should stop talking. You're going to hate me later. I loving 2 people is wrong. I shouldn't do this. And she was like hell bent on clinging to her favourite person. And now here she was going out of her way to just be in as many relationships as she wants to, which really hurt, obviously. I didn't know how to react to it because I would just say like, "What are you doing? What about me?" I feel so sort of insignificant, and I'm like, "Am I not good enough anymore?" Like all these thoughts are going around my head. And she was like, I'm sorry, that's your problem. You're going to have to deal with that. Kind of like I'd say all these things and she was just like, yeah, I'm sorry. As if it was out of her control or something. I was just like, well, hello, you're the reason this is happening. And she'd get very defensive and just be like, I don't know what I want. And that fizzled out after a while. What I was going to say in this video was I was going to break up with her because I couldn't put up with this shit, but I didn't end up doing that. I told her for the first time, yeah, it's over. I can't do this anymore. Did I not mention in another clip? I don't know. It's been a few days since I did this last. I can't remember what I've said. I called her and said, it's over. I can't do this anymore. And she was like, oh, okay. And then we worked it back to, wait a sec, I can't actually go through a breakup whilst thinking of all this. It's worth noting that at this time, oh god, my head. So, it was a Saturday, and she basically said, like, yeah, I'm in a relationship with this other person, and I was just thinking, like, what the fuck? I feel so, like, insignificant, and, like, how could this happen? Like, what? Sort of thing. And then I said, I don't think we should talk to each other for a few days, just sort of work things out in our heads. Because we were going round and round in circles. And a few days passed, and she's spamming my phone every day saying, why aren't you talking to me? Wednesday comes along, and I'm like this. I'm saying I'm going to break up. Can't do this anymore. And then I realise I can't go through that. I cannot go through the breakup. I just have to grin and bear through this. Like, it sucks, but I'm dealing with it right now, so I'm just going to have to hope that I can still do that. I can't take another blow like this. Because, you know, where's my drive is just going to go, and this is the time I need to apply myself most. So I just thought, fuck it, just suck up the fact that, you know, she did this to you. And it just so happened that within 2 weeks, she just lost interest in that person. It was a sort of fun sexual thing that she impulsively sort of got invested to for about 3 weeks, and then nothing came of that. So that was some needless turbulence that could have gone horribly astray had I actually broken up with her there and then. I managed to get a week off. Actually, I managed to get a week extension on my deadlines because I went to the student health centre and just said, look, my mind is fucked. I need a week because big problems with my relationship have put my mind in a very destructive place. So I got a little piece of paper saying, yeah, you can have a week off, which actually never happened because COVID fucked up the week off thing. And I took that week off to just sit in my room and do nothing. What a fucking depressing time that was. Really grey cloud energy.
I know what it is, and this is mainly for me, so yeah, it covers a very touching subject that I shall not play here. But yeah, well. Okay, this now is the time to
so
recording.
here we are on the this is where I got up to.
Again, I slacked off for the last month or a bit, probably more, but like with this whole fucking coronavirus shit, I'm not going to be able to travel to the US for a long time. Probably going to have to stay indoors just by myself a lot. I'm going to be going home soon. Home is into family home, and I'm going to have to do all my uni work at home. And it's not looking good. Trust this to happen, you know. I was just thinking 2 more months, you know.
I'm really surprised that I wasn't more devastated over this. Going through all of that, going through February of 2020, which was just, you know, just working my ass off every single day, getting my phone spammed, like, I'm going to kill myself, I'm not going to live past 21, why do I feel like this? Just all the time it felt like at that point. I just thought, I don't know what I'm going to fucking do. And now the whole, you know, prospect of... So you might be thinking, why would I want to move in with someone who's treating me like that? Well, it just so happens that when I was in America for those 8 weeks, cumulatively, she was glowing. Really, you know, absolute pleasure to be around and do everything with. But the distance sort of got to her very badly. So I just thought, stick this out, 2 more months, you got this, and then you couldn't do that anymore.
2 more months of this 8-month game until you can go back to the US. And now, God knows, it's just more uncertainty, more of not knowing what is going to happen. No idea when I'm going to be able to go there next. No idea what this means for the future of having a life there. It's all just so weird that this is happening. Unbelievable bad luck. I mean, everyone's going through this. But yeah, I need to finish my breakfast, I need to get some water, and I need to do my work, I guess. I had the last week off. I didn't end up
Breaking up with my girlfriend.
because we worked something out, and that's still something I want to work towards. But with this, with this travel ban thing coming up, and I don't know, it's just so worrying. What the hell's going to happen?
Yeah, I was fucked up at that point. That was like just a needless blow. Going through all that shit only for COVID to be like, mate, you're not going to get the reward that you were working towards. I mean, everyone went through that, so. Yeah, this is the final clip from, penultimate clip from this 4th year accommodation.
So I don't actually know the next
I don't actually know. I don't know what happened with my voice there.
time I'm going to be here, really. This is Friday, and I can talk as loud as I want because I'm the only one in the house, and I have been the only one in the house for quite a while. I mean, I genuinely...
And strangely enough, I didn't really feel that alone. Honestly. I felt quite comfy just being with myself in the house alone. It was quite freeing, just doing that. Being able to talk loudly. Nice, yeah.
You don't know if I will come back here, at all, really. I mean,
I came back there once to pick up the rest of my stuff, because I didn't take all of it in one go.
So you have to pick some stuff up, but this is just a really weird way to end this chapter. I had such a huge plan of what I was going to do is go to Taka Taka, buy a sort of souvlaki, cork wrap, and then go up to this little church area. Well, not really a church, it's like a sort of abandoned holy building. I don't even know if it's a church. I guess it is. I know what I'm talking about. I was going to go there, listen to something.
Radiance by Basic Channel.
Sit there and think that's the year passed, and then I would have gone off to
It hurts too much thinking about this.
Tennessee.
The day before I left for home, so it would have been the day before that clip with me in the yellow shirt. I went up to that place with that souvlaki wrap listening to Radiance as a sort of send-off, this is it.
That would have been it, but I mean, no, that's just not happening. It might be fucking 1.5 years until I can go to Tennessee.
Why am I putting myself through this? It's for the video, it's for posterity.
It was supposed to be 2 months until it was going to finish, but no, travel ban's probably going to be lifted way later, so I guess this is me ending the fucking chat.
That shower.
So I'm just shutting the house.
That shower was like a rat pissing on you. It wasn't very nice.
Back here. I don't know what memories really I formed here. I've definitely not filmed as much. I mean, I haven't been maintaining my vlog at all, simply because it's just going to be fucked, really. I just didn't feel like it was worth it, didn't feel necessary, felt like I was progressing enough without having to make things clear about what I was doing. But, I feel like now's the time, because things are only going to get lonelier and lonelier. 1.5 years, you've just got to be fucking kidding me, haven't you? Right? Because, what was it? It was a 4-month game, which was... looking back on it, fucking nothing. 4-month wait. Absolutely nothing. Then there was this 8-month game, which I was doing right now, which had 2 months left. I was going to,
This is a beta.
So fucking do the work, finish it off nicely, and there would have been such...
What's on my desk?
An amazing...
Oh. That fax gang.
Sense of closure.
No, don't do that.
I had 2 months left. I was going to, fucking do the work, finish it off nicely, and there would have been such an amazing...
I don't know how to do frame by frame. Maybe I'll see.
Sense of closure of just work's finished, now I'm off to Tennessee, and that's fucking it. That is the end of my uni chapter. But now my motivation to be running so low due to coronavirus. and I can barely get any work.
There's a bottle of Bailey's on the floor there.
But I'm just thinking about how it's going to be a year and a half. So the game was just, there was an 8-month game, now I'm going into a essentially 18-month game. Fuck me, 18 months.
Weird to think that I've done that now. I'm past that 18-month game.
That's just not. This is okay. So this is the grounds to start recording now. I say that every single fucking time. Like, oh, now you need to start recording, mate. Now is when, because you need some support, and you need to be able to open a book and then close it. You know, like you've got a journal that you start, knowing that you've got a long journey ahead of you, and then when you reach that final page or that final line of writing, then it's like, right, that is it.
I've already said that actually. I have been maintaining my video diary since November of last year. And there's so much material that I need to edit. But I'm not publishing it until I write that final line. Me just saying, I'm fucking back. That, as silly as it is, that the moment I say, I'm fucking back, is when I'm going to put that on YouTube. All 8 hours of it, or however long it is at the moment.
That is the end. This is the start right now. This really needs to be the start. Like, because, God, it's just so daunting. The start is the end of me being here. Ignore the fact there's a fucking chair in this bath.
Why was that chair there? I think one of my housemates just got a better chair. I was like, I don't know where to put this other chair, and no one wants it in the kitchen, and no one used that bath. So,
add character to the room. Fucking just. Not really much to this room, to be honest, but I think
I was surprised about a toilet roll, even though it was just after COVID panic.
Here, if I can actually
During
see, here are the steps, you go to the front door, and there's the green light, and then that's pretty much it. But fucking hell, it's just the strain of thinking, you know, that there's even more uncertainty piled onto the existing uncertainty that there was. It's just like more uncertainty, more time to wait, no closure. It's just such a pain. It really feels like the higher power acting against me. But there's a higher power acting against everyone. It's fucking coronavirus. Everyone is going through this. Everybody is in the same boat. And that is good in the way that we can all support each other, and we can try and find different ways of support. And obviously, fucking hell, can you imagine the amount of growth that you're going to go through after this period?
You haven't grown a fucking bit, mate.
Can you fucking imagine? So much is going to happen. You're going to grow so much after this. Just think of what you were before you started year 3, and think of what you are now. Fucking master of resilience when it comes to certain things. But now's the time to give myself some credit for the achievements I've made. Now's the time to start fucking recording and get things going, you know. Find motivation, do the things that you need to do, and put this together into a big compilation at the end of it all, because who fucking knows? I mean, by the time I put this together, I might even have like 5,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Even at this point, I still only cared about, like, YouTube. No other social media. Even Instagram. I had an Instagram at that point that I was actually using. I just didn't care. Like, I only cared about YouTube subs for some reason, even though that means nothing.
YouTube or something, and more people will be able to potentially learn from my mistakes or learn from whatever methods I'm using to get through this. Quite a nice way to end it. Go on, one more time.
Nice car horn alarm again. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to put that in beta because it's a powerful little clip, is what it is. No one's going to shut that bird up. How can you just let that happen? I don't understand. So this is the final clip from this house, where I'm just walking through it and just being like, yeah, this is the house. Some stuff is left behind there because what am I doing there? Oh yeah, taking that bag. It's a weird bag. It's full of drumsticks, and I haven't drummed in ages, and I don't know when I'd ever would, but I always take it with me. Shut. Yeah, kitchen. machine doormat. I stubbed the door. Noisy steps. When I remember one thing that I loved about this house. One thing I loved about this house was when we all went in there first time. We all went up the stairs. It was like it was a really loud sound from the stairs, and it was just so brutally loud that we all laughed, and it was like something funny about that. Wow, and that is that. That is fourth year. A very nothingy, horrible time. And then there's a huge gap here, isn't there? Yeah, look at that. 12th of August. So that is April, May, June, and July that are missed out. So throughout all of that, what happened? I'll try and summarise it. April, May, that's worrying about a safety net policy that Bristol were really bad at implementing, where they would say essentially like, COVID, don't worry, it's not going to detriment your mark at all. It was a no detriment policy. I have to keep that window open, otherwise I'm going to burn up. Anyway, so there was that, and there was so much uncertainty because everyone was like, Bristol, what the fuck are you doing? You need to implement a certain policy, so it's like you can't get lower than the mark that you already have. And they took months to settle that. There was at one point where they were like, yeah, so our version of no detriment policies will give you a week deadline extension. That should settle it. Everyone got, incredibly pissed off. And everyone was always like, the chats were exploding every time anything no detriment was mentioned. May, finished dissertation. Very lazy time after that. I discovered Lucy, and he is a great music artist. I was watching a lot of Saint. I was learning lots of Japanese, doing a lot of Japanese kanji in that time. That was really good. No Agreements was just kicking off for me. I joined there. I had it. So what happened was, how did I get into No Agreements? For anyone who is interested in that. So, my friend Liam, who I knew from the early days from Hell's Gamers, because we played Counter-Strike together. He used to like the same music, which he does, but at that point I was the kind of kid in CS who would play real music over the microphone. When I say over the microphone, I don't mean I'm pointing the phone at the mic and playing it. I mean I'm streaming it through the vocal output. So the virtual audio cable, not the Half-Life DJ or whatever kids used. I can't even remember what the other one was called that people used after Half-Life DJ. Like Slack. No, not Slack. But like, so I would play like Modest Mouse, Big Black, Radiohead, Unwound. I pronounced it Unwound. When I first discovered it, all the RYM chart shit, right? Because that was what I was listening to at that point. I had a thing in first year of uni where I wouldn't listen to something if it wasn't bolded on that site, which essentially meant if it was bolded, it was in the top 10,000 releases of all time. So it was good. According to the user base. That's an important thing, according to the user base. So, white teens in America, according to them, that's what's the best stuff. So I would only listen to that. And I would recommend him music, and I remember recommending him lots of Jim O'Rourke, which was really good. And Jim O'Rourke is always just the best. I love you, Jim O'Rourke. You're just so inspiring. You're fantastic. I'd love to just fucking call him one day and just let him talk about anything. But so we became good friends through music, and then film. He would recommend film, I would recommend film. We'd watch films and talk about films, and it was good, a lot of fun. And I actually met up with him shortly after that in the summer because I went to New York, and he's in New York, and we met up. Just one day he was like, "Hey, do you want to meet up today?" I was like, "Fuck it, sure, let's do it." And that was a really good day. And so I was in New York with family. We were staying on Times Square in the fucking Marriott Hotel on like a high floor, so I could see down Times Square. It was awesome. I was really into Otaku at that point, the early stuff, and I was just going through it because I needed to, but it was really good as well. I liked LP5 a lot, and Cornfield was like fucking blew my mind. I was listening to them through broken earphones as well, but anyway, so we stay in contact bit by bit, talk very occasionally, and then one day he messages me on Discord and it's just like, "Hey mate, you want to catch up and talk about the Beach Boys' Love You, the album?" I was like, "Yeah, lovely, that sounds great, let's talk soon." And so we called, and at the end of the call, of just talking about Beach Boys' Love You, which was awesome, because who the fuck just messages you and asks you if you want to talk about your favourite album? I was great. And so we used to be together in this other Discord in summer of 2018, and slightly before that, which was a bunch of sort of people our age, also a little bit older, who were into art stuff and sort of Kino, stuff like that. That was a beautiful space. I really missed that. And so I was there as well because he had just randomly invited me to there in about February of 2018. And I'm never good with public Discords or anything just because I feel like I'm intruding everywhere I go. So I can't just say hi because I feel like everyone's going to look at me and go like, "Fuck off." No, I just can't do that. Which sucks. It really sucks. I wish I didn't think that way, but I never feel like I'm welcome anywhere I go. Apart from no agreements. But even in my own head, I'm not even welcome there. So I was part of that server, and then it disappeared it just died really in 2018, and I wasn't sure why. I was sad to see it go because I liked it a lot, even though I didn't, engage in conversation there. Maybe I did. I don't think I did though. I don't specifically remember. I talked occasionally, and I treasured those times because I loved talking with people. But I did feel like they were saying, like, "Dude, who are you? What are you doing here in our space?" And so I asked at the end of that call, whatever happened to that server? Then he said, "Oh, we're here now. Do you want to come along?" And I was like, "Fucking yes, dude." It was just the same people with a few added people in there. And I was just like, holy shit, this is it again. That's awesome. And then from there, I met someone who was the first person to release on No Agreements, and he knew me simply through my written music profile. I think we were friends on there, and he liked my taste. And he, as well as Material Girl, because that sort of lot were forming no agreements. Or no agreements been around since 2018, but they were like integral parts of it for a while. Material Girl and this other chap sent my music forward to Seathlight Mosaic, Tony. They do no agreements. And they were like, hey, check this guy Naked Flames out. He makes low bit house dub stuff, dub techno. He liked it and said, do you want to do a tape with us? And I was like, fucking yeah, dude. Physical release, that's awesome. On a label, that's sick. And that's just history from there, you know. Friend messages me saying, do you want to talk about Beach Boys? I ask whatever happened to that old server we were in. Join the new one. Guy from there likes my music. Two people from there like my music. Send it to Tony. I go over the no agreements crowd. And that's that. That's where I'm at now. And that was May. Or late April, I think. Something like that. June I was making All Dancing because I needed to fill out the second side of the tape. And I went through this weird philosophical phase where I thought I had to kill myself. I was thinking, dude, your carbon footprint's probably really bad, you should kill yourself. And I was getting very enamored with the thought of altruistic suicide, as well as the idea of animal suicide, like dogs committing suicide and stuff like that. I was fascinated with the idea of taking your own life to save the planet, because at that point I was really thinking, dude, you are just you worthless waste of space. You're a horrible vermin scum on this earth, and you need to kill yourself to just put people out of their misery and finally be like, thank God you finally died. Finally. And I was listening to Will Durant digests of, you know, Plato, Nietzsche, Spinoza, that, you know, History of Western Philosophy or whatever it's called. And I just thought I have to kill myself. I don't know how I dug myself out of that, but oh no, I do remember. One day I was on a walk listening to there's a C'est La Key album, and it's called Appear in a Pyre. And essentially what happens at the end of the album, before the final track comes in with the musical number, there's a conversation between the father and the son, talking about my exact situation in that point. And Devin is just speaking with his father in this weird abstract sort of plane, and just letting him down easy and just saying, you're thinking too much. And that was all it took. I was just listening to this thing. I was about 10 minutes. I was thinking, holy fuck, Devin is actually giving me the answers to what I'm worried about right now. The father is saying what's wrong with me, and the son, Devin, is saying, look, here's how you get around this. And then I was like, I'm just thinking too much for all this. And then he just said, you're thinking too much. And it just happened. I just thought, wow, that's it. That's what I needed. From that point, I restored myself. After hearing Appear in a Pyre, I was like, yeah, I'm okay. I need to listen to that again after this. But I just thought, yes, I'm a human being. I can be here. And from that point on, I just built my confidence back up very slowly, somehow. I don't know how I did it, but I did. I was still with my girlfriend at this point, so I think that definitely helped. She hated the whole sort of philosophical stuff that I was trying to explain to her, and I don't doubt her, because I probably was sounding like a right twat. Sort of talking about how I should always take on the burden of everything, and she was like... Anyway, July comes along, and that's shit. And then August 6th, I break up with my girlfriend, like, properly, because she tells me that she's done something. I won't say it here. This is the one thing that I won't tell people apart from my best friends. Simply because, A, I don't want people to know who my ex was and then go and attack her for this sort of thing. Because just don't do that. And secondly, it's really disgusting. It's yeah. I remember just editing the all singing, all dancing music video, and I just saw the text to her admitting what she did. I was just like, I just sort of felt entirely numb. Like, what? And then it just slowly sunk into me, like, well, you have to break up with her now if she did that. You can't continue to support someone who does stuff like this. And so I did. A few days later, I just said, sorry, can't do this anymore. And the last text that she sent, I remember it said something like, goodbye, I'll always love you, or something like that. And that was a weird thing to read. And then a month later, after she's been messaging me, like, hey, talk to me, we should talk now. She sends me a long message on September 6th, exactly a month later. So after this clip, you guys, I've been talking for a while. And it was a long message. I thought, okay, I'll read it. Fine. And actually, I'll get to this, because it will get to the point in time in the video diaries when I'm talking about that. So where am I here? I'm at my cousin's place. She lives with her boyfriend in Newbury in this nice sort of apartment. And I wanted to, in July, record some heavy rainfall and make that like my new start. Sorry, not July, what am I talking about? Just after breaking up. But it never came in Waterlooville. And then all of a sudden in Newbury I was like hit with there was this huge rainfall and it looked beautiful, and I filmed it and I was like, let's go. I remember that day because we played Harry Potter board game and did other stuff, like watched a bit of Hell's Kitchen. It was really hard because I just constantly felt so sad that I didn't have that feeling that, oh, when I get home I can call my girlfriend thing. That emotional safety net was gone, and that fucked with my head a lot.
Well, it's now. I don't mind it.
I mean, it's really raining incredibly hard here. My camera's not picking it up that well, but like, the heavens open. You can kind of see it.
Lock this out. Let's go. I don't know if your phone's going to capture that rain. You know?
I can see it right through the viewport. It just looks like snow.
Yeah, it does.
Really
And now all the
thick.
buildings are shiny.
Really thick.
It looks a lot like fun.
Finally, Jesus Christ.
In that moment, that's a beat here. What was this one? The house, leaving the house. That's a beat here. It's nothing special. This rainfall thing, in that moment, I did feel some peace. I felt some relief. from that. BTA clips are really nice, aren't they? All of these are fantastic. So I'm doing the feedback thing because that's what I do when I start a new thing.
Right, we're doing this again. Yep. This is it. This is the proper fresh start. Part 1 completely over, part 2 completely over, unfortunately. But this is it. I'm looking into the camera this time. I'm not looking at my viewport constantly. I'm looking at the camera. I wanted to do a whole big thing of showing this
It was
nice...
really hot around that time as well. Very uncomfortable heat a lot.
rainfall that was going on outside. But there was no rainfall really. It just sort of was disappointing, basically. How would I put it?
I'm talking about in Waterloo. Obviously in Newbury there was hella rainfall and I'm glad I captured it.
Anyway, I was watching the other day an interview where this comedian
Stuart Lee
was basically talking about how he was so afraid of the edit because the edit could fuck up the whole show, you know, because that's what the people see. And it made me realise I'm the one in control of my own fucking edit. I can do whatever I want with my own life and edit it in the way that I want to.
And that is exactly what you did with third year, because you made that shit to me look like the most important thing you'll ever be through.
That's what I'll remember, and that's how I'll see it, and that's how I'll learn. I'm going to make this fucking edit, dude. No idea what's going to happen. There's no part 1 or part 2. Or part 3, it's crazy. It's completely gone. It's out the window. But yeah, so here's the situation.
It's worth noting around this time, I was talking a lot with a different girl. So what happened was, about 2 days after the breakup, I messaged this girl saying, like, I was good friends with someone that I met on Instagram. Messaged her and was like, "Hey, can we like talk about this? Because I really want someone to talk to, and you're so sweet, and you know I'd love to talk with this through with you." And she was like, "Absolutely, yeah, that's cool. Sometime later." And that fixed my mood a lot because it was like a long sort of 2.5 hour call that I was able to say what was on my mind and. She was saying, "Wow, she sounds like a bitch," and stuff like that, and it was all just good to hear. And that definitely helped me a lot. And I was talking with her sort of very regularly. But it was also really weird because, you know, I suddenly... I'll get to this as well. I'll get to this as well. But at this point, a week after, I was actually feeling semi-okay about the whole affair.
We're in this room, you might have seen it before. There's that wall. I'm looking at the viewport now. That wall and that wardrobe, you're going to really see an awful lot of that, as well as that a green box. Here's a bed. Here are some windows.
With melee. So what was happening was, because I didn't want to think at all, I would just... I talk about this later, actually. I shouldn't get ahead of myself.
Here's the computer. The monitor, should I say, Jesus Christ. And then there's the door. I'm going to be in this room a whole lot. Don't think that I'm trapped in this room, but I want to get out of it. That's like the mission here. Get out of this room. Now you may think, "God, just open the door, mate." No, I mean, out. If you see me doing recordings that are away from this room for a long time, something big has happened, is what you can tell. But for now, I'm in this room, and it's quite a nice room. We're doing this again. We're properly doing this. You may be thinking, "Oh, I wanted to see you flounder from 2019 through 2020 as well. Where is that?" Well, it's the footage is there, but it ain't coming out because I can't.
I thought it was really disparate and nothingy, but it turns out there was like enough to put it into a proper thing. And I only got around to compiling it when I was in November, and in November, like the whole thing was, "Oh, I feel good now. Let's make the diary." So that's why I sort of made the effort to do that.
Well, to organise it, and it's a bit nothingy. Thought my life was sorted really at that point, but things can happen. That are rather unprecedented. So we've got a couple of things that we're working on at the moment. Yeah.
I don't know what those are.
See where this takes me. Very exciting. It's August 13th. That's a big day because this is the 1 year anniversary of me leaving to go to Tennessee, which is what part 2 was about. I went to go to Tennessee to see a very special person. But we've got some...
So that was the girl just happening to message me as I'm talking about that, which was some interesting times.
Some new things now, so that was nicely timed. It's been a year since that day. The combination of part 1 and part 2 led up to that day, and now I'm doing nothing on this day. I'm sitting on my arch.
That's the odd recurring theme. I think in the future, "Mate, you're going to have this, it's going to be great," and then it's just worse. Like, if I think about that was about a year ago now at this point, almost 11 months. And my goal then was to get out of that room and get a job. here I am, and I feel shit. Fucking shit.
And I figured out how to fix the loud CPU fan sound. Didn't fix that. So that feels like a big setback. But that's why we're doing this. To show how much I'm going to move forward in the next few months. And
Cunt. Fucking cunt.
you're going to come with me and see this edit. You're going to see this edit. You may think,
So the reason I didn't edit that bit was because I thought it was like, oh, it's funny if I say, oh, this edit with a bit of silence and then don't edit it.
no, I want to see what's actually happening, not an edited version of that. Well, it just so happens that the edit will be as true to real life as possible.
Yeah, I like that clip. Let's just see, I guess. Sort of new beginnings. I'm oddly optimistic. I think I was just happy to get the camera on again. It had been a while.
Right, so it's really hot in the room, so open the windows, let some cool air in. When the room's getting hot, let the cool air in. But when you let the air in, you let the bugs in too. So with the fresh air come the bugs that fly around your room.
What's that on my screen? Is that Maya?
Life is then when the good, then cool air. The problem that bugs come with an open window, maybe you could learn to appreciate the bugs and then, learn to reason with them in some respect.
I can't.
What exactly does that mean? Nothing.
I wanted to do a clip like Bill Wirtz and sort of obtuse clip like that, and I was happy to do that in that moment, so that's the suit it.
Right, you might as well get used to this camera angle as well. I need to also record somewhere, at night as well.
I can't believe I was watching that fucking Chrono Trigger run. Like, because that reminds me so much of the interim period between the visits. How did I get the strength to just watch that again and be reminded of it when I'd just gone through a breakup? I don't fucking know.
Already embedded on the bottom from something on my computer just for that. So what I'm doing right now, as you can see, there,
Chrono Trigger.
that's a Chrono Trigger run. And the symbolic thing with that is that Chrono Trigger was a very, very big thing for this time last year, the interim period between visits. You're going to hear me refer to a lot of stuff that you've not been introduced to yet, because I didn't probably record that. It reminds me of that, and that hurts me, because it reminds me of that time, and it makes me think that will never happen again. But one thing I need to learn and improve is don't let that stuff get better of me.
So at this point, I just still have that shred of self-improvement that I want. And I don't have that now. I don't have that will for self-improvement. So I guess that's the difference between me and the person on the screen.
Stuff that reminds me of that time, I can't let it get the better of me. I do feel like sometimes when I wake up, just throughout the day, I'll hear my phone vibrate when it's actually vibrating.
Still get that all the time. Still all the time look over at my phone and think I'm going to see a message that says, about to kill myself. Every day.
Like, being woke up at 4 a.m. so many times with your phone vibrating because you're being called.
Exactly, dude.
It's a
exactly.
big number on me emotionally, definitely.
That's a C2. I said some very valid points there, and I was very much in line with how I'm feeling now, apart from the whole self-confidence bit, which I don't have.
Right, I've definitely got a solid morning routine going. I did a shite ton of Japanese cards.
Oh, I got so addicted to doing Japanese again during that point. Fucking medicine bottle in it.
Today, that sort of put me in working mood because I've been slacking on the Japanese so much, but that's good. What we're doing here, we're improving everything, not just part one.
So, yes, that's why I was able to do things as well. Because there was another girl on Instagram who I was like, oh my god, she is so cool. And I love talking with her so much, and she enjoyed talking with me. And I was really excited at that I'd made a new friend. And I think that was why I wanted to improve myself. Because that's just what I do. I can't do things for myself. But when there's a good friend to be made, or a friendship to be fostered, I'm fucking all hands on deck.
Twos and threes and stuff, everything. From job prospects to cheekbones.
Mate. Can't.
No, just everything is going to be improved. Now's the time for that, because it's a completely
Fucking
different
cheekbones, dude. Yeah, that's what counts.
to do, I've got some rocks in my pocket.
This is a good clip. I got some rocks in my pocket.
Let's make a video game for a friend. I need to apply for some jobs in London, but I'm going to be hopefully getting out of this room and
London. I fucking wish I was in London, dude.
into a different place. With regards to that. So I have a lot of things on the horizon. I guess the mission already starts. I was hoping for a little bit of a break first, but maybe that was my break, but now that I'm doing this is probably starting. So the mission is to get out of the room, freaking escape right through the window with all these new prospects and ideas and shit. I've already got loads of things I need to say, but they'll come out later at some point. You know, lots of things to do at the moment.
Yeah, I was very much motivated by the fact that those two new friends that I made were really cool, and I loved talking with them.
Just before I went on my run just now, I got a call from my ex-girlfriend. I only broke up with her a week ago, and it was pretty fucking emotionally rough, but she called me. I just sort of looked at my phone and said she was calling me, and I was talking to a friend at the time, and I said, she's calling up, what the fuck, you know, and then I was like, in my head a split second, okay, I'll talk with her. I was worried about her help, so I hit accept.
Answer, dude, not accept.
Or whatever the green button says on Messenger. Call failed. No call. She hasn't responded or followed that up. I haven't said anything. Yeah, and I told my friend that the call failed. He was like, "Man, that's some divine intervention right there." And I was just thinking, oh my god, like, what would have happened if we ended up talking? I was just about to go on my run, I only would have been able to talk for a few minutes. Who knows? Divine intervention.
Divine intervention, yeah. So the resolution for that was obviously because we got back together. I told her, do you remember that time when you called me a week after and the call didn't go through? She was just, her rationale for that was she didn't want to bother me. She thought it was unfair. Which is weird because it was literally, I hit answer like the moment it said call failed. That would have been so weird if I'd answered that. Who knows? No, it would have converged to the similar point. I wonder what she would have said though.
Oh shit. See what happens.
It's a good clip though. I'm oddly... I think unfortunately part of me was glad that she was hung up over me as well. Part of me was happy that she was like suffering in that regard.
I'm eating breakfast, I've got my...
Well, my voice was suddenly getting lower there.
Okay, I need to turn this down. I've got my breakfast, got my tiny little coffee.
Okay, that's one thing that I really liked about 2020. It was a tiny bit in 2020 which relates to that coffee thing. So, Worcester was doing Pokemon Soul Silver all gold prince runs, and that was almost every night for me in the UK. And so I would switch on his stream at night, fall asleep to the beginning of the run, and then wake up around the time that he was at the Battle Factory. And then I was so invested in watching him go through this. I'd get up really early, I'd get one of those double espressos with a shot of milk in it, and some Alpen, and just fucking sit in my bed watching him play Soul Silver Battle Frontier stuff early in the morning, and it was really nice. There was something so beautiful about those mornings, because it truly felt like my time. That was in May, I think. Whoops.
That is what we're doing. You can hear the fucking music in the background, no doubt. So, here's what's going on.
That's second-hand news.
Moving much faster than before, because before it was like a whole big test. But now I've probably learned so much from that, and I do appreciate that a lot. So, something that happened 5 months, well, it was different. Right? It was.
Oh, right. So, with this one girl, we were like being really. We were being very affectionate and already starting to sort of move on and do other stuff. And that was within like a week of the initial sort of call. And so I was like, OMG, well done, Anton, you're really good at that now.
Very different. But something that took 5 months to happen took like a week to happen just now. That's pretty cool. I'm not entirely sure where to go with that because I'm going to be probably living in London. Something probably...
Dude, you can't. I was thinking about moving to America again, wasn't I? I was thinking, whoa, this girl is so cool, but she's in America, so you might have to move there, idiot. Dude.
It happened yesterday, but I don't remember. There's not a whole lot. I'm doing a lot of Japanese, and then there are a lot of like family events going on that I need to attend, so I can't probably get going on this shit. But this is what.
Yeah, COVID was sort of relaxed at that point, so family events were happening all the time.
Running at the moment. I don't know if you can see, yeah, you can definitely see that. You see that fan back there, it's just not spinning properly. That's a sign that when I next turn my computer on, it might not turn on and I have to do a BIOS thing, even though it has the most recent BIOS now. I'll have to flash it with an old version if that's possible.
There was a video on my YouTube channel that for a couple of months, which was 50-minute edited video of me trying to fix my computer, and it was called like my depressing attempt at fixing my computer, but I privated that. It got like only 400 views, so none of you watching this are going to have seen it. But no one's seen that.
On sleep overnight, I think that's what happens. So I'll cause it to do that for some reason when I put it on sleep instead of shut it down overnight. Why it does that, I have no idea. I'm supposed to be logging weight and running times.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would work on self-improvement. I'm feeling like that.
Weight at the moment, 137 pounds, and the running time for the short route is still 38 minutes and 33 seconds. The long route is like 83 minutes and something, which I'll be continually improving over time. I spent like a solid 20 to 30
not a whole lot going on there.
minutes looking for this one meme that I had on my computer, because I don't know, you know when you just get locked into something. So I did that. I knew I would have pulled it from my phone, so I had to trawl through loads and loads of images near my ex, loads of pictures that reminded me of those times. I was like, I'm going to find it, and I fucking found it.
So I'll get my music library up, because I don't know what the fuck that meme has done to my phone. But it just so happens that, like, if I find okay, here's an example. Like, that's just what most of the artworks on my phone are that. I didn't explicitly set that at all. Like, you just scroll through and they'll just be this fucking meme everywhere on Rhythm and Sound, Sion, Velvet Underground. It's just like, it's everywhere. And I have absolutely no idea why it's been like that for ages. Even when I still had freaking Google Play Music. When that was still usable. I remember sending that to my friends at that point, and they were like, that's hilarious.
One thing that you've got to remember.
That's the intro to the Vent video, isn't it? Yeah, me finding that meme is a C tier moment. Nearly there, everyone.
It's not about blurring your standards, it's just about finding the beauty in the simple things.
That's a bit of third year me returning to form right there. Bit of minimalist, sort of only need the bare essentials and find appreciation in the little stuff like when you wash your hands and stuff like that. I don't mean that don't wash your hands and it's a treat when you do. I mean enjoy the water on your hands.
It's like the water, mate. The simple things, you know. It's not that extended.
I like that stupid hiccup. That's a C2 moment. Look at the bottle hiccup and be like, yeah, that's the shit.
So, I don't know, it's a text message app. I don't know when I'm going to do that.
Text message, oh, what does it say? Just like, hey, I'm so sorry, please message me, I miss you. Fuck shit like that. I don't know if it was guilt tripping me. I don't think it was actually. I think it was alright.
It's completely my prerogative. I'll do that when I'm ready. So, on my run today, I just had a shower, so my hair was a bit wet. But it was raining so hard at some point, and I was running through a forest on my long route, obviously with my torch on, because otherwise I can't see shite. It was fucking awesome. It was so liberating. It was an 84-minute time, so second best. That's always nice. Really good run. And that was just off coffee. No bread this time. Felt absolutely fine, really. Just before I reached the top of the hill, I realised that I was actually doing pretty well on the energy front.
Yeah, running was fun. I really liked being so dedicated to that route. It's a common thing though, like back then I was still cared about myself to an extent.
Right, so I got a message I woke up this morning and I saw that.
Oh, the clips are out of order here. I'm talking about, so look at this James Ferrari. I'm talking about I got a text message and then the clip before that is me saying I still haven't answered that text. What am I saying here?
Before I reached the top of the hill, I realised that I was actually doing pretty well on the energy front.
Right, so I got a message I woke up this morning and I saw that I had waiting for me a notification from my ex saying, hey, can we talk? Just that. Tempted to just say like no, like it's my
Oh yeah, hey, can we talk? It's probably that's all.
prerogative at this point. Tempted to just say no. I don't want to talk. I want to move on.
I didn't
completely.
answer it at all. I didn't say no. I just didn't answer it.
At the same time, I can't tell what the best plan of action is. Very tempted to just say no. I don't want to.
That made me feel good. I definitely, I don't like to admit it, but I'm trying to be as upfront as possible. I definitely liked the fact that she was struggling. That sort of made me feel like I'm winning in a sort of pathetic, sort of superior way. But what can I say? I felt good that I was coming out on top.
Right, so I got 2 more messages this morning, neither of which I responded to, because I don't need to respond to shit. I don't owe anyone anything at this point.
Dude, was I fucking crying at that point? That was done, jeez.
I promise this next 10 minutes or whatever is not just going to be me saying, oh, I got this, I got that, I got this. That's going to be boring as fuck. It's not going to be that. It's going to be over very soon. Trust me. That's in my control. One saying she lied about the thing that she did.
Oh, yeah. So, let's catch up to this point. So, she would have sent me a message saying, I didn't really do the thing that I told you that I did. Let's see what I'm saying.
Which I don't believe at all. It's bullshit. Another saying that she's in hospital, even though she said she wouldn't self-harm, so...
Oh, yeah, that's right. When I broke up with her, I was like, are you going to be okay? And she was like, yeah, I realise why you have to do this. I'm going to be okay, don't worry about me. And then I learned later that she went through many suicide attempts and self-harm, and she did end up in the hospital because she multiple times was like, yeah, I'm just going to end my life now. And that fucking hurt too, because obviously that was because I broke up with her, even though I at that point had no choice, because it was that bad. And at that point I really did think that she was just saying that she lied about it to try and save face and get me back, because she was missing me or something. I just needed that bedrock.
I don't know. None of that, like... Okay, hearing this out of context might be a bit questionable on your end.
What? Oh, I guess I'm just sort of saying, like, if you don't know what's going on, me saying she lied, she's in the hospital sounds a bit weird, but like, well, you know now.
Right, because you may be able to tell I just freaking got back from a run. You probably can't tell actually because the camera's so bad. But I just got back. Lesson to be learned. Wanted to do the long route. First 27 minutes, shagged it. I felt no energy in my legs. I was like, I'm not doing this, I'm doing a short route. It felt terrible. But then I switched what I was listening to, and
I listened to Lark by Fluxion, or just the beginning of Vibrant Form.
I just felt the energy come to me. I just ran. Really great, the last bit. I still got 41.5 minute time, which is 3 minutes off my record. But considering how bad the first part was, it's just like the energy just sort of came. It was incredible. I had no idea it would come at that point. I can't control that. I don't think I can anyway. I'm not really even out of breath. The energy came at a random time that I couldn't foresee. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't in control of that.
So I think the reason I did that clip was because it was like, you never know when you get that second wind. I like the message there, but I could do the second wind very soon.
It's so weird that, like, this is the time that I have nothing that I need to return to. Nothing. Really, this is the time for the routine, isn't it? The time for the schedule. Tomorrow, I've got something, which is a family event. And then Monday is just absolutely nothing happening on Monday. When I get back on Japanese, which I have started doing again, fucking this video game, coding.
Oh yeah, I wanted to make a video game because I needed to do coding before applying for jobs, so I could say I had a portfolio.
Finding jobs, some music stuff that I need to do. The stuff that I need to do, I don't feel that like pull. I normally feel I need to make that pull. That won't come out of nowhere. I have to do that myself and realise what's happening right now. The wind keeps opening that door, which is really annoying because there's no handle there. I just have to stick my finger and it's a ball, and the door will just open. Not going to be like that for me. I need to understand what it is to be me right.
It's a good point. You know, what are you right now? But so yeah, I wanted to make a computer game I was just so dead certain that like a master's degree is not enough to get a job with no internships. So I thought I have to make something, which I did later. but not
Right.
So, okay. I was doing that thing in like late September, early October, I think.
Good news is, so I beat my running time on the short route. I hadn't gotten a time like that in a while. I wasn't even properly trying to like beat it. I just sort of set out and was like, right, I'm just going to do medium pace the whole time. And that was a great way of saying like slow and steady wins the race. It wasn't slow, but it was certainly steady, very measured, and I cut off like 20 seconds or something. And there is no bad news. So.
Weird clip, because I remember around that time I was starting to get very depressed again and missing the relationship. You know, that's still a detail. It's quite genuine. Around that point I was thinking about going back to her.
Right, you may have noticed that the computer is very loud, always loud, that's going to be fixed. So you have learned, like, over a year and a half ago, that when you're feeling lonely, you're feeling down, you're feeling directionless, you give yourself that direction by working. It made that very, very clear quite early. I don't know why I have to keep reminding myself of that, but just I never quite get into it. I don't even know I'm fucking drinking this, mate. It's class. It's not.
I would always go to this Polish shop every Sunday when I go to visit my dad in Chichester, and that became a thing surrounding that time, August, buying food from Kubush. And something about that really reminds me a lot of that August, which was one of the worst months of 2020, which in general was the worst complete year of my life so far. But 2021 is definitely worse at the moment.
I'm not good, but I'm still drinking it, just for the sake of drinking the liquid, I guess. Not everything has to have a fucking sixth sense, third eye meaning shit. The act of drinking it doesn't taste good, but it will taste better later. I'm not investing in something grand here by saying that. That's just the way it is, right? It's me talking to myself. What am I fucking supposed to do with this, right? You know fucking string cheese?
Yeah,
this
I
is
ended up
that,
throwing that
or
away.
like a fucking shit brick of string cheese in this solid form. Yeah.
Oh, that was not
This
nice.
fucking part one or whatever you fucking called it.
You know, work on it. You can do that. You've got stuff in the works as well. You're doing the dream videos.
Shirt
I can
below
say
my
that because
shirt.
by the time this vlog comes out, the dream video will already be up. It's fucking September.
Dream video, what was that? That was, I wanted to each day work on illustrating my dreams. I would wake up, and if I remembered a dream, I would voice record it, and then I would like make some sort of surreal art style, very simple black and white scribbly things in paint as illustrations, but it's just too demanding.
Jesus fucking Christ.
For the last few days, I've not been great. I got very lonely and needing stuff to like. That's nothing attach myself to, a bit distant. It's weird to like get a message, and I think from someone that I want to talk to, and it's like I can't answer that. It's not in me to answer it right now, and so I can't have a proper conversation because it's always like staggered 10 minutes with me. That's really annoying, isn't it? When you really want to properly get to know someone, but like it takes them 10 minutes to respond to everything. I'm not gonna get into that territory though, because I don't. Everyone lives different lives. I don't know what people are up to, so I can't just be like, answer me straight away, otherwise don't talk to me. It's like messages, and then it's like some of the people that I wish I talked to, I could talk just like but then they probably have the same thing that I do. So it's like it's got to be annoyingly complicated like that. I've got some new PC parts I install soon, and I have a new video coming up. I just need to unprivate it, and I need a music job. Do I want to put the Vent Diary back up again? I might. Because it's a good video. I worked for 3 days straight on it. Literally just the whole day through I would work on that video. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. I'll get some freaking paper. Wait, did I say I need to get a job? Yeah. That was an annoying time where I was like, I need to get a job right now, but I'm as insecure as I always have been about it. I don't know if I already said this, but the annoying thing with this now is that this documentation process just it feels a little bit useless. There was always leading up to something before, now I just don't know what that is. I don't know what I'm leading up to at all, and I want that. And I'm still not over what happened a month ago. I was over it, and then I slowly slipped back into the bad sort of thought process. I feel much better about it, obviously, but Bill, here I am in this room. I can't even move the webcam further than that because the wire is behind the computer and it's stuck.
But it's the same room. Yeah, well, who knows what it'll be like. I watched some old diary clips, the unpublished ones. Fuck no, I hope this gets published at some point when I have something to talk about.
Yeah, well, you publish it.
Right, this right here, this moment in time, the day to day, is the 4th of
Greasy fucking hair, dude. Have a shower, man. It'd been a long time since I'd had a shower. Because it would have got to the point where I was like, why do anything? Why eat? Why do anything if it's for you and you hate yourself? So, you know, don't do anything that will make you feel good because you don't deserve it. Fucking shit.
September 2020. This is the lowest point so far. I'm actually quite surprised that I'm able to get up and actually record this, because before I do anything I have to just stand for a minute and collect my thoughts before doing anything. I was just cleaning my room, I was just standing there. I would move something to a drawer and I would just stand for a minute. So before I move on, this is what I did yesterday. New case, new cooler, processor.
I remember being really annoyed because, like, new case and parts is, like, exciting, right? You're giving the computer a makeover. And I still have that same setup now, but I just wasn't excited at the time at all because I was too preoccupied. And that really sucked that I was not excited about that.
Motherboard, new RAM. So, a lot of old feelings coming back. The saddest part about this is I'm confused and I'm angry, exhausted.
That's straight from a Limmy improv. I'm confused and I'm angry. That's from a guy shits himself at man needs a shite at a funeral. I'm confused and I'm angry. That's from a Limmy improv. I was listening to a lot of those around that time.
Did. And everything I do just feels useless. All this energy being expended, this emotional energy.
That's the worst. When everything is exhausting and you also need to do stuff, but you know you can't because you're too done in.
Was nothing.
Oh, this is a detail.
So, all these old feelings come back from a month ago. Before I talk about this, everything in this fucking video diary was also just like cinematic, and like there was a very
That was when it
direction
starts
to
to
it,
get
and it felt in the moment, always working towards something, always that goal, always me saying to myself, I can do this, I can get through anything. I said that so many fucking times. And it's so naive, the most naive shit that you can say, because it just keeps getting harder and harder. And you're like, well, I did it before, I can do it now. But it gets harder, and there's always more things. When's the fucking tipping point? When does it, give you a break? I really want to fucking...
Yeah, I was really done at that point. I was just thinking, like, fuck you for making it look like you're making things better for yourself when you always just return to a point lower than how you felt before.
Call my ex. I just talked with her because she was my best friend and I could talk about anything. And before I let her, I was going to have to be quiet for a minute.
Didn't want my family to hear what I was saying.
I was never really lonely before I let her.
What I was talking about there was because before that relationship I never had anything fulfilling like that, so I didn't know what it felt like. So I never sought to look it out. And this whole relationship thing came on by luck, She approached me first multiple times, and then it went on from there. I wasn't specifically looking for that before, so now that we weren't a thing anymore, I was like, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to find new people. I can't just rely on luck. And that scared me a lot. But I still don't know how to do that. I'm still completely worthless.
I was happy being like by myself and having me time, whereas now I'm not talking to someone or a specific group of people. There are some people that I'll be talking to and that just feels useless, which is really annoying. But yeah.
I'm saying I can't do this right now, not because I'm too emotionally distraught, but because I don't want anyone to hear me. But I got my point across. Like, yeah, I really missed her, and I was sickened at the fact that this is C2. That I was so happy that she was suffering, and now I'm the one who's suffering. I was like, fuck, that's karmic retribution, isn't it?
Okay, so what's going on?
So straight away you can see, I basically talked to her on the 6th.
What am I saying here?
Apologise if the computer is a bit loud. I've changed it around. Well, I can't exactly remember what I was doing last time I filmed this. I think I was like really sad showing the computer. Now things have changed a bit. We have a new camera angle. Funny enough, it's actually a new angle. I mean, it is. But the computer is this side now. It's here as opposed to here. What's happening? So yeah.
I ended up putting it on the floor, I think.
Today, I talked with Alice. They're doing okay.
Oh, well, there you go. I say what her name is. So all this time when I could have been referring to Alice, was, oh, alright, well.
They're doing good.
She was non-binary for a bit, which is why I'm saying they here.
They are alive, and
She's not non-binary anymore, don't worry.
they are in a good state of mind at the moment. They made a lot of psychological changes, and I'm just glad to hear that they're okay. You know, how am I doing? Well, I feel very similar to this time 1.5 years ago, in sort of January to March. The whole resetting this.
So, what was going through my head? I was glad that I was talking with her again. And I'm actually just going to bleep out. No, I'll keep her name in because I've said it before. I can't change that. So I was glad that I was talking with her again because I was missing her, and I was thinking in the back of my head maybe she did lie. And so the reason why she lied about all that was because she wanted to kill herself. She was like planning to commit suicide, and she thought she needed to distance herself from everybody as much as possible before she could like legitimately kill herself. Which is, it hurts a lot because the very first time we talked, we got onto the topic of like extravagant ways that we would commit suicide. I know, and she was like, what I would do is I would distance myself from everybody and then I'd do it. And that's exactly what she fucking did. So that was weird. But then she didn't kill herself and ended up going to hospital. And when she got out, she was really happy to be alive and just really, for a month or so, she was so happy. She was like, God, being on the brink like that made me realise how much I have. And for a month, she was so passionate about all the things that she used to be scared to be passionate about, and she was just living her life and loving it. And so I was thinking, right, let's get back into this then. Because at the same time, I was like, I can't let her. I was still in the mode of like, I can't let her die. If she dies, it's my fault, that kind of thing. So I still thought, right, I need to be with her to make sure she's alive. And so at this point, I think she was already in a relationship with someone else. She was. I remember her messaging me saying like, don't worry, I'm already in a relationship with someone else, so don't worry about me, or something like that. But at the same time, I still really wanted to talk with her. And interestingly enough, she wasn't in a relationship with someone else, so I'm not sure why she said that. Probably to make me jealous. In that respect. And then after a few days, I said, like, I want to try again, you know, I think we can do this. And she was like, yeah, absolutely, let's do this. And it was very exciting, because it was like, right, okay, let's go. Shit, what did I just press space? What window am I looking at? I don't know, but I didn't stop recording, so that's good.
Yes, every morning. I hope that will fix itself faster now that I realise exactly
But
what
I was getting the resetting thing because it was like sort of newness again.
Because I, in this frame of mind, like, need to know what's going on, but I can't, because in America, it's night time. That's what's happening right now. We're on a different road than we were yesterday morning. Very different road. It's quite exciting, thinking what the possibilities could be. I like the idea of having that goal there in the future.
The goal of moving to America was still there. I don't know how it was. I think it was because I didn't have a job yet, so I was still thinking it was possible.
But then when I got my job in November, I slowly realised, like, hang on a second, when are we going to see each other? And she was able to travel to Europe, to the UK, but that didn't happen just because, like, it's just too many problems. Like, medication, mainly medication actually, and insurance, and the money, and stuff like that.
That America goal is a big thing, but I cannot invest too much stock in that. Yeah, it's weird. You know, there's definitely quite a lot of uncertainty. I feel that building up in me, but I feel better than I did 2 days ago. 2 days ago was rough, very hard doing anything. I had to just sort of sit here, be in my comfort zone, watching Melee on one screen, Creepypasta on another, Techno in both.
Yeah,
areas.
I had to, like, you know that meme, which is like me consuming 5 types of media to not allow any thought. It was that.
No.
I thought time heals wounds. I just need to fucking let it pass.
Right. Yeah. I'm still doing that at the moment, actually. Just well, I got a bit of lunch here, but I also got a banana and I got fizzy water, but sparkling Scottish mountain water. So let's see what happens. Obviously, the job goal and the London goal are still there, but I
wanted to move in with my friends into London. We all sort of wanted to do that. Fuck me, I wish that happened, but it wouldn't work out because everyone was just had to do different things.
Putting on the shelf right now because I need to focus on me, focus on my emotions, maybe quell the whole resetting thing. Just feel better about life. See what happens.
No one ever do too. I like I'm holding a banana there. That's cool.
A big thing just happened. We won't divulge it because I know what it is.
Officially becoming a relationship again.
And that will become apparent later, depending on what happens. I still feel a little bit of that same feeling from a few days ago, which is interesting because you think it's completely gone after that, but I reckon I've just got to wait a little bit, like a couple of days, and then I'll probably, in a couple of days, know exactly where I'm at. It's an interesting situation, very interesting, but it's good. It definitely will make me feel better later. It'll bring on its own problems, yes. It's much more sustainable now. Because before it was horrible, I just couldn't do anything really. But now I don't.
Another reason why I definitely wanted to get back into the relationship was because I can't stress like how bad it felt 4th of September. I was like really that close, just being like, I can't fucking do this. When I need to be doing this as well. I thought, if I can somehow get back into that certain relationship mode, then I can just get a job that way and have that there.
Feel more in control, but yeah, just gotta really think this through, think exactly what it is that's good and bad about all this. What can I do, you know? I've got no content.
Well, all of a sudden we're at the 21st of October. So what happened between that September and God, nothing really, wasn't it? No, September. What even happened in that month? Apart from getting back together. Nothing, really. Just nothing of any importance. I don't think I was working on music. I wasn't looking for jobs yet. I can safely say that is a complete blind spot for me. There wasn't even any no agreement stuff, as I was too depressed to talk to anyone at that point. I wasn't doing anything of any value in that whole time. I'd have to look up like what I was listening to, and that would jog my memory. In fact, I need to do that. I need to find out. Is this going to tell me what my fucking... Right, so what am I listening to around this point? Bunch of just sort of random obscure shit. Okay, so I think it's coming back to me now. Yeah, I would have just been watching Saint, listening to obscure music, and doing Japanese. And that honestly might be it. Running, I was doing running. But nothing of any importance, essentially. Maybe I'll have to go through my computer and sort by what happened in September, because I'm just remembering how I do not remember it. Oh! I would have been working on my fucking website, wouldn't I? I was making a website for Portfolio, which was like using my half circle transform from third year to do an auto crop thing, using Flask and OpenCV, and watching lots of Limmy. I think Worcester was maybe still going on at that point. No, Worcester would finish by August, and that was it, definitely.
I've got no content for any of this show. Please make some content. It's just like, I don't know, I think I'm running out of fucking content. Don't worry about it. Just walk around.
And watching lots of shiny hunting, I think. What would I have been, what did I upload? When did I upload this? June, oh jeez, that's from June. When was Safari Week? I get a feeling that was September. June? Oh, wait, I'm way off here. Of course that was June. So what happened in September? August. God, fuck all, basically. Fuck all. That's weird, a whole month of shit. But Stuart Lee, this is a Stuart Lee reference. A month of watching Saint, doing Japanese, listening to obscure music.
And it really is just like, oh yeah, you know, thank you for helping me out and talking to me and forming a real connection here and talking with me so much and being there and I'll definitely do this and that and all that. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Now fuck off.
That's a Stuart Lee reference, but it's also me being a bit of a shithead there, just because I was getting ghosted. I was getting ghosted by one of those friends that I made during the time of the breakup that I really loved talking to. She just stopped talking to me completely. Just like that. And that hurt a lot because we opened up a lot to each other. And I thought that was going to sort of become a much better friendship, but it didn't happen.
If you live in a reality
but this is
too
like,
long
that's
in your head, it sort of becomes this like somewhat reality thing in the back of the head that you cannot realise, you can't flesh it out. I think, I can do that, it's fantasy. So just something so simple like just getting a job and stepping out into the world of computer science, which is so scary to me. Every single time I look at an example CV, or resume, or whatever you want to call it, or any company site that says we do this, I'm just like, I can't do any of that shit. And I have a master's in Bristol, like that should be enough. I'm so anxious. It's like God said, I made my plan so simple, but you came on and popped up.
Terry Davis. Wait, was that this one? There's the veil. Oh, it was this one that I accidentally put in. That's a D2. Yeah, no, I definitely still get the whole fantasy thing. Like, if you live with sort of the, we'll get to that later mindset for long enough, it becomes nicer to just be in that comfy zone of knowing you'll live in a future where you've done it later as opposed to actually doing it. I definitely still have that.
Alright, so now that it's 5 in the evening, I can just relax and do whatever I want. Anxious. It's just now that it's like God said, isn't it? I made my plan too simple, but you came along and fucked it up.
Right, now that it's 5 in the evening, I can just relax and do whatever I want. I don't need to feel pressured to do anything. Spent the day applying for jobs, finally. I wanted to make a video of me saying, like, oh, tomorrow I'm going to apply for jobs, but I chose against that. Because that's in direct lineage with, like, that whole fancy thing, like, oh, I said I'm going to do it. And if, like, in my head it's like, oh, I've done it when I really haven't. So I just sat down, applied for 7 jobs, wrote a cover letter for one of them. Because of my experience, will get better day by day the more I apply. But now, the day is open. I don't need to think that I've got things to do because I don't. You know, just my own pace. You know.
Again, you still got the... I don't know what this is. I must have mistakenly... Fuck it, just put it in DT. Yeah, so that's also due to... Like, I remember that day I sort of... I applied for 7 jobs. I was like, fuck it, I just need to do this. And I was glad that I managed to do that.
Actually, also on that note, I'm not going to make schedules for the time being. Not good to do that because my head will be like, oh, schedule, you can do that, and then you think how nice it would be if that did happen, and you create the fancy for it, and that's the main thing I've learned right now. At the moment, touching the piano, I'm using the piano to use that as an outlet later on, and investing in being able to relax using the piano and be productive at the same time. And I'm going to edit.
So at this point, I hadn't started working on Bink, rinse, repeat yet. I hadn't even worked on that whole idea of a new release, and I was more than happy with just being that guy who had a tape release. I was still writing that, so I was happy with goofing off doing keyboard stuff and not constantly feeling like I need to be better than I am.
These later, after I've got a job, after I've moved out, or if I work remote, that's fine as well. Once I've settled into that, I hasten to say routine, but I'm accustomed to that lifestyle, then I can start thinking through the things I really want to do, because at the moment it really is just...
So that's me telling myself now that I need to do schedule. Huh. What schedule though? My schedule then was like, do keyboard, learn guitar, do Japanese, and none of that seems important to me anymore because I don't care about myself like I did then. So schedules, huh? It's weird.
Mind constantly get a job, but I'm very glad that today I've actually taken that first step, and that's really good, and I can continue doing that every day. I'll do myself proud, surely. Here's what happens, right?
I'll be proud of myself one day soon, mate. I'll get there.
I'm doing this, so...
That's me learning Valor Lakefront, one of the piano songs I can play. The other one being like Verdant Turf. Those are the only 2 things I can do.
5 minutes pass.
I just never learn anything else.
Stop and stare at the wall for a minute.
Release the weight.
Minute passes, and then I'm back. Feel that weight again, but that's okay. Go slowly, take your time. This is where it really starts.
That whole fucking year, dude.
Alright, now was not the fucking time for this.
Oh, dude.
Now was not the fucking time for
Oh,
this.
fucking hell. Anton. You had such a shit 2020, dude. God.
This better not be some traceable moment. I really hope nothing's obvious. I don't want to have to put this in the final video. Not now. Come on, not now. Why?
My fucking girlfriend, who has already not got the best physical health, she got COVID and her whole family got COVID. And her mum, who's also not in good health at all, got COVID, and she was thinking like, one of us is going to die. And I thought she might die from COVID, or her mum would die, which would cause her to kill herself without a doubt, because her mum was like one of the main people in her life. And I just thought, fucking hell. For fuck's sake. But thankfully, because no, it was worse than that though. She like couldn't breathe properly. She would constantly faint, and she would her face was like purple, and she wasn't getting enough. She was really like looking like she was on the edge, and constantly fainting. But thankfully, they got her to the hospital and managed to fix something in her blood, I think. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it didn't happen. She was fine, thankfully. She got over it. No one died. Thank God for that. No one died from that. But that was the issue then.
So I've got an interview on Wednesday probably, and an interview on Thursday probably, so but I definitely have those 2 interviews. Really bad at recording this whole thing. Basically, it has just been looking for jobs, getting recruiters to call me at any time during the day.
They fucking call you any time. You go out for a walk, they'll call you straight away. It's like they know when you're taking breaks. And they fucking call you to talk about 10 jobs that all have horrible descriptions, and you're like, yeah, I'll do that, I guess. You can put me forward for that. Yeah, Anton, it'd be really great for you.
You say, hey, this is good, this is whatever. All the jobs require experience that I feel like I don't have. I do have it. It's just
I think that job would be really great for you. Don't you think so? Lovely. Well, I'll put you through for that. And there's this other one from fucking Acme Corp, and they're looking for Android Studio developer. You said you did that, didn't you?
I don't have any confidence in myself, really. So we'll see how those go. I'll fail both, definitely.
Both went great.
I'll both put those down as experience and just, keep them on. Just, it's good to feel like an island in this situation, I think. Good to just recognise that. You know what is scary? You know what is scary? When you look on any website, Glassdoor is shut, obviously, but you see these reviews saying like it will ruin you if you work here, and upper management is all terrible and sexist and all that. You just think, bloody hell, the world seems like a terrible fucking place.
I bought a train ticket to get a test at in Bristol, because for some reason they were wanting to do in-person interviews during COVID for the specific test. It was a reasoning test for working at this company that was taking in graduates at a ridiculously good salary. I looked on Glassdoor and it was like, this is a cult. I'm not going to say what company it is just in case one of their, sort of company reps sees this video and tries to sue me. TPP. And the Glassdoor reviews are all just like, this is a cult. Do not join this.
I can't do anything about that. What I can do is just be a good person myself.
I should look at those again and appreciate how good my current company is.
Keep going as a good person, have my values, and
back again with the good.
Back again for the same thing that I was saying 2 years ago, is just be good. Be a good person. Can't do anything about people in managerial roles being tossers. I'm in this. This is my thing. It hurts because there's so much stress all of a sudden, but it feels good knowing that all these wheels are turning all of a sudden. My fantasy is being wiped away. I'm just doing this because it is life, and life is just to be lived in. Get into that mode where you just work and you just do the shit you need to do. It's the best feeling. In that fucking not care in the world by Beats Happening.
I love that song. So good. Lucy put it on his or Cooper Handy put it on his Instagram story, and I was like, oh, Not a Care in the World by Beat Happening. Let's listen to that. One of my favourite fucking songs. Amazing tune, and for that gets a C. Not a Care in the World by Beat Happening.
23 minutes until the first interview.
Yes.
I'm not even video call, but I'm not taking any chances. We'll see how this goes. It's going to be shit. I'm not going to get either problem.
That was just obviously a contingency, like telling myself it's going to be shit, so when it is shit, I'm like, no, I knew it would happen.
The interview was great. And it will really, really suck if I don't get that job, because
I didn't get that job. I got another one, which I'll get to later.
Interview tomorrow for a company I don't really want to work for, honestly.
So
Sounds like a glorified customer service job, honestly. I want to do coding in a small team of friends, you know. I'm supposed to be getting a coding exercise in the mail that I can do in my own time, which is very much more preferable over whiteboard spiel than you normally do. I'd love to work for that small startup, nice group of people. The guy I talked to on the phone was lovely. Talked with him. I even talked to him about the time I went to America, which is what I go on about all the time on this thing. And he said that was awesome that I did that, because he asked like what my life's greatest achievement was, and I said me working my ass off for 8 days a week just to get the money to get a plane ticket, and he was like, that's a pretty cool, genuine answer. So.
Bird's still fucking yapping away.
Okay, so I have another interview in 45 minutes. This is the camera angle that I will be using for the video interview. I won't be wearing this, obviously. I'm looking forward to this, because I don't particularly want to work for this company, or I would.
That's the company that I work for now.
I'd rather work for the software development part.
I said it there, I want to work for software dev, but this was for an IT help thing.
I might be getting a referral too if this interview goes good. We shall see. Not a good thing going into an interview where I'm not particularly wanting the job, but good practice, I guess. Genuinely looking forward to this weekend, which is nice, because I haven't had a weekend feeling for a very long time. But I'm going to get recruiters calling me, I'm going to get loads of emails, just do my own thing for it and actually breathe.
How boring these ones are.
I'm just going to have to make do with the footage that I have, or the footage that I'm giving myself. Dropped a nice load of frames there, that was cool. I had to drop frames, which is... I think it's because I have my virtual box open or something that is doing this, but whatever. Every single day, I hear in the other room, like, oh, you stupid game. Oh, you suck. Oh, no. Coming from my brother. And I'm not...
How the fuck can, like, the people living there think it's okay just to have that? It only just occurred to me that it's probably just some bird. It doesn't have to be a pet bird, mate.
I'm not going to become a freaking game of age Ben Katz. Not going to happen.
Oh yeah, I was big into... My friend introduced me to Dr. Katz.
Fear of becoming a big loser. Or more of one.
And I would watch that in the evenings and enjoy how laid back it was.
So, I have my first...
Oh, dude, when I was filming these, I was like, make sure my hair looks good for this one.
Like, proper coding interview tomorrow. At least I think I do. Proper software development job for a big company. There's going to be a coding interview style question. I don't know how they're going to do that over the internet without a whiteboard. But we shall see. I'm really looking forward to hearing back from that one company that I really want to work for, the smaller one. I don't know if I even talked about that, because I'm shit at maintaining this. But, like...
Whoa, my hair flip. Nice, dude.
I don't really feel too good, because it's just like university again, with a bit more uncertainty, because I don't know whether I'm going to be getting these job offers or not, but we will see. Hopefully tomorrow the interview will be 70 minutes when it's promised to be 45.
That was a long fucking interview. We overran by a lot for the company that I work for now. But the guy who interviewed me, the two people who interviewed me are the people that I work with directly, and they're honestly really nice people, so...
It's quite scary to think that if I don't get accepted for a small company, I don't get accepted for a big company, I'm essentially right back to square one, where I was 2.5 weeks ago, I think? Yeah, 2.5 weeks ago, because at that point, I hadn't applied to anything. I had to go on another sprint of just applying to a shit ton of jobs, getting recruiters calling me 24/7 saying, does that sound good, does that sound good? I don't want to have to do that again. Really, just... I'm getting ghosted by fucking... fintech startup. Not exactly, because normally they're supposed to take about a week to 2 weeks to get back to you after the interview, aren't they? Well, after the coding assignment in this case. But I don't have to go on one of those fucking sprints where you just apply to everything again. Sucks the life out of you so quickly.
I mean, it's all true. It definitely does. And I'm glad that I guess I'm glad I don't have to go through that right now. Because that would certainly make things worse.
Okay, we're ready for action now. In 34 minutes. It's going to be probably shit. We'll see. Okay, so that went very shy, unfortunately. The 2 questions that I was asked, I got there in the end for both of them.
2? You got asked 3 questions. right? No, it was 2 questions.
It took a long time, and it covered areas that I hadn't really looked at much because I didn't really have a whole lot of time to. But the good news is that wasn't the company I wanted to work for in the first place, and I'm still waiting to hear back from the one that I really do want to. And now I've had my first sort of proper coding interview where they ask you proper technical questions.
So yeah, that's the whole thing there, is that it felt good that I'd done that now. And when it was over, this is just the same for everything. It's like when you have to go on stage when you're a kid in a school play, you're scared and then you do it and it's like, oh my god, yes, I did it. That was the best thing that ever happened to me. Why can't I just harness the fact that when you get stuck into it and you do it, even if it sucks afterwards, it's still oh, I did it though.
It feels like a sort of Christmas holiday morning at the moment, with a sort of dullish my coffee mug. Just the fact that it's a Saturday and I'm not.
Ooh, that makes me want to get a green tea and put on that XX EP. Because I was listening to that an awful lot at that time, and that was just what the fucking doctor ordered.
I'm going to have day open to do things. I even made a tiny little document. What does it say? Vim Tutor, OpenGL.
I was so looking forward to getting good with Vim. I use it at work every day, so I'm definitely pretty good at using Vim now. So I can be happy to my past self that I'm good at using Vim now, I guess, even though I don't really care.
Graph and hash map stuff I can do over the weekend.
So yeah, there was a hash map question to do with storing the anagrams. And there was another question, which was an abstract thinking question about eBay and API and getting transaction data.
I want to put that link elevation record.
Which wasn't a coding question.
It's like every single time I do the LeetCode challenge, and I get the answer in about 30 to 40 minutes, which is way too long. I get there in some way, and I think, okay, that's good. Usually, if it's quite a difficult question, well, I say difficult, it's marked easy, but I find it difficult. I'll be within the top 80% of time and speed.
One thing I'm glad I didn't do with LeetCode is get into the community at all, because I think that would have been super toxic. And a bunch of people saying, no, I'm the best, no, I'm the best. Even though that's probably the community that I'm in now as well. Or that I want to get into with music.
Then I see someone's solutions, which is just my solution, except in about 5 lines of code, much simpler, much more intuitive, and so much less overhead. Extraneous overhead. I'm you take a big sigh after you see that, and you just think, fucking hell, why did I not think of that? We'll get there.
Lots of self-hatred at that point. I was every time I saw an answer that was obvious and that I didn't get, I was like, God, I suck. That's how I thought.
It's for 3 weeks of sort of recoding stuff, even in hash maps, since that sort of pseudo failure yesterday where I can work with hash maps properly in an interview, but we'll get there. So you just gotta keep working, even on weekends, just like you. Even after I get that job at that company, if I do, which I really hope I do, still keep at it, because it's very stimulating now and really learning it.
Not anymore, mate. Not stimulating to do computer science.
You can do a bit of the piano there. Sucked at that, but I kept at it and getting better. If this is the pace I'm going, it looks like a solid week of trying to figure out.
Wow, dude, look at that. Right. Look at me there.
This is
with
the pace I'm
hair,
going.
right?
It looks like a solid week.
And then look at me there. There's such a big difference. That's
Trying to
nuts.
figure out how the fuck I can figure out how to do recursion. I'm
That's
so
funny.
bad at recursion, it's fucking unbelievable. Always. No matter how hard I try to, sort of dissect a recursion problem, I just lose track about
Still,
two.
I never have to use recursion at work. So.
And I keep forgetting. There's the most simple stuff. I feel like an idiot. Really, I need to just spend a week not thinking about touching up on other skills for interviews until I'm working at a company. Just recursion, think how many doors that will open for you if you actually finally get it on the most basic level. Not like Fibonacci basic, but just, then we can move on to DP, which is just,
What I'm just thinking right now is what if I do get fired from my job, and then I have to go into doing, probably looking for another computer science job, and then do LeetCode again to touch up for interviews and hate it with no passion, because then I still had a passion for learning. I was still like, yeah, I'm learning computer science, but now maybe that will come back. Who knows? We'll see.
doing a medium question on LeetCode, I got myself an answer which I thought, hey, it's not very good. I can't actually stretch this. And there we go. I thought this is not very good, but it's something. It has 2 imports. It has an auxiliary data structure.
Do that in fucking... No.
And it still goes through the whole thing. Not efficient, but it passed the test case, and I was proud I did that without any help. And then I see that this is the
Yeah, like, that's not the kind of code that you're writing in your job.
one of the main test cases. You probably can't even read that because it's not quite shaped in a way, just because it's the biggest fucking tree you've ever seen. So, welcome to the real world.
No, not welcome to the real world. You'd never see something like that.
Spend about half an hour
So, no, that's fucking e-tail.
writing that much code or something. And then you look at the different answers, and it's just like this shit. It's an absolutely tiny function. And it runs with login or some
Companies aren't expecting you to write code like that. If you're a graduate, they don't care. You just get it working, and you're a nice person to work with. Just that is what you do.
How the hell, man? How?
And you might be thinking, what quantifies a nice person to work with? Just someone who just gets on with it and has a nice demeanour, doesn't go out of their way to show that they're amazing. Just getting on with it and just, not being a dick.
I'm already starting to feel that sort of, each morning, like, more DFF, more, oh shit, I love this.
Depth first search, not discount furniture store.
I have to actually just take a break today and learn to probably take like a day break during the week. Thankfully, I'm much better at talking with recruiters now. So the first time a recruiter called me, I was like, oh, this is like an actual job thing. Because they were asking, like, oh, tell me about yourself. I thought, is this a freaking interview? I was freaking shitting myself. Thankfully, that's nothing more than just an annoyance now. But you do get some recruiters who are actually easygoing and nice to talk.
That is quite nice. You get recruiters who are very clearly there just to read off. Do you want this? 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 Okay, bye. And then you get some recruiters who actually are like human beings. And, I'm not going to, that's probably a hard job to do, just, operate the phone all day. So I don't want to completely slag off the people who are just doing their job and making a living. But you get some recruiters who are actually nice to talk to, and they'll tell you anecdotes and let you talk about things and listen to what you're saying with, like they want to hear what you have to say. And that's always nice, getting recruiters like that.
You can relax, basically.
So I might have just got myself a job with a salary that's 25% higher than the one that I asked for.
You might be thinking that I am really sort of understating my emotions there. But I actually wasn't that excited. I think now that I had the job, it was kind of just like, oh, that was going to happen anyway. Part of me was annoyed that I had to tell everyone. I remember I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to call everyone and say I've got a job, and they're going to... I just didn't like that attention. And I straight away focused on the negative stuff, which is something that my parents do. It's sort of deeply ingrained in me. That I've tried to not do that, but it just, yeah. It's hard when that's like what's drilled into you as a kid. You can't focus on negatives until you've done with the positives, the negatives. I might have just fucked that up. But yeah, I was kind of just like, alright, I've kind of got it. And the people who I told were like, oh my god, nice, let's go. They weren't like, let's go. They were just, that's incredible, well done, you must be so proud of yourself. I was just like, if you say so. I didn't know how to act within myself. I simply
acted based on how other people reacted to it. But when it came down to it, I didn't really care.
It's funny because this was the day that I chose to relax. I was like, I'm not doing this today. And I just got a phone call saying, hey, you were accepted to the bigger company, to the actual Python software role, not the other one. Weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that crazy imposter syndrome shit.
I did. I got mad imposter syndrome after that. I was fucking thinking, why me? Why?
Starting January.
That was a shame. I was really hoping I'd celebrate and think, oh yeah, next chapter of my life, but no, I wasn't particularly bothered.
So I've got the job. Now I have a month and a half to focus on
It's quite
my community projects, as well as meetings I'm going to, but just
I will say though that me getting that job definitely meant that November and December were like actually pretty good months in 2020 because I just had the time to work on what I wanted, but know that I made it, so to speak.
preparation for the job. But before any of that gets started, I need to use this time to make an album and have that out in January. I need an album out in January. I've got other few things that I want to do, like the No Hate Room. I want to do 17 to 64 because I really want to just have like a half an hour long video of that. I apologise for that. Can't wait to get away from that, Jesus Christ. But just a half an hour long video of that. I know it's crazy because I could split them up into parts, do them much faster, get more viewership that way, probably make it easier, but in my head, I want that half an hour long video. That speaks to me. I really want that. Need the album first though. Don't have to do the hate rooms. No hate rooms. That's the main thing here. Then there are projects for other people. Use the video I'm supposed to do. Make that.
That music video was Ace Tantina's Blind Side. I was supposed to be doing that in November, but I just never got around to it because I was like, oh, I don't know how to do this. And then when it came to doing it, I was like, oh, that was easy.
Album did. I need to go on a walk, listen to some music that's not techno, and get inspired by that.
That worked. That fucking worked. Because what happened there, I remember, I was like, I need to listen to something that's not techno. Let's listen to Fela Kuti. So I went for a walk listening to Rocco Rocco Fight again, heard the intro beat and was like, oh my god, I need to sample that. And then I heard the snare drum thing in Confusion. I was like, oh my god, I need to sample that. That's how Way Down started.
I'm just in front of FL Studio with 1.5 songs that I've completed.
Rinse Off and 12 and 2000's live mix.
I just think, I don't know where to start. I'm not sure what to do. I need new.
So originally I wanted to do an album that I was going to release in January and then another album for No Agreements in April. And in January, the album was going to have... first track was going to be Thing I Do 16, which is a 7-minute version of the third track on It Is What It Is, which is at the moment still unreleased, still not out there. I might just put it out for fun because, you know. Second track was going to be like... was it going to be Vinker and Repeat? I don't know. Third track was going to be Always Some Bink, which turned out to be Tobias. But Always Some Bink was like the version that I used in the Disagreement Live thing, but obviously mixed better. But I couldn't mix it properly, but that turned into Tobias, which is still the far superior track from the album, even though everyone disagrees. And then there was also going to be what else was on 24/7/365? That was from those sessions. No, that's it. Oh yeah, so Rinse Off was going to be the last track, and that was going to be called The Final Bink, or The Latest Bink, or something. And then there was going to be Relief Rinse, and there was also going to be Way Down, which was called Relief Bink at the time. and 12 and 2000. And I think that was it. It was going to be a 7-track album, and it was going to be like that. So I think, it was going to be. Come on, dude, think. Thing I Do 16. Think with Prince Repeat. Always Something. And then Relief Rinse. Relief Pink. 12 and 2000. Latest Pink. Which is Rinse Off. That was potentially what was going to happen, but no. It got split into the EP and the album, and that was a much better way of doing it.
That spice for my formula, that is going to be. I don't know why I've got my phone, I don't have the music on the phone yet, but you'll find out when the album comes out.
Yeah, Way Down. That's how Way Down was made.
Which hopefully it does in early January. I really hope I can get that out. I have so much time. When I make a song, normally it takes 4 or 5 hours to make, and then that's it. So at the moment, product making me like a fraud.
No, dude, you shouldn't. Those moment of inspirations where you just bang out a live mix in a couple hours. I bet everyone does that. I bet you fucking, most of the tracks on MRS's albums are made in like half an hour. And they're fantastic.
I think because I'm trying to step outside of the formula that I usually use all the time for making my dub house stuff, when I get making with something, I can't just have it done into that.
It was hard doing the tracks for Blink, Rinse, Repeat because All Singing, All Dancing is obviously very different. Much more dubby, much more murky, whereas this was going to be some bright, peppy thing for Dismiss Yourself. I didn't know at that time that I was going to be releasing on Dismiss Yourself, but I knew that this was going to be different. It was going to be a bit more trance-inspired, more sort of a peppy techno. Not All Singing, All Dancing. More like the stuff on the side B of that. But this was different, more melody. And that was, I was struggling with making something good with that new formula. But I guess I figured it out.
Like I used to be able to keep it a bit more when it comes to where to develop the track. Because with the dub techno, you just keep it going and that iteration and just play around it. But this is more melodic, which you think might want to go in that direction. But might as well try and see what happens. One complete song. I have an idea, or I have a basically completed song I need to actually put into a song, not just a loop. So I have 2 ideas that have been prototyped and need to be fleshed out. I've got so much time though. I never spend this long on an album normally. You hear about people spending years on albums. I just don't do that. Very product of the time kind of thing. I just need to be aware of that. Let the days go by, let new ideas come into my head, and I'll have those moments where I'm like, oh, that's what I need to do. Because that's what happens for a lot of the stuff that I reworked in the other albums. We'll definitely get there at some point.
So, All Singing, All Dancing was made in an evening. That's a C tier clip, I like that one. So, essentially, I wanted to make this low bit album. And I had some tracks lying around. I had that first track, which was inspired from a Limmy show, Ambient Passage. But that was a song that I originally made for my girlfriend as a sort of new age ASMR thing. And here's a fun fact. Fucking those 2 tracks on All Dancing, the first ones, they were going to be for a fucking Lollycore split at one point. So there's an interesting Naked Flames trivia. I was going to do a fucking split with Garden Angel and what's the fucking name? Some noise project. Lord Sir Nunos, I think. Maybe them, maybe not. But I was going to be on a release with them, and the first 2 tracks from All Dancing were going to be my contribution to that. That's some very interesting trivia for you all. Yeah, so that's hilarious. That would have been really interesting if that happened. But, so I had that track lying around, and the reason why it wasn't used there is because my girlfriend said there wasn't enough going on. So I added a kick drum and some
extra train samples, and that became a song in itself, which is really underdeveloped, but it works as an intro somehow. That was made in like 10 minutes. And then the second track is just Milk Twice Removed, but with, a kick drum and sped up. And the dials sort of turned up a bit more. Third track is just a spare track I had lying around. Fourth track is another track that I just had lying around that I'd already put on YouTube. Fifth track is a remix of a Garden Angel, so my girlfriend's track, just sped up and mixed differently. So I'd already made that before. That was made in like an hour. And then the final track is just Milk Once Removed with kick drum. Sorry, snare drum. So hi-hats and snares. That's what I put in the Milk tracks. And I just mixed them together in Ableton in an evening. I was like, that's it, fuck it. All singing, all dancing, that's it. That's an album. So yeah, that album did not take long to make at all. I basically just threw some shit together and was like, hey, let's do that.
There's too much shit that I want to do, because there's all this advanced Maya stuff for the 3D rendered videos. There's the album, there's Japanese, there's various health-related things, just a better lifestyle. It's good, but it could be better. So coding, whether it be own projects or...
So at that point, I still wanted to...
It takes hold of me and I end up watching Simpsons clips instead.
I was so addicted to Simpsons clips then. Wow, that's right. Pitching them up and down, and yeah, I was still thinking I need to do coding stuff because I was scared that I was going to get fired from a job straight away for being a shit coder. But I never ended up doing any coding exercises until, I haven't done any since I got accepted the job, and I'm doing all right.
This is a problem I've been having for a while now. Is this green bar around
Windows shit?
Or it moves extremely slowly. I got onto the C drive, it's fine. My G drive, it will sort of, there we go, comes in, it slowly moves across.
If you've got that problem, refresh, just reinstall Windows, I'm afraid. Nothing else is going to fix it.
And you'll see at the moment here the thumbnails are just fine. But if I go into some, there we go, they're gone. And that's very, very interesting.
So annoying. Burn session, that's rinse off. Early name for that. Out of interest, what other files
some thumbnails are just fine. But if I go into some, there we go, they're gone. And that's...
Fight.mp3, drums.mp3, OPN Sleep Mix, Nature of Nature by Jalia, Valor Lakefront, PDF for piano, the ASD session, the ASD file for that, Windows XP Service Pack 3.webm, CV.pdf, Winter Karaoke, that's the YouTube video.
And sometimes, if I click this PC, it's just stuck on right. I have to restart Explorer. I've tried many things. Tried the whole, change the customization folder for general use, Windows Update, which I was having another problem with. I managed to fix that. Registry edits, moving quick access, all the things that you can find.
I wonder why I was doing this right now. I just realised that this monitor is not on the 144Hz mode for some reason.
Then, slow green bar in Windows 10. All these things. Disable
I'm
Cortana.
going to say that for the first 2 years of having that monitor, I left it with 60 Hz.
It was disabled before I did the update. Yeah, done that. Done the customization, optimization thing. Yeah, done that. All this shite, I've done that. So, reset Windows. Only thing I can think of. Which is a bit annoying, because it means I have to reinstall apps. Not apps, just, programs. To work, because otherwise it's my hard drive. Which is weird, because I ran lots of diagnostic things on it, and it said there was nothing wrong with the G drive. So then absolutely fine. I even downloaded the dedicated, proprietary Western Digital disk checker, and it said it was fine.
That Windows fault.
Reset Windows. I don't know why I did that. How do I do that? Reset this PC. Resetting it might help. Set some tunes slow to keep your personal files or remove them. I just need to check that. Can I still search? Search and Nixon was turned up.
So the main reason I didn't want to do that was because I was scared that I'd lose my FL Studio 9 install, and I thought it was hard to find that online.
Oh, that's fine. Still doesn't look quite right. Okay. Oh, I guess not.
It's, you'll see it's back. So if I go to, yeah, there's that bar again. FL Studio. Oh, that's weird. I'll find I'll turn on the search index, why not? I mean, it should still be able to search in here. Oh, here we go. The main thing I'm concerned is if I ever lose FL Studio 9, which is my door of choice. Here it is. I could probably just run that as is, I don't really need installing it per se. I should have a RAR file here somewhere, unless that was FL Studio 12 and I misread. I need to reset the PC, which is, well, I'll attend this first. Okay, after all that, after a few hours, I completely reset Windows.
Interesting set of clips here, I think.
And I think I fixed it. I think that just about did it, completely fixing it. It was telling me I didn't have a legit key, even though I should have the same product key from when I had Windows 8 on the original computer, but I changed hardware, so it was like, oh, I can't tell you it's I just pirated it. Key, can be fucked about. That's activated now. In fact, I have Windows 10 Pro instead of Windows 10 Home or something, if that means anything, which it doesn't. Now I'm just getting all the software that I need. So that's good. I think the problem with the disk reading is fixed. I don't see any green bar go across, the load times are very fast, so we're all good on that front. It was a day where I was basically just fixing Windows.
That just reminded me of a year 3 memory. Third year memory in uni. One of the early days of third year, I discovered a program called WinDirStat, which is a really good sort of tree browser for Windows, showing the specific file sizes and its disk usage. And I went through and because my computer was just using fucking disk space out of nowhere, and there were 50 gigabytes of Windows Update installer file thingies. And I spent the whole day trying to find that. And thought that for a while.
It's big shit, but I can't switch to Linux because I use Windows software like FL Studio and Sony Vegas. Oh, it's not really Sony anymore, is it? Vegas, Photoshop. Should be using GIMP, but I'm trying to learn something new. I mean, would have to just use Arch the whole time, but I've got to stick to Windows and it's seemingly completely irrational permissions. Okay, considering that I
Nearly there, just doing the final cleanup.
got that job. Well, I'll pass the background check soon, but need to properly organise all the old disparate diary clips from the last year and a half. It's not going to be a great compilation, but I really need to just put it together, because there is stuff. I don't know how long it will take me, I don't know how long the result's going to be, but I need to conclude that, because I was just organising my computer for the last 24 hours or something. Fresh Windows installed, everything works nicely, much better than before. Just got to close this now. So I'm embarking on this now, show that I showed the little date thing at the beginning, and the timestamp, and let's get cracking on that. Let's close this. And there you have it. In exactly 8 hours, I managed to go through all the material, get that finished. I still need to look through it and proof watch it, make sure everything was good, but man, what a trip that was. Did not remember having that much material. This video ends on a positive note, which is rather wonderful. I think, February was dreadful. February was so bad, but now got a job in the way, got projects to do, and this is out of the way. We'll move on to the next diary thing. Good job. Actually, don't know. You deserve a good break.
Sorry, I'm just smiling there because it just so happens that that ending on a good note. This video is also might end on a good note, just because it's just nice getting messages from this person who's sending messages to me right now. So I'll answer that after I finish this. But silent. Those last 2 clips are good, aren't they? I was very much. It was a weird mindset, that last one. That's a B tier. Me telling myself, in all honesty, good job, man. Fuck, dude, I teared up over that. Come on. Me telling myself just good job and, nicely done. It's very genuine in that moment.
it was a good time because I just thought like, yes, there we go. Finally, I can conclude this. I've been through so much shit this year, but now I've got the job. My relationship is actually fine at the moment. I have some time to work on creative projects. At that point, I'd also got back in touch with people from No Agreements because I was sort of scared to... I have this thing, I probably said it before, but like I'm terrible at going back to places after I left them temporarily because I feel like people are going to look at me and be like, fuck you doing back here, go away. Which is why I lost all my school friends and stuff like that because I'm too scared to talk to them. But yeah, I just thought like, I remember in that moment vividly thinking like, wow, I really do feel the present at the moment. All the past experiences have led to this and I feel happy for that. And I'm seriously hoping for the next diary installment I can end on that note. Well, I'm not going to edit it until I end on that kind of note. So, yeah. Let's look at this tier list, shall we? So, at the very bottom, we have me singing and me saying, if you don't need a break, don't take one. Terrible takes, and I don't like hearing myself sing like that. E tier, this is all just sort of bad advice or just clips that for some reason I don't like myself in. And D tier is either like it's just a little thing or it passes, passable. You've got an awful lot of stuff here. I like you've got my hand here just being like, dude, to the BIOS. C tier, this is stuff that I will revisit. Good advice or just good moments in general. B tier is certainly stuff that I treasure. Me giving myself a thumbs up because I'm happy that I had a good call with my girlfriend. Me glad that I did the Chobit song. Me with my head on my desk. Me acknowledging the fact that that room was important as I was in it. The rain. Me complimenting myself. Goo pots, all that stuff is all, like I look at that clip and I'm like, yeah, that is a clip I like, that I'm glad I filmed at that point in time. A tier is just this one because it's funny and I love the fact that I was in that sort of scared mindset of like, relationship infidelity, and I was instantly like, hey, I know I can fix it, make a stupid video like this. And then S tier, here we have just the single best clip, the one with the most poignant advice that will live on and ring through eternity for me. And I wish I could harness it again. Even though it's been the most difficult time, it's probably the best time of my life. And the reason it was the most difficult was because I was putting myself out there. Not because I was depressed and withering away in my room, because that's been harder than that. And that hasn't been the best time of my life. But the fact that I was putting myself out there, taking the risks, going against the whole thing of like, don't take risks and be certain, that has been drilled into me throughout my whole life and my family, that reigns supreme. So, that is my tier list. I'm going to put this in the description, I guess, because I don't know if anyone else can do this. Like, it's pretty funny that this is like, save download. What is this? Oh, right, okay, that's saving the tier list. Okay, so video, diary, clips, tier list. I don't need a description. Download image. Okay, myimage.png. Okay, so we've got that. That's good. I'm glad I did that. Save. Is this a local sort of tiermaker.com save? because that might be useful if I want to revisit it later. Oh, share on Twitter. That might be quite funny, actually. Because people will be like, what the fuck is this? Oh, I'm considering that. Can I move these? Oh no, that's just like a static thing. Okay. Well, I'm going to go through and edit this video a little bit. If you've made it to the very end, good morning, because you probably started this at night and fell asleep and it's morning time. And I want to remind you that if you found this video comfy at all at night, you can rewatch it as many times as you like. It will always be here. I don't know how many hours that was, 7 hours or something like that. Listen to it at your work day, listen to it while you're cleaning your room, listen to it because you need a background voice when you're on dating apps and you need someone. I don't know, okay? Anything, use it for anything you like. I love the thought of being any sort of comforting background noise. I think that's the best compliment you could give me, is if you said, hey Anton, I put you on in the background, I wasn't really paying attention, but it was just a nice presence to have there, and I was sad when it ended. Or something like that. You know. But thank you very much for watching and sticking through this. Unless you skip to the end, in which case, if you skip to the end, you're probably a subscriber to my channel because you're watching this, so thank you for that. But I'm going to get to editing this and get some water, because my throat is fucking dry and I'm very thirsty. So, once again, thank you very much, and hopefully my next diary will be out and it will end on a positive note, and it'll be all smiles from there. So, thank you very much. Thank you.